I just realized I was muted. Anyway, my bad. So, what I was saying was today I want to kind of wrap up my recent discussion on the Andrew Moreno situation, hopefully. Hopefully nothing else just happened, so I won't have to provide any more updates coming up, but I will if they do happen. But I am just trying to wrap up the recent discussion here so I can move on to other things because there's other things I want to get to. I want to finish the Google Monopoly coverage we were doing, and there's a lot more left to get through. Um, and so, yeah, that's going to be a thing, and that might bore some people, so that's not for everybody. But for people who do care about how it is, the way we find information in terms of what is made available to us online, I think it is important for people to know. And as well as for anybody in the marketing field as well, in terms of how will marketing change. So I think on both sides it is important to pay attention to. Um, and so yeah, we'll still keep finishing that coverage. I also have other marketing and business shit I want to get through, just in terms of like anything that I know and I can document that might help somebody. I want it to be available. So we got more of that coming. And I'll just get to the rest of that stuff later, but yeah. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna start off with like a little review thing, and then we are just gonna kind of get into updates and spend most of this stream on the just nobody situation. Um, and yeah, we'll just we'll just see how long it takes. I don't know if I'll get through all of the just nobody videos I want to get through today, but so I might have to actually do another live stream for that. Because I really should be doing other things right now, but I decided fuck it, I'm gonna live stream instead. But yeah, we'll probably be here at least a few hours, maybe though. I don't know. Anyway, okay, so I'm gonna roll my intro, and then we're gonna actually just kind of get into everything. And thank you for being here today. Hi, my name is Alexis, also known as Lexie or Deaf Child. I was born deaf, hard of hearing. I began doing business as Deaf Child 2013, marketing 2011, sales 2009. I've earned 50 plus certifications in marketing and sales. My Bachelor of Science from Loyola University, New Orleans, with a music industry studies major and a business administration minor. Deafness runs in my family genetically. Speech is not fully accessible to me. Anyway, I'm here to bitch about whatever the fuck is on my mind. So here we go. Visit my site at noladeafchild.com. Okay, sorry, I was trying to click the mute button, but I was hitting the wrong button. Okay, so, the first thing I'm gonna do is just kind of like a little review of everything that we kind of covered so far. And I have given a more in detailed recap in another live stream, so I'm not gonna really do that right now. But in the Dakota's claim Harley Quinn Tawana Marie Thornton situation, whenever I was doing a video reaction to recent content she's done, that's where I first saw certain allegations. I've seen a lot of people talk shit about Andrew Moreno, but this is the first time I saw certain allegations related to pretendianism. Was he part of the Mono tribe, and faking his ID, and the allegations of talking to teenagers and things like that, like, and not just a teenager, but an underage teen. So yeah, like some of those allegations were made here, and at the time I took it with a grain of salt because of the person saying it. Um, so take that for what you will. But that was first mentioned here. And then between this video coming out and this one, we had that toxic TikTok unveiled video come out, which I forgot to pull up for this, but I'll try to remember to link it in the description later. And it's really unfortunate to me that the toxic TikTok trends, I keep saying this, was taken down. I'm still like pissed about it. But anyway, so we're here now. After that came out, I published a video of my conversations with Andrew related to the allegations. And I also posted a lot of the evidence in certain live streams that that I had happened to have access to. And then after that, comments were made on my live stream about it, and so I addressed those comments with some more evidence that I had related to everything of that nature. And then after that, Andrew had sent some pretty disturbing messages to Isla. A lot of them were about Isla. You know, he was saying some fucked up things to Isla about herself, but he was also saying fucked up things to Isla about me. Particularly, this is where he started dismissing my sexual assault, which he just so happened to know about because I'm pretty open about it. And a lot of women in my community, we are pretty open about these things because we believe that speaking on our situation can help other women realize if something like this could be happening to them, or realize what to do when things like this happen, to support community, and have a support system for when things like this do happen to them, as well as to have a network to go look for girls and women who need help, things of that nature, you know. So in my community, we just talk about these things when it happens. And so, yeah, and so I'm pretty honest and open about my situation, and he knows about it. And so it wasn't until I was calling him out because I was against the concept of him talking to teenagers, no matter what, and I was against some of the things that he was saying, you know, and I tried calling him in first, which is what I showed evidence of, and then that led to him acting like I was just attacking him. And so from there, I just made it a call out, and I published everything. And so right here in this video, though, you see the evidence of where he was dismissing my sexual assault, as well as he keeps saying I'm younger than I am. And he was claiming that I was nude at 19, which I wasn't. I was in my mid-20s, but also I wasn't even fully nude, so put that out there. In the pictures, you don't see every fucking thing. Damn, it's not much more than what you're gonna see in a bathing suit, to be honest. Like you go to vacation, you're gonna see people with, you know, other material. Like, it's just, to me, it's not a big deal. You come to New Orleans, like, there's clothing optional events. To me, it's just like, that doesn't mean shit. Oh, I just see that Nobody is up in here. Welcome, Nobody. Thank you for being here. Exposure said Nobody is JT trying to make things right. That's not cool. I don't know why I thought you were Nobody, Exposure. Why did I think you were Nobody? Oh, is that's not cool about a separate situation and I'm just reading them at the same time? Or, because I don't know who Exposure is. Like, I feel like, I don't know why I thought Exposure is Nobody, and so Exposure is JT. You're trying to make things right. Now I see. Okay. You know what? I actually have thoughts on that. But you know what? I was going to save that for later, but let's go ahead and get into that now real quick then. You know what? Okay, I'm going to finish this recap, and then I'm going to get into that. How about that? All right. Give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. So, oh, it's not cool about Andrew talking about SA. Yeah, I appreciate you. Yes. And that's what he did it again in Josh's live stream, which you saw, because he posted it. But yeah. And like on YouTube, on TikTok, you really can't say like rape or sexual assault or things like that because I just put it as SA on the title because of character limitations, you know. But on YouTube, you can kind of talk about those things as long as you're not publishing your content for kids. And I'll click the button on the YouTube that is like, this is not for kids, you know. I don't think I'm using the right words, but read my mind, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. And so, yeah. But on TikTok, you can't even say that shit because they'll just take your shit down. It's like, wow, damn, you can't even talk about that shit, really. But, yeah, fucking, And that's actually why I stream more on YouTube, because I don't have to filter myself here. Like, they probably won't monetize you or whatever if you talk like me, but you can still say what the fuck you want to say for the most part, you know, and as long as you're not like actually inciting violence or some shit, you're fine for the most part. You know what I mean? Like, but anyway, fucking, where was I? Oh yeah, I was talking about that. And then this video is called "What Does the Mono Brand Represent?" because fucking he had him on a live, not a live stream, on a Snapchat voice recording where he was claiming that the Mono tribe was his brand. In my opinion, kind of is what he was saying. And then after that, this next short is kind of about Goth Abuela again, and Florette and all of them, but it's mostly about NKB, but it's mostly about Goth Abuela because I had a clip of her saying some shit about me, and then she denied saying what the fuck she said, even though I had a clip of it, you know, and so that's mostly what happened here, where she was trying to gaslight me about what she said. And so then in this next live stream, I believe in this live stream, I do show the full clip from what this 15-second short is from. And in this live stream, I provide a much longer, in detailed review and recap of what I've discussed so far. And in that recap, I will go over some of the specific words that were said and all of that. So you can go check that out for more details as well if you don't want to actually watch everything, if you haven't seen everything, you know? Yeah, and then this is just a derivative song of instead of "We Will Rock You," it's "We Don't Rock With You." Fucking after that, this is kind of like another recap because I show evidence again of a lot of things. But in this one, I kind of go into the situation on I think this is the one where I go into the tribal ID the first time and the email, if I'm not mistaken. And I thought in this email, I had thought that it wasn't real at first. Actually, I can't remember what's the first time. Right here, yes. Okay, so right here, I had said in this live stream that I didn't think the email was real. It turns out it is real. And I didn't know that. And so yeah, so you know, I've issued corrections since then. I put it in the timestamp, and here's another correction there. But yeah, I have had somebody who, you know, is enrolled with the Mono tribe correct me on not only my pronunciation. I've said Mono wrong in most of these live streams I did on it because I didn't know how to properly pronounce the tribe. So sorry guys. I think I was just repeating it how I heard other people say it, which does not excuse it, but just, you know, like, ooh. Yeah, so that, and yeah, so I've also readdressed in these rest of these live streams, I also have been readdressing a lot of the evidence that has come out as well. And this, also in this live stream, I was just speaking in general about how people will be using Motoko or Pocahontas as an insult. And so I kind of spoke on that with some examples of why it bothered me in this stream, and that's relevant later. So in the next stream, I did a bingo game, and I do not have a bingo game for this stream because when I did the bingo game, I already knew what happened to make the bingo like relevant, you know, for the bingo cards, for the things. But for this one, I haven't seen everything to make it relevant. So sorry, we don't have a bingo card this time. But fucking in this stream, we basically, I think we rewatched some live streams actually from Nobody, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I had ran out of the time here. But yes, so we looked at some of the clips from some of the live streams that they had done speaking about me and Isla, and I also reviewed some of the evidence as related to that as well. And then after that, Goth Abuela made some fucked up posts about me and Isla, and I addressed that. And she was making some more Pocahontas commentary. So yeah, that's relevant too. And then we played a bingo game with, because KB was claiming she was never in the group chat that I know she was in. She was in this group chat. She keeps claiming she wasn't in the group chat. I was in the group chat. I know she was in the group chat at the same time I was. She was in the calls with me. Like, and I have evidence that she was there, and she keeps denying she was there. So we did a bingo game about that as well. And then, yeah. One of the things that KB was also really upset about was the bingo games. So then we did a Wheel of Fortune game, we did a Jeopardy game, and we did the Price is Right. The Jeopardy game does have one Muno question and one Tawana Harley question, but the rest of this game is about just general shit and giggles, you know. It's just kind of a break from all of this. But yeah, the Wheel of Fortune and The Price is Right are specifically relevant to the whole Muno situation. But yeah, so that's our quick review. In a lot of these live streams for the last like 7 or so between that I had done, a lot of them bring up a lot of the evidence that we've gone over before. And so yeah, and a full recap of how it escalated and how it got here is in the What Does the Mono Brand Represent video, I think. Or is it in the Auntie season 1? Actually, I can't remember. Apologies, y'all. Let me double check that. Did I say the wrong one? I may have said the wrong thing before. Okay, it's in the Auntie season right here. It's Auntie season is where the recap is. The Mono Brand Represents is the one where we go over what he said about my assault and things like that. That's where he started saying some fucked up things, you know. And that's where he also claimed Mono Tribe was his brand. It's Auntie season that has like the full recap of what had happened up to this point for it to escalate. If you haven't seen all of these videos, if you just go watch that recap, you should get the rough gist. And then in all of the videos, time-stamped is the initial evidence when I do bring it up, if you want to go see that yourself as well. And yeah. Okay, so real quick, just moving on to, I'm going to jump up, we'll kind of move on / jump ahead at the same time. So, back to Exposure. Exposure said that he is nobody, that his name is JT Allen. He believes people has a wrong impression about him. I don't know you, JT Allen. I've just kind of seen what's been posted online here and things like that. And you know, I was gonna say, because I was gonna speculate in this live stream initially about whether or not you were JT Allen, because I could have sworn I had seen you repost a negative post about you one time, or am I like out of it? But is it this one? Oh, now I see. I don't think I watched it. I think I just saw this where it says this is disgusting, and I just saw you speaking and I didn't see the rest of this. And so then I was like, I thought that, oops, that was calling you disgusting for a second, which is fucked up. That's what I thought had happened. But anyway, so I was like, I didn't know if that was you or not, but I had speculated I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. I think, you know, I think about making people having the wrong impression or making things better. I don't know what evidence has been out there about you, you know? I could see if people have the wrong impression about you because people just talk shit and people just say shit. I would say if there's any evidence, because I don't know. So I'm speaking as an ignorant person, right? But oh, you said probably I don't know about if you reposted something bad about yourself. That's kind of funny. But when it comes to like, you know, if you actually did anything fucked up and you know you did something fucked up, if that is the case and you're trying to make things right because maybe you just fell into the wrong crowd, made bad decisions in the moment, something like that happened, I would say the best thing to do would be to take accountability, you know, just kind of lay all the cards on the table and let people decide for themselves whether or not they feel safe around you, you know. And if you didn't do things that are said about you, then what I would do is, if you have anything that can prove that you were involved in certain things, you know, I would show that. Or if sometimes though people will be accusing you of things that you did, but you can't prove you didn't do it because you didn't do it. You know what I mean? So then it's like, how do I prove I didn't do something there would be no evidence of me doing because I didn't do it? Um, right? Well, you could figure out when they said you would have done something and show what you were doing at that time instead, perhaps, or something like that, maybe. I don't know. But fucking, I think that's a harder thing because sometimes people will listen to who they've known longer. Even, you know what I mean? And I've had that happen to me where people knew someone else longer, and so they just took the person's side that they knew longer, regardless of if I had evidence, if I had screenshots, if I have, you know, the timeline, the recording, the proof, the everything. I've still seen people be like, yeah, but that's my girl. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, you just have to accept whether you're right or wrong. Not everybody's going to feel safe around you, regardless of if, you know, what happens when shit is said about you. And sometimes it's not, you can't really do too much to change people's opinion in a moment. But what you can do is just lay your cards on the table, and then just kind of keep going, make new friends. And at the end of the day, people will show who they are. Like the same people that I'm still upset about, you know, from like things that have happened, I step back now and I see they're all that person, this one person, they don't have any consistent group of friends. They just keep rotating friends because, like, they keep fucking people over, and a bunch of people actually hate them now, and it's years later. And a bunch of people who took their side then have apologized to me now because they're like, oh, I see exactly how she is and what she did now. So sometimes it sucks in the moment, but if you wait long enough, you know, you still have to decide at what level would you trust those people again. You know, like I, to a degree, wouldn't want to have as close of a friendship as I would with a lot of those people before that situation occurred, but I still, for those people, like I'm giving them, a lot of them, a second chance where I'm like, I'm not gonna be negative. We're gonna be chill when we see each other around because I just don't want to have that negativity. And nothing that bad really happened to where it's like I feel triggered, you know. Um, but Exposure said, thought about just taking a break from TikTok and focusing on family. I mean, that could be good. Just like whatever you think you gotta do. Um, fucking yeah, I might be taking a forced break, but actually I might be able to get a new phone soon. But my phone's currently broken. But yeah, I mean it works, but it's glitching a lot. Um, yeah, I don't know. You know, you just gotta figure out what works for you. On these streams, a lot of people will say a lot of shit. Like somebody tried to call me an arsonist one time. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? The only thing I like is weed. Um, but you know what I mean? It's just like sometimes people will just say some shit about you and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Like, and there's just nothing you can do about it. Um, but you know, but I don't know. I've never seen any evidence of you doing things, so I can't hold you accountable for something I've never seen evidence of, right? Or have seen people directly address you for. It's just, so I don't know why people don't like you. But you, like, if you think people don't like you, then you must know what they've said for why, maybe. Or if you just feel that way, maybe it's because you're around people who don't treat you well and you just need to get to better people. For example, like you saw how Josh treated me in his live stream when I try to show evidence. Um, there's gonna just be no world in which that's a safe place for me to be, right? And so if it's like that, then it's just like you just have to know to get away from those people because there's no point in showing evidence to people who don't value what you have to say. But sometimes leaving your evidence can kind of just like help people make their own decisions, you know, versus it being someone's word against another's. But yeah. For taking accountability though, like I feel like holding people accountable is good. If there's anything you have done that you can hold yourself accountable for with those people involved, I would do that if that does matter to you, if that is something that applies. If that doesn't apply and it's just like, for example, it's because you've been in spaces with people like Mono or Manny, like, then in that situation, I think it's a product of your environment. And if you just wait it out, get into a new situation, because most of native TikTok has been friends with these people at one point or another until we realized what was happening. And so I don't judge people by necessarily who they've associated with at one point or another, but more of by what ideology do they stand by once they're aware of what has been said or done, you know? So I don't sit here and I'm not like, oh, I'm just gonna make up some fucking names. I'm not gonna be like, oh, Marianne was in Jane's live, so fuck Marianne, you know. But if, you know, like Marianne and Jane are saying messed up things, perhaps it's racist, perhaps it's ableist or something like that, then I'm probably gonna distance myself, maybe call them out depending on what was said, etc. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just feel like everybody gets to set their own boundaries, and you can't really control, like, sometimes you want people to like you, but they just don't, and you can't control that. Because you're not for everybody, and you don't have to be. And sometimes, you know what I mean? So Exposure said that he used to hang out with Muno until he's shared unsolicited photos in a Snapchat group of 3 women along with his buddy CJ at that time being. And so, oh, not Ive. That was a typo. Until he shared. Okay. So, I would say maybe people are associating you with that, and to a point there's nothing you can do, because is it a fact that you're in the group? Yes. But on another level, it's like if you didn't stand by that and you know that, then you know what's true, and you know you've been calling him out. And I don't agree with the narrative of, oh, if you were friends with someone at one point, then that means you automatically co-sign everything they ever do. No, that's not true. Because you can't be aware. Like, someone actually reached out to me, right? So I didn't check all of my TikTok messages for about a week or two because I've been moving. It was my birthday. I've had a lot of shit happen. I'm like behind. So I'm finally trying to catch up on my messages this week. And somebody had messaged me, but the videos, I'm assuming maybe it was on their page or it got taken down. I don't know, but I can't see the videos. So and they also blocked me. So they said, if you're friends with this person, and they didn't say the name. They literally said, if you're friends with this person, then you're racist. And then they blocked me. And I don't know who that person was. I don't know what they did. I don't know why I'm being called racist or why someone anonymously is being called racist. Like, I still don't know what the fuck happened. I don't get it, and I don't like that, because it's like, how can you call me racist for saying that I associate with someone who's racist, but you won't tell me who was racist? You won't tell me what, not only who was racist, but also what was said or done that was racist, so I can know. You know what I mean? To me, that's not productive. But that's just my personal opinion. Like, I feel like, so no matter what you do, people, like, you can be ignorant about what someone has done. And if someone just doesn't like someone, you know, they will judge you for it, you know? Exposure said that he brought awareness to it, but didn't think anybody took him serious, even with proof. A lot of people will find the video triggering because it's unsolicited. I had the same experience when I was speaking out about my sexual assault, and I feel like a lot of people in that case are showing who they are, because if you're more mad at someone for trying to bring awareness to these types of issues, for saying, oh, you should have a trigger warning, instead of being more concerned about the person doing the thing. It just bothers me. It does. Like, I understand to a point, like, when you're trying to relax, and be entertained, watch a movie or something, maybe you want to be aware of what you're watching, because sometimes you're not in the mind space to watch a certain thing. But when it comes to people trying to bring awareness to an actual social issue online, you can scroll past that shit. You know what I'm saying? Nothing is making you sit here and watch the whole thing. And I don't understand this whole idea of everybody wants a trigger warning. Like, I don't know. To me, it's just more important to bring awareness to the situation. Like, yeah, it's triggering, but it's even more triggering to be going through it. I don't know. It's like, because to me, it creates the mindset of comfortability and prioritizing comfort over social issues. And I understand to a point we all need our breaks. And so sometimes we can't all be in the mental space to engage in that content. But then take your fucking break. You know what I mean? Don't go police somebody else on what they say to expose an issue. You know what I mean? Like, that's just me. Like, it's, for example, I actually haven't taken acid since college, but about 10 years ago, when I was in college one time, I had already taken some acid. I was at a party, and my friend comes up to me, and she's trying to talk to me about some heavy shit, and I was like, look, man, I'm not trying to dismiss you. I'm not trying to not be there for you, but I just took some acid. I'm tripping my dick off. I can't process this right now. Can we please discuss this tomorrow? Like, I'm so sorry. This is the wrong timing for shit to go down, because I can't do it right now. You know what I mean? Like, I understand. You can say, look, I'm not in the right space for this right now. Let me get back to you when I can do it better. Right? Like, I don't like it when people make you feel bad for trying to expose an issue. But at the same time, I understand to a certain point, like, for example, you were saying it's unsolicited photos. So I do understand to a certain point with nudity can be different, because that can require consent to see exposure to nudity. So I would do it without the nudity. That part alone I think would need consent for. But for the concept of exposing what occurred, if I don't know. Okay, I just went way too long in a ramble about that. Apologies. But I think I'm also just kind of like processing my past shit too, because when I know I've seen it happen with myself, I've seen it happen with other people, and exposure saying it happened to them. So it's just like, to me, that's a social pattern. That's an issue. That's like a mindset that is passed along to people, I think. That it's okay to just prioritize what makes you feel comfortable over calling out what is fucked up and happening. And so, for example, right now I'm wondering, like, am I moving my channel in the right direction with where I discuss on social issues? But I don't want to spread misinformation, which is why I haven't gone deeper into a lot of things, because I would rather speak on what I know I have sources for and I know I'm not going to be misinforming you on, than going into something and accidentally not knowing better or being misinformed and saying the wrong information, right? So for me, I've been wondering, should I be speaking more on certain things or keep it to where it's at? I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Exposure said kind of all over the place, struggles with autism, ADHD, OCD, bipolar, BPD. It's probably better ways could have spread awareness. Just don't think about things in the moment. Well, that's understandable, and I think, because I have my own slew of mental health issues as well, but I think part of that is also being in a society where people act like, oh, if you're mentally unwell, you shouldn't exist. People tell me all the time, if you're mentally unwell, get offline. However, I think that mentality comes from this idea of where ableism, where the normal people, the neurotypicals, the able bodies, they don't want the crazy people, they don't want the neurodivergent people, they don't want the disabled people to be like seen or visible or heard, you know. But in reality, unless it caters to them. So if we perform for them, a lot of neurodivergent people are performers, are musicians, are entertainers, are in theater. If we perform for them in a way that makes them feel comfortable, then they see us as more palatable. Um, but if we are just ourselves, they don't like that very much. I think maybe some of it could be like, being neurodivergent affects the way we communicate. Like, I info dump, which is why I started YouTube. And some people like that recently, but not everybody does. Not everybody wants my long form content. Some people, they're like, hell yeah, bitch, I'm gonna watch a stream while I clean my fucking house. And some people are like, can you get to the point already? Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? So it's different people, different needs. I don't know, like, and I understand also, like, when you're going through something, because you were a part of that conversation and part of that group and involved in the situation, like, if you're actually involved, it's more difficult for you to make more of an objective communication effort versus when you were a part of situation. Like, you're not always going to communicate right. But I don't know specifically what you did or said to better advise or critique on that. But I just do know that for myself, like, I text a lot, I info dump a lot, I think long form. And I have a hard time just getting to the point and summarizing it, because if I haven't processed that yet, then I can't succinctly summarize what I haven't processed yet. But if I have processed it, then maybe I can. You know what I mean? So sometimes people get mad at me that I don't just get to the fucking point. And I'm like, I'm working on it. Give me a minute. I don't know. But yeah. So yeah. I want to actually spend most of this live stream watching exposure videos. Wait, I said I also wanted to give advice on the community issue. I think I did kind of earlier. But like, okay, how about this? Here's the advice I would give, like, if Andrew wanted to, improve his relationships, right? Or maybe Josh, or people who have aligned with that. I would have them examine, why are they arguing so hard to talk to teenagers? Because those arguments have been made in the messages Andrew sent to Isla about me. That was covered in the What Does the Mono Brand Represent live stream I did. So yeah, I would examine, like, why are you making these specific statements, right? I would take accountability and own up to it. Like, he's denying that they're both denying that the screenshots I have are valid evidence, but it is. Like, this is all proof of, like, I was there for a lot of this, Isla was there for a lot of this, like, this is all real shit that happened. So I just, yeah. So they're denying that the screenshots are real, or that they're valid evidence. They're also just kind of gaslighting in general and shit like that. So for people like that, for Josh or for Andrew Moreno, I would look at the evidence, admit that this actually happened, right? I would examine, why do you think that men in their 40s should be engaging with teenagers? Yeah. In terms of how they keep invalidating mixed natives, you know what I'm saying? I would look and think about the racism and the genocide of that. Because mind you, this is my dad, but they keep claiming that because this is my mom, that I'm only white. And I am white. There's nothing wrong with being white, but they're using it to dismiss not only the fucked up things that Andrew said about my sexual assault, but also the fucked up things that Andrew has been saying about dating teenagers that I have messages and evidence for. So for them, they would have to actually take some accountability over those statements, admit that those were wrong things to say. if they wanted to improve any public goodwill, continuing to gaslight and double down on those problematic statements won't help them. If they first admit what they did wrong, and then they start taking accountability, they ask the community what can they do to better serve the community, to learn, that they actually read resources into the factors of missing and murdered Indigenous women, into the factors of rape culture, and to how what they're saying ties into vernacular, but that by definition fits the definition of a rapist apologist. And all of my sources for this are also linked in the What Does the Mono Brand Represent video. I did start off, like the first 45 minutes of this video is me going into sources on some of the theoretical concepts that I'm discussing right now, and the definitions, and backing up why I'm saying what I'm saying now. It comes from those sources that were referenced in the What Does the Mono Brand Represent video. Did I ever roll my fucking intro, y'all? Or did I just start doing this? Honestly, I can't remember if I even did an intro this time or not. That's hilarious. Anyway, but also, if they were to admit that, and if they were to start making efforts to call out other people in the community making similar claims and engaging in similar problematic behavior, and if they were making amends and apologizing to the people that they've harmed and made these harmful statements to, and if they were showing that they were doing their due diligence, and if they stopped these actions going forward, and they maintained a good path going forward, then eventually 5-10 years from now, yeah, some people may not like them because of what they said or did before, but there would be a lot of people who look at them and they're like, okay, these are people that are taking accountability, that are changing, that are working on themselves, that are trying to grow, learn, do better. But if they continue down this path, they're just going to keep surrounding themselves by people who support and enable what they do and help them cover it up. And to a point, their circle will continue growing because they'll always have the people around them. But on another level, they're going to maintain that retention where there's a lot of people who eventually see them as problematic and move away from them because of the unethical statements and things of that nature. I for real cannot remember if I wrote my fucking intro, y'all. That is fucking crazy. I feel like I wrote that. I totally did that, right? Because, bro, anyway, it all blurs together. Fuck it if I didn't. Anyway, so let's share. Wrong button. I was just talking about that, but I didn't mean to hit it. So I went over the review of everything that we covered before. The playlist is linked in the description of the video, and all the videos that I've mentioned are in that playlist. So yeah. So next up, on TikTok, I had posted all of the screenshots of all of the messages and the proof of what Mono had said about my sexual assault to Isa. All of that was previously posted on my TikTok. However, I'm sure that they've been very happy with reporting because my post got removed. I had previously appealed it, but now this time the appeal is unavailable, which I find interesting because the only things that I believe would be against community guidelines in that post is what Andrew Moreno, aka Mono, said to me. So yeah. I also have this video right here on the left that I'm kind of in front of right now is from the live stream that actually Exposure or Nobody got a better visual of. And so I'm going to play Nobody's version because my version, I will be much louder than the people in the panel versus Nobody took a video of the panel. So I'm going to play that. When it comes to this situation right here, you see Josh put not guilty over and said exposing the truth Monogate over his live stream. So just putting that out there, like he was heavily defending, in my opinion, Mono. So that's kind of like what I got from the situation. And I just want to put that out there, like, so. I don't know. It's something that made me feel personally extremely uncomfortable. Yeah. 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 So, I think those are kind of the updates. My TikTok post was removed, but where you can find those screenshots is in the what does the Mono brand represent video. It automatically started playing, sorry. But in this video, like you see right here where I'm posting all of these, okay, here I have all of the sources that I mentioned before. So for all the ideology that I've been discussing, my sources are linked in this video. And then in the rest of this video, I go into messages and proof of certain things that were said. So all of the messages are timestamped, and these messages are what were removed from my TikTok, where I was proving a lot of the messed up things that Mono had said, not only about my sexual assault, but also where he was trying to argue that there was nothing wrong with men his age dating teenagers. And he was also arguing that if a 19-year-old shared nudes online, then they were not an actual sexual assault victim. And he has continued this narrative of somehow dismissing my sexual assault. And I wasn't even 19 then, but you know what? And I wasn't even 19 in those pictures, doesn't do everything. I don't even know where the fuck he's getting that from. Like, he keeps dismissing my sexual assault for some fucking reason. Ever since I started calling him out for basically doubling down on talking to teenagers. Yeah. So, now we're gonna actually get into the just nobody content. Fucking, and kind of spend most of the live stream on that, and then in the conclusion at the end, I'll try to remember to just talk a little bit more about what else we'll be going over upcoming in terms of some of the videos and live streams I'll be doing. But yeah, fucking, so I want to start off, because I don't know if we'll have time to do everything today, but I want to start off with the Monogate videos that I had just mentioned. And also, I'm going to just get to it, but I have more evidence that I'm going to show related to this. And I'll just get to it when I get to it. But obviously, I did get, like, pretty upset in this live stream because they were saying some fucked up things to me and about me. And yeah, I just find it quite triggering, the ideology that they are upholding. Honestly, I might do just the one I was in today. Maybe we'll do both. I don't know. We'll see. Hold on. We're going to play this. I'm going to put a live caption on. Make sure that's on. Apologies. Okay, I think that is on. And then we are just going to put this here. Okay. Apologies, this is muted. Let's take it from the top.
What? I don't got
That's crazy. That's crazy work for her to
I
say
think
she don't
if
want to cheat
anybody
on
had
her.
to be, it could have been Don Chewy.
The Great Wolf.
That's who you got the phone number from. That's who you got the phone number from. I remember that name.
Yep.
He used to be on this side of the tracks. He don't come around no more.
Yep.
Hold
They
up.
all
So
were on
Grey
that
Wolf
side of the
gave
track.
he gave you the screenshot. How'd you get it?
Yeah, he gave me the screenshot.
He did. So he gave you a
Mono in
screenshot.
here
He
now.
didn't
Mono
play.
in here now. Shit. Mono, I'm trying to
There you
figure
go.
out if anybody got proof. I keep asking for screenshots and text messages and shit, but
Nah,
I ain't
you need
seen
the
it yet.
girl. That's all you gonna get. The only proof you gonna get is the girl herself.
Well, I'm talking.
Yeah,
I don't
we
want
need
like a
her to
word.
come.
I don't want like a word. She can come over here and I can ask her questions, but I don't want like a word versus word situation. I want
Is Wise still here?
receipts.
Oh, go ahead.
You know what I mean?
He actually actually doesn't want receipts because he didn't. When he looked at the receipts, he said it didn't fucking matter because he didn't care if Mona was talking to teenagers. He only cared about if the teenager was underage or not, and he didn't care. Actually, I don't remember if I told him this because I was so upset about other things that were happening that maybe I forgot to get to it. But he was really upset about he didn't care about what happened to Tiana because he was claiming that Tiana lied about her age, right? Which we know she did do. But he was he was claiming that's why he didn't care. But what I don't think he knows, or if he does know, then he doesn't care. But I don't think I got to tell him this part or show him the evidence. I do have evidence of a different teen claiming Mono lied to her about his age, which I find quite interesting. Quite interesting. But yeah.
In the end.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys gotta talk. You guys gotta talk to her. She's the only one that can get those receipts. Cause she ain't never gave me no receipts. She never liked me.
Don Chewy's the one that's her friend, even though that's weird. All them women over there in Don Chewy, that's her people over there.
Who they
Yeah,
bullying now?
yeah, my thing is nobody cared when I was exposing this shit way back in the day. So I don't know why anybody cared now. You know, it's crazy.
Cammy, who they bullying now or what?
Oh,
Hi, Carmen.
is this Miss Black?
No, this is
I'm
Manny's baby mama.
I'm way older than 16, bro.
That's Manny's baby mama, Josh.
So do you have like any receipts of Mono allegedly talking to this 16-year-old girl?
No, I don't know, but I know everybody. I know he that got outed because of everything that's going on. I don't know anything about this. I don't really speak on topics like that, but like if he's getting outed by everything, it must be true. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I don't want to speak on that because I don't really know too much about it.
Okay.
Well, somebody invite Don Chewy back. He's the one that has some receipts.
Well, they say your baby daddy was arguing with her behind the phone. Yeah, what you say, Kentucky?
I just got a message. I just got a message. They said Deaf Child has all the receipts.
Well,
Yeah,
isn't she in here? I just seen her a while ago.
I think she has more information than anybody.
Hey, let me share the live to Midwest. I think he might be live, but Midwest has been doing lives on this. He's been breaking it down and everything.
Well, that nigga, that hell.
So I do have a lot of evidence of different things that were said, and I showed that. But they didn't care about my evidence because it wasn't evidence of him with the teenager. But to me, it was because he admitted to talking to her. But then they said that because she lied, they didn't care. But they were also saying other fucked up things, and Andrew was arguing with me, and it was like a whole debacle to where I don't think I got to also show the evidence of where Andrew Moreno also lied about his age. So I showed proof of him talking to 2 teenagers, and they did not give a fuck. And to me, I find that very alarming. I think he was looking for me to show evidence of messages directly between Tiana and which is teenager number 1 and Mono, which I do not have. But what I do have is multiple videos. I think 3 videos that we went over in these live streams. Because in my review, I didn't give y'all full review like I mentioned of everything we covered, or we'd be here all day because there's so much material. But we've also covered other live streams where this was discussed. And so 2 of those live streams, that clips, I don't know if they're the same live stream or not, but 2 live stream clips we reviewed are from Toxic TikTok. And I also have another one that was sent to me of Tiana and Don Chewy's live that we went over too. So yeah. And I'm pretty sure we did that one in one of the bingo ones. But yeah, so I have multiple videos of the 16-year-old. I refer to her as a 16-year-old because she says she was 16 at the time she was talking to him, if I'm not mistaken. So she's now, if I'm not mistaken, a senior in high school. Like, she 2025, 2026 is her senior year of high school. That's teenager number 1. Teenager number 2 is Cyber Cheese. That one is 19 years old. And even I was confused as to who people were talking about when this first went down. Because, yeah. But we also have evidence of where Mono admits to talking to teenager number 1. And he admitted that to me himself. And I have that in writing. And I showed that, and Josh didn't care. Because he claimed that teenager number 1 lied about her age. But I don't think he knows, and if he does know, then he must not care, that Andrew Mono lied to teenager number 2 about his age. And I do have evidence of teenager number 2 saying this. Now, when I showed proof of teenager number 2 as well, and how it was problematic for what he, also proof of what he said about me, and how it was problematic in that context for him to be dating teenagers, Joshua was calling me a white woman and defending Andrew for what he said, which is real fucked up, in my opinion. Because he was defending Andrew and gaslighting me about my sexual assault. And I'll pull up the screenshots again in a bit. How about that? Oh. Exposure says that he has a video where she specifically said the words that she's been dating Mono since she was 16 years old. Yeah, didn't she say that in the part 1 of the first Don Chewy live stream that got released on the Toxic TikTok panel, if I'm not mistaken? I mean, not Toxic, it was Don Chewy panel, you know what I'm saying, on Toxic TikTok before Unveiled. You know what I mean, read my fucking mind. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking, you know, we're just gonna keep going, and I'll show you guys in a minute.
That's the worst wrong name if y'all want to have y'all information.
That's Jocko's cousin, damn it.
Midwest hell, boy. Here's the wrong motherfucker
Midwest
have
been
y'all
having whole
information.
lives about it. He been breaking this whole shit down.
Hell yeah, him and Death
Oh, well,
Dog.
shit. Now you ain't in the hole.
I just have a simple request. I just want to see some proof. That's all.
Hey.
Well, that's what we're trying to get for you, Josh.
I'll drop the death child from up here.
I mean, why isn't the young...
And mind you, we have a lot of evidence. Josh just literally supported what Mono was doing in the evidence, in my opinion. Oh. So Exposure said that BGP has said he groomed someone a few years ago. Sexual assault is no joke. I'm sorry to talk on that. I appreciate you. Yeah, I've seen them. I know about BGP because I know she has fought with a lot of people, but I haven't engaged with her directly myself. So, you know, just whatever. I don't want to make claims that I no longer have evidence for, because I used to always be like, this happened and you can check Toxic TikTok trends, but now Toxic TikTok trend isn't fucking there, so I can't fucking be like, go there for the evidence, you know. But if I remember correctly, you know, there were certain videos that were put out there about her, and so I know that, I mean, all humans have been problematic to a point, but I remember there being certain things that were kind of problematic, and I was like, ooh. But yeah, if I find evidence of any of that again, maybe I'll mention it more specifically. But in the meantime, I'm just gonna leave it at that. But I think that's why I never really made efforts to like go engage with her myself, is because I had seen her on Toxic TikTok, so I just never like made an effort to engage with her when I saw her in the TikTok streets, if you will. But I mean, I've seen her around, I've just never engaged with her. And that's basically why. But yeah, to put it out there, just to kind of be upfront about it. But not like trying to be rude either, or say shit I don't really have the evidence for either. But some being vague also and not direct. I don't know. And I feel problematic. I don't know if that's helpful or negative to say, but it's just where I'm at right now. But yeah. Let's keep watching.
Girls, it's like Jocko and I said, straight out of her mouth. That's a receipt. If she was in court, they would ask her to talk like she talked to us. That's a receipt. But she ain't
Yeah,
here.
and then
But
what
she
would
already.
happen is a jury would have to assess her credibility versus his credibility. You know,
True.
Well, I'm gonna
and
tell you this much.
Then you
Here
got
she is. Let me
Woken
be
calling
quiet.
her a liar. You got Woken
She
calling her
lied
a
to me
liar.
multiple times, bro. Like, what else am I supposed to call
all
her?
right, hold on, wait. Somebody's showing something. Hold on, let me put on the big screen. So, what is this?
Okay, let's pull up what I was pulling up. I think it was this. Okay, so I had pulled up evidence right here. So right here in this message, Andrew Moreno says, because Tiana and I was talking at one point. Tiana is teenager number 1. She is the one who was allegedly 16 years old when Mono started talking to her. Allegedly. Okay? That's why we've been calling her the 16-year-old. And teenager number 1, that's Tiana. Cyber Cheese is teenager number 2. That's why in this message right here, so it starts off by saying, Cyber Cheese, so they're back talking about me, what I miss. Mono. She said I'm chasing underage black girls. Cyber Cheese said I'm not underage, I'm 19. Because Cyber Cheese was telling me and Isa and my cousin that she was with Mono at this time. However, publicly Mono was denying being with her, which I find interesting. However, we also saw videos he made about her, but anyway, and Mono said, not with you. The thing is, Miss Tiana. She said, oh, and he said, because Tiana and I was talking at one point. So right here, this is evidence of Mono himself admitting he was talking to Tiana. So we've seen in the Don Chewy live streams posted by Toxic TikTok Trend, where Tiana herself admits to a relationship with Mono, and now we're seeing Mono himself admitting to talking to Tiana. I believe this is evidence that they were speaking together. Josh does not, but he and I disagree on that. So, you know. Right here is a Snapchat group called Jaguars of War. In this Snapchat group, we have Mono right here.
Which one's
referring
Mono?
to somebody saying he was chasing underage black girls. Another teenager, I have proof that he may allegedly be talking to, said she was 19. And then he said the thing is Miss Tiana, because Tiana and I was talking at one point.
So hold on, wait, let me. What? What is it? But what does that show? I'm confused. I might be missing
Tiana
it.
is the 16-year-old. Andrew Moreno right here said he and the 16-year-old were talking at one point. That is Mono on Snapchat.
Okay, and Tiana's Miss Black.
Yeah. In hindsight, I'm like, maybe he really generally does not understand what was happening. But in my mind at the time, I had sat there for a second before I got into the panel and listened to people tell him what went down. And in my head, it's like he's aware. I already felt like he was aware of the allegations and what happened, but I felt like he was dismissing it. Maybe he genuinely is trying to process it and didn't understand. And me projecting that onto him could have, you know, hindered communication and not been productive. So I'm wondering if that's what happened. But the way I took it, because I had already felt like it was being explained to him, and I felt like he wasn't necessarily asking specific questions to me, but he was just kind of basically like, what does this mean? And then a lot of the conversation later on, he was dismissing it. All of that together, like in the moment, I just didn't feel like he was trying to understand. I felt like he was trying to dismiss it, if that makes sense, you know? Yes.
Yeah.
That's the
Okay.
16-year-old. Now, right here, I had told Andrew Moreno, because he, at this point, was going, 1 minute he was saying he was never with her, the next minute he was saying he had talked to her. And then he was also saying, okay, let me pull up, what was that? So, oopsie. I had told Mono, if the text show everything you said they would show, you should be alright, but it will get dicey when it comes to the part about her moving there. I don't know if that will go well for you, and not be dogpiling, just straight up an analysis of the situation. Mono said, I know what you mean, though she is the one who brought up the idea of transferring to my hometown university, and I understood the impression of her being a legal adult. We'll take my chances, but you know what, she might not bring that up. It was a phone conversation, who knows. So, in my understanding of what occurred, from reading all of this, Joshua did not care that Mono was talking to a teenager. He decided, since Mono thought she was of age, none of that mattered, even if Mono still thought she was a teenager. You know what I'm saying? And so that's where we have huge value alignment disagreement right there. That's just not okay with me. I don't align with that. And that goes back into the conversations we've been having on this concept, where I don't believe the law equates to morality on this, you know, but yeah. Oops, wrong one. And on phone conversation that they had discussed her moving there and living together. And I said, because he was saying that the text was proof that they were not together, that he didn't do anything, but he also admitted that they discussed living together. And so I said, if what you're saying is true.
Where's that, though, Death Child? Where's that saying that they were discussing that?
She's lying. First of all, she's lying. The girl's not.
So here I'm getting frustrated because they have Mono on here starting to gaslight me, and here he's saying, where did they say that they were discussing living together? But I had just read that. And so I was frustrated because I was like, it's right here. And I think, like, because KB was doing that, where she would basically, you know, she would deny she was in the Snapchat group. I'd pull up the screenshot of her in the Snapchat group, and she'd be like, but where am I? And I'm like, you're right here, you're KB, you're right here. You know what I mean? Like, and so I think that trauma fucking shit, like, has also got me here where I'm like, it's right fucking here. At this point, I was just like, I just read it. It was right there. So I'm like, in my head, I'm like, are you not processing this, or do you not care? And the words he used later led me to believe he just doesn't fucking care. At first, I was like, this could go either way. Like, maybe he's just not processing it. Then, after what he continues saying, I'm like, he just doesn't fucking care. But yeah, when Andrew comes on, obviously I get pissed off at that dude, but whatever.
She's 18 years old. She's not 16. See how these people lie?
And again, mind you, Tiana had said that she was 16 when she first started talking to him. So that's why people say that he was talking to a 16-year-old. Because when they first started talking, that was the case. Now, it's 2 years later, and she's 18 now, but she wasn't then. I don't know if I explained that well in this live stream because of getting flustered and upset, but I believe Joshua was made aware of that and didn't care because she's 18 now. And then he was claiming also that she lied about her age, so that didn't matter. And I disagree with this on morality as well.
She's a grown adult.
Hold on.
She's a grown adult.
No.
She's not 16. But don't lie. You came up here and said she's 16.
I'm not lying. Wait a minute.
She's 18 years old.
Mute him and let me speak.
How old is she? How old is she? Deaf Child. How old is she?
Can somebody mute him and let him speak?
No, I'm not.
Well, hold on.
I got questions. What I don't like is he's acting like just because she's 18 now doesn't mean it wasn't a problem that he was speaking to her when she was 16, which she claims. And if that's the truth, then that's still messed up, and it doesn't negate that timeline. She claims that they began talking when she was 16 and that it escalated a year later when she was 17. That is what she had claimed, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's problematic, and I don't think that anyone in their 40s or like late 30s, early 40s, like anybody old, like in this age range, needs to be talking to teenagers. I find it extremely problematic. But yeah.
During the time that these messages were taken, during the time that you was talking about this, was the girl 16 or 18 during this time?
We were talking about this right after the Don Chewy live came out when she was 18. I find that these questions are irrelevant to the actual point at hand. Was he talking to her when she was 16? Yes. If what she said is true, then yes, that is the case. And he did admit to it. He did admit to speaking to her. He's just denying like what age. But either way, he knew she was a teenager. Whether he thought she was 16, 17, or 18, he knew she was a teenager. And I find that problematic. I do not think men in their 40s need to be talking to teenagers. So.
That you showing us these messages?
She's 18 now, but she's alleged. She said she was with her when she was 16.
No, basically, what's the date?
And another fucking thing, I feel like I couldn't fully articulate anything because they never just let me speak. And so I was never, like, anytime I was trying to explain something, they'd be saying other things and it would get detracted to somewhere else. And I was never able to lay out the facts or the evidence. But I felt like they weren't trying to listen. They were just trying to dismiss it. They were, you know, they're just trying to enable him, in my opinion. I don't think they care about these social issues. Hold on. Let me speak.
No. She's 18 now.
So this is about whether or not he was with a 16-year-old.
But where's the message of him saying that he was asking to move in with her and stuff? Where's that message?
Hold on.
Where's that at? I never said that. I never said that. Never said that.
So right now, Mono is denying never saying anything about them moving in or living together. But yes, this is Mono right here in the Jaguars of War screenshot. And I have the metadata. I have the original screenshots. I can prove in the court of law that this is a real screenshot. And so Mono is saying he never said this, but he did. Mono did message this. Mono is now basically, like, I believe recently he's been just kind of trying to act like every screenshot I have isn't a real screenshot, but it is. Because him, NKB, and Andrew Abuela, and I don't know if Flo directly said this, but she seems to have stood by them all saying this. They're all denying that what was said, in my opinion. But literally right here, he said, she's the one who brought the idea of transferring to my hometown university, and I understood the oppression of her being a legal adult. So here's where, so Mono doesn't deny speaking to her. Mono claims that Tiana lied to him about her age. Tiana claims that Mono convinced her to lie to everybody about her age and that he knew her age. I don't know what the truth is there. I'm just letting you know those are the two different claims that are made. I'm just saying, regardless of which of those statements is true, doesn't fucking matter to me, because either way, I do not believe Andrew Moreno, a 40-year-old man, should be speaking to teenagers in this way at all. I don't think anybody should be giving a teenager any room to have any sort of conversation remotely similar like this, you know? It's inappropriate to me. But that's where me and this panel seem to disagree, I guess. Oh, right here. Yeah, because y'all not letting me talk. Right here, you said, I know. And at this point, and for the rest of the time I'm on the panel, I'm like extremely frustrated at them because I felt like they weren't letting me fucking speak. What you mean? This is what you said. You said,
I never told you.
I know what you mean. That is what you said.
What? Okay.
What do you know what he mean? What do you know what he mean? Mean what?
Exactly.
Right here, I said when it gets to the part where you talk about her moving there, that would get done. So do you notice where every time they bring up a point, I have the evidence to show them. I read the evidence to show them what they just asked for, And as I'm always reading that evidence, then they try to dismiss me with a whole nother thing. Well, read this instead, do this instead. And then they act as if I'm not telling what happened in a way that makes sense to them, because they're not letting me speak to just go through the material. And I will have just read something, and then they ask, where is the proof of something, even though I just showed them the proof and just read it. So to me, that felt like they either don't care about these social issues, or they're dismissing the messages as evidence of what occurred. And I know these messages are real. So to me, it just kind of feels like we don't have value alignment. And from this point forward, I was not able to effectively communicate with them because I was just fucking pissed off at them. And so I didn't continue communicating in a good way, in my opinion, because they were upsetting me with where I felt their value alignment was based on what occurred so far. I see.
Yeah,
You said, I know what you mean.
Right.
And this is talking about the teenager. No, and you were saying that it was her that brought it up, moving there.
Yes, she did bring it up.
Hold on.
She brought that up,
okay, hold on. Now the video that I'm talking about is from toxic TikTok on
Damn, I wanted to read the rest of the message.
In this video, I'm going to go back there and So at this point, he was trying to deny that she was 16. So I'm trying to bring up the toxic TikTok unveiled video because she discusses being 16 there. And I had already read them the message, and he's like, I'm trying to read the message. I already fucking read it to you, but we can go fucking back there again. But like, also the whole messages, all of the screenshots, all of the evidence are already on my YouTube channel. You can go to my fucking YouTube, pause it, and read it there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, let me get through the fucking point, because we didn't even cover everything. I wanted to show them so much more, and I couldn't because of how they treated me. You know what I mean? If you invite somebody up to show evidence, if you don't mistreat them, you'll actually get to see a lot more. But because when you're dismissing me, I have no desire to then cater to you.
A screenshot
on my YouTube.
Be careful.
In this video, Mono exposed shocking grooming allegations right TikTok. How did he get away with it this long? That's how this all started. That's how this all started.
You came up here saying that she was 16.
Hold on, I'm not done. Wait a minute.
No.
Wrong button. I was trying to bring up the evidence for that. He keeps saying that I'm lying about her having been 16. So then I'm like, let me prove that then. So, you know what I'm saying? And if they would just give me the space to speak and have muted him like I had asked, I felt like we could have had a better conversation of just me showing them the evidence they wanted to see when they wanted to see it. But them allowing me to be treated that way put me into a situation where now I'm upset.
Came up here
speak, and then I will let you speak.
You came up here saying that she was 16 years old. Okay?
Because in this video, Tiana is saying in this video...
You already lying.
I might be wrong about if she was 16 or not, if Tiana lied about that. However, I'm not lying about being told she was 16. And I had the evidence. And matter of fact, we're gonna pull that up again. Fuck it. Because, where are you at? Because, fuck, nah. He keeps trying to say that I'm lying about Tiana ever saying that she was 16, right? But in the transcript here, which is what I was trying to show. All right, right here.
So the viewers know, you were 16 when you met him, right?
Yes.
And then you turned 17 roughly around the time when you came into the.
So right here, that's why everybody calls Tiana the 16-year-old. She was just saying she was 16 when she met him. So Mono keeps saying that I'm lying. You can see why I have reason to believe that, though, right? So,
Everybody,
All right, hold on, wait, y'all, because y'all know I got ADHD. I got to follow this a certain way. Those messages that you just showed us, when were those written? When did y'all have those messages?
These messages are from December, right after December 12th, 2025. Those messages.
How old was she at that time? At that time, how old was she?
At that time, let me show you. I'm gonna tell you straight from the horse's mouth. Bro. So at the time of the video, Tiana was saying she was 18. In the video where she's now 18, she's saying that she met Mono when she was 16. They are saying that because she's now 18, it doesn't matter. Is where they're first trying to dismiss me. Yeah. I feel like once you are aware of this proof that yes, Mono was engaging this way with a teenager, I showed the screenshot already where he admitted it. He admitted to talking to her. We've now seen evidence in this live stream. Her school ID is shown. She's a senior this year. 2025, 2026 is her senior year of school, of high school. And yeah, Josh is aware of this, but in my opinion, still dismissing it, in my opinion. Because for me, it's like, how is what has been shown not enough for you to see this is problematic unless you agree with it? Now again, and I've said this from the beginning, there are people calling Mono a pedophile. I think that he's a predator, not a pedophile. Pedophile is the wrong word because a pedophile is for someone who goes after people who are prepubescent. But he goes after teenagers. You know what I'm saying? So, in this situation, I think it's still predatory, but it's not technically pedophilia. So I've said it from the beginning that I didn't think pedophilia was something he should be called. But I do see why people say that because of the vernacular he uses. He was telling Isla in message that there was nothing wrong with being with a 19-year-old. So first of all, we're going to go ahead and get through these. So, Mono, and I did a full reading, so I'm going to summarize everything. The full reading is in the What Does the Mono Brand Represent video, and I'm not going to do a full reading right now because then we'd be here all day. And that's another thing. Like, if I keep reading every single evidence, every single screenshot, every single time it comes up again, I can't even get to the new thing that happened because then I have to spend so much time reharping the old thing that I already covered and covered again and covered again, you know? But basically, Mono was saying in message, he was claiming that my dad is not native. Mind you, this is my dad. He's claiming that my dad is not indigenous, but my dad is indigenous because my mom is white. They claim that I'm not native. My dad, he's triracial. He's mostly Native and European descent. We also have African American ancestry. And I just found out about my African American ancestry. I was raised believing in just indigenous ancestry because that is just what we were aware of and what was passed down to us, you know. But yeah, and then these are my dad's parents. So, yeah, a lot of people, they don't believe that my dad is indigenous enough or I'm indigenous enough, or they think, you know, because this is my dad and this is my mom, that means I'm not native or something. But it is what it is. You know, because I've never denied being white because I am fucking white too. But people act like just because I'm also white doesn't mean my dad's not also native. And I just find that to be indigenous erasure, in my opinion. And I think there's nothing wrong with calling out mixed people for being problematic when we are. But if you're not making us aware of have a problem being problematic related to racism, if we are, then we cannot adjust. To one level, no, it's nobody's job to teach another person, but on another level, they're not going to learn if you don't let them know. And so, but if you're not explaining, if any racism was had, and if you are dismissing my sexual assault, if you are claiming that if someone is 19 being sexual, that means they were not sexually assaulted, when not only was I wasn't posting myself nude at 19 on Instagram. I was in my mid-20s, thank you very much, and technically I wasn't even fully nude, if you want to get technical. But saying that means I wasn't sexually assaulted while you're arguing for you to date teenagers, I find extremely problematic. Extremely problematic. And calling my dad a pretendian, I find to be indigenous erasure, mind you. So, yeah. I wasn't even nude at 19. So he was like saying that if I was nude at 19, that means I can't judge him for being with a 19-year-old, I think is what his point was. But yeah. And then he was saying, Mono said 19 is a legal age to date whoever the fuck they want. At what age did Taino woman get married before Columbus? I'll wait. To Isla, who is Taino or Arawak. 19 is a legal adult. So not only was he invalidating my sexual assault because he was claiming that if I was nude or sexual at 19, that means I wasn't sexually assaulted. While he's arguing to date teenagers. While Cyber Cheese is telling us that they're together, he made a post that is extremely inappropriate to make with a teenager as a man in his 40s about Cyber Cheese. He was calling Cyber Cheese. I have the live stream recording, and the very first live stream that I did just about the Mono situation, in those live stream recordings, he was calling her his caramel queen, and things like that. And I find that extremely inappropriate for you to be saying to a teenager as a man in your 40s. Yeah. And when Isla said, even if it's legal, it's morally and ethically wrong to be dating someone that young, Mono said, by whose standards, the white man? And she said, what the fuck? And yeah, and then he claimed he got fucking shot. Okay, I don't know if I believe that, but whatever. Right. And so Isla was basically like, this is extremely problematic vernacular, that's not consent. And then he said, nobody said anything about touching. That's your colonizer mindset saying that. When it comes to, should a 40-year-old man be having a relationship with a teenager? So then Isla was like, what the fuck? And she just screenshot the conversation they just had. Like, she was like, no, you just said that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. He was trying to gaslight her. And then he was saying, that's not sexual. Make it out to be what you want it to be. Still basically gaslighting her about what happened and the full thing. And then he was saying that if you post yourself nude, then you want the kind of attention, where he was invalidating my sexual assault. First he was saying that I wasn't sexual assault because I ever posted myself relatively nude. And then he was saying that if I have ever posted myself nude, that means I wanted the sexual assault attention. And then he was saying that if I was nude at 19, I wasn't sexually assaulted. Then he's saying that 19 is a legal age for him to date who he wants. And that if you're against dating 19-year-olds, 40-year-olds dating 19-year-olds, then you are colonized. And he never said anything sexual because it's what our colonizer mind is making it to be. And that sexual assault victims don't post nude. And shit like that is what the fuck he's saying. And yeah. He's dismissing, and he's saying that marriage has nothing to do with sex. And that we're putting words in his mouth like a colonizer. And I've already addressed the videos about my assaulter, but we're not even going to go right there right now. That's coming again, though. Yeah. So, those messages were also shown to Joshua. But yeah, so those would come back up again. I forgot where we were. I just got distracted by those messages and kind of triggered. So we went ahead and got that out of the way. Yeah.
She's already 18, bro. She's already 18.
But she was
This is
16 when you were fooling around with her and grooming her.
No, I was never fooling
Let me tell you right now.
Where's that at? Show that. That's a lie.
That's
I didn't even know the
girl's
motherfucker.
mouth.
Just
She told us that.
You were 16 when you met him, right?
Yes.
And then you turned 17 roughly around the time when you came into the group, right?
Yes.
And what age did you tell everybody you were when you came into the group? Because I'm not gonna lie, I never asked. I don't get involved in people's relationships. I jump in and out of lives, and I have very minimal conversations with people. Sometimes other people have stronger bonds and relationships. I might talk to this person a little more than I talk to the whole entire group, and that's the way things are specifically, right? But I remember just because.
So that's why whenever I say the 16-year-old, when they were speaking to the 16-year-old, because in this video, they say she was 16.
He did not say that. He said 17.
Hold on.
He said 17.
Right here.
Again, you're lying again.
I'm not lying.
He said 17. Did he not say that?
So just so you know, you were
never talking to her in that way.
when you met him,
Never.
right? Yes, and just so you know, you just turned 17, roughly around the time you came into the group, right? Okay.
Yeah, she lied about her age too. Why don't you talk about that part?
All
where
right.
She lied to
Hold
everybody
on.
about
I'm
her
not
age.
getting there because you don't let me. I would have fucking got there if they let me speak, but you know what? Why won't we get to the part you can't hold her accountable for that when, look right here, he lied to teenager number 2. Hold on. I get this clear. Okay. I don't think I got this very clear, but I think you can still read it. So Cyber Cheese said, so Cyber Cheese told us that Andrew told her he was 27, but the reality is he's like 40. So according to Cyber Cheese, Andrew lied about his age to her. But Mono doesn't want to talk about that now, does he? And Cyber Cheese is 19, mind you. 19. Yes, yes. And she claims that Mono told her that he was 27. But she was also still talking to him. And she also told us straight up she was going to tell him that she never told us that. So I do find that odd. And I think there's a lot of similarities between Cyber and Tiana. I think both of them had feelings for him, and both of them are embarrassed by it. And so then both of them lied to cover up the relationship they had with him. Because why would both of them, I don't know. Otherwise, it's like, what are the chances both of them made up wanting to be with him? And why would they do that? Because, I mean, it's him. I don't even know why the fuck anyone wants to be with him to begin with. But why can't they get with someone their own ages? Like, ugh. But, I'm just speculating here. That's all hearsay and bullshit. Ignore that. But I find this very odd. So, mind you, Cyber claims that Mono lied to her about his age. I didn't even get into that, though. I didn't even get into that in the stream. But you can't be all like, oh, she lied to me about her age when you did the same damn thing. And Mono claims that everybody's lying about him. That nobody else's perspective is true. That everybody's lying. So, yeah. speak.
No,
Now
she
mute
lied to
up
everybody
or
about her age.
drop or let me speak. Mute. And I wanted to get to the rest of this, but I got so triggered by Josh at the end of this that I didn't even do that because of how he allowed Mono to mistreat me, how he was disregarding the fucking evidence. It just led me to believe he has value alignment with 40-year-olds talking to teenagers, and we just don't have that value alignment then. You know what I mean? I can't speak to him for him if that is the case, but that is what I believed based on what occurred. Drop or let me speak. Okay. Now, I'm gonna go through this. You don't even let me go through my evidence. Now, so, I don't know how old she is, okay? Because one minute they say she was 16, the next minute they say she was 17. She said herself in this video.
You came up here saying
I call her the 16-year-old because he has taught to 2 teenagers, and that's how I differentiate them. They both claim that at 18 they were still talking. So they were both like, one of them just turned 18, one of them was 18, just turned 19. For me, it's like there's teen 1 and there's teen 2. Teen 1's the 16-year-old when she came in. Teen 2, she's now 19. It's just how I've been thinking about them. But they don't even fucking let me speak because they didn't even give a shit, in my opinion.
that she's 16. No. When you came up here already saying that she's 16, bro.
Because that is what I refer to her as.
But you're not. You said it that that was the truth.
But the 16-year-old and the 19-year-old. So I think of her as the 16-year-old because that's how old she said she was.
Where's your evidence?
And I think of the other one as the 19-year-old.
Now,
let me speak.
You're a liar.
And I have the evidence.
Let her speak and then you can rebut. Then you can rebut. Let her speak and then you get your chance. Let her let her speak.
So here in this Snapchat group, what conversation took place after this video.
Okay. So that was after the video. Okay.
Yes.
So can you help me understand where in there does he say like he was talking to this girl while she was underage?
So I call her the 16-year-old. Right here he said, because Tiana and I was talking at one point, this is Tiana. So she was saying they were speaking. Here he said they were speaking. Okay? Now hold on. So here, I'm over here like, look, he admitted to speaking to her. She claimed she was underage. He's over here, I think he only cares if Mono was aware or not. He doesn't seem to care if Mono was talking to teenagers generally. Mono was aware he was talking to a teenager. Because at no point did she not claim to still be a teenager. And I think that alone is problematic. So they're all harped up on whether or not he's a pedophile. I don't care if he's a pedophile or not, because to me he's still being a predator. I think that they're both wrong for different reasons. But I think that people still need to be vigilant about a man in his 40s going after teenagers as well. So for me, this is the damning evidence for them. And because I care so much about why I don't think men in their 40s need to be going after teenagers, for me, I'm like, this is evidence he's doing something wrong. Because to me, that is something wrong. I think they're more caught up on whether or not he's being a pedophile. I have said from the beginning, if you watch all of my videos, from the beginning, I have said he's not a pedophile. He just goes after teenagers. And I said that in writing to him. That's one of the Snapchat messages that we go over. So, yeah. They're claiming that if he's not a pedophile, then he did nothing wrong by talking to a teenager. But I heavily disagree with that. Yeah, it matters in terms of labeling what the specific action he did was, But just because he wasn't, that doesn't change the harm of this. And so I think maybe that's that. And also where I was saying previously, like, I can see why people were calling Mono a pedophile. I've also said I disagree with it. And here is why I disagree with it. Because when you call somebody a pedophile when they're not a pedophile, if we stuck to only calling him a predator, then there would be no room for people to be like, oh, well, see, you're wrong about what he did. You know what I'm saying? So right now, Joshua is I don't know if his name's Joshua or if he's just a Josh. That just came out of me because my old roommate, his name was Joshua, and he preferred Joshua, and so he would get mad anytime someone called him Josh, and so now that just comes out of me by default. But anyway, so Josh, he was really hung up on whether or not Mono was a pedophile. And for me, I don't give a fuck about that label or whether or not he was talking to someone underage, because if you're a man in your 40s talking to teenagers at all, I find that problematic. But I think that's where we have value misalignment at, because there's no need to get harped up on that discrepancy, if you understand it's wrong for a man in their 40s to talk to teenagers. I'm just putting that out there. Right here, he was denying anything sexual having happened between them. And I was telling him, if that is the truth, then you will be fine on any sort of investigation, because he was denying that she was underage and he was denying that anything sexual happened between them. And I said that. I also said, because y'all had discussed moving together, or her moving there, that will get dicey, because that does not look good. And so he said, I know what you mean, but it was her idea is basically what she was saying. He said, she's the one who brought up the idea of transferring to my hometown university, and I understood the impression of her being a legal adult. Okay. Now, all right.
So he's saying that he thought.
Hold on.
He's saying that she was a adult.
A legal adult. He understood for her to be a legal adult. Can you read that part again? He said.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand that.
He said what?
Because she, in this video, it tells everybody that she was actually 16. No. So, the part I was reading, oopsie. All right, I think I already covered this with you guys, so I was just reading this part. So, I was trying to remember how I told you guys before that, like, in this video, she was claiming that Mono asked her to lie. Where is it? Right here, I'm going to play this clip. So, Tiana was claiming that Mono asked her to lie about her age at one point. Let me play that.
But he told me, he was like, just tell him that you were scared of him. And when that shit first popped up, I was like, see, I can't do this. I was like, that's wrong. Like, I can't lie. And he was like, just tell them that, you're this age and you said that me and you are together because you were scared of him and stuff. And that's what he told me to say.
Wow. This is unacceptable. It's very unacceptable. Again.
Sorry.
Nah.
Oh, wait, no, wait, hold on. That's what Great Wolf told her to say, is what this says. Great Wolf was in her DMs when she was 17, and he said, just tell him that you're scared of him, and yeah. And then she was saying that the first year, nothing sexual was brought up until this. Hold on.
I would say until maybe like a year. That's when I was 17. He was talking about like wanting to have kids and stuff like that. like saying, oh yeah, and if we have kids, our kids can get enrolled into this tribe, and like I'll just be like, oh, okay, but like it's like I'm not thinking about kids at this age. Like I'm not thinking about kids like at this age at all. So sometimes that would be awkward because like I'll be like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool, but like in my head I'll just be like, is this gonna work out? Because you want kids, but I don't want kids. Like I'm 17, that's not even on my mind right now. At the time I was 17, during that time when those conversations were had.
So she was saying she met him when she was 16. Those conversations happened when she was 17. Then she said it was Great Wolf that told her to lie to the group about her age, or let them know that she lied about the age, because she was scared of him. So right here is when she starts talking about Mono again. Hold on.
Unfortunately, like we didn't necessarily believe all of the rumors and stuff like that, because Mono is good at one thing. He'll make you believe something because he'll reiterate it over and over and over. And then what he does is he makes you feel sorry for him. He makes you feel sorry for him. Like he's a victim, And it's just unfortunate because he's not that way, and he's not the victim of anything. He's an aggressor. He's been the aggressor the whole entire time. My bad, Miss T.
No, you're good. I was just saying, like, another reason why I guess he didn't believe that I was 16 and he probably thought I was younger is because he made a comment one day. He was like, you're tiny for your age. He's like, you're small for your age. And I guess that's why he didn't believe that I was 16. I'm guessing he thought that I was younger than 16. And I was like, no, I'm 16, because he kept asking me. And I was like, well, maybe it's because I have on makeup and a profile picture that I had on my TikTok account at that time.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was like, are you sure you're 16? I was like, yes. Like, what do I have to lie for? Yes, I am 16. And that's when he was like, oh, well, he was like, you're pretty small for your age. And I was like, at that time, I didn't think anything was weird with that.
Yeah.
And yeah, he would just do stuff like that, and that's really all that happened. There's more stuff, but like since like hell, this was like for like 3 years. I'll probably remember some stuff like just a little bit later on, but
We'll talk about that.
yeah.
And I just wanted to reiterate and ask this question right quick. Like, what made you, besides me asking you yo, like, can you please be honest with me and tell you what your age is? Besides that, like, what made you come forward? Like, what made you say, you know what, like, I'm tired of this shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Because I was tired of living a lie. Like, it would be certain stuff. I would see relatable videos about people talking about, being a teenager, and it's like fuck, I really wanted to repost it, but I couldn't, because anytime I would want to repost something on TikTok or especially on Snapchat, he would tell me, why would you post this? Why would you post this? The group is gonna see this. Did you block them from your story? Make sure you block them, and make sure that they can't see it before you post this. Like, it was so much stuff I wanted to post, and I was just tired of having to like fabricate this lie to y'all and like be like, oh yeah, I did this.
So in this video, she was claiming that Mono knew her real age, Mono knew she was 16, and that Mono was the one who got her to lie. That's what she claims. So now Josh claims that because she lied to everybody about her age, and because Mono's claiming that he didn't know her age, that he doesn't believe her. And I think that it's interesting because a similar thing is done with the Cyber Cheese situation. I believe he convinced Cyber Cheese to lie about if they were together or not, so that way it reduces her credibility. That's what I believe he does, in my opinion. But I could be wrong about that. It's just how it looks to me, and I hope you understand why. But yeah, because I find that quite interesting, it's his word against theirs. And what would be the chances that, they're both telling the truth? So.
I know, but I'm talking about in the messages between y'all.
Go back.
I know, I'm getting there. Listen, hold on, let me speak. In this video, she admits that she told everybody she was 18, but she was actually 16. Right?
Okay, so she
saying,
lied. She lied to him.
She lied.
Exactly. Now,
oh,
hold on. Let me speak, y'all. Because I've got a lot to show you. I wanted to show them everything. I wanted to show them the statement I just showed you guys, which I didn't get to do. I wanted to show them what I already showed you guys where Cyber Cheese told us, that he lied to her about his age. I wanted to show them all of those things, but because it kept getting sidetracked and detracted, I never got to get there, which is unfortunate. Wait a minute, because we're not done.
No, she knew. No, wait a minute. Stop real quick, Deaf Child. He knew. There's a video recording out there where she states, he asked me if I would shut up, Mona.
No, I never
Shut
knew.
up, Andrew.
This is the conversation
Shut
that
up.
we're having. No,
there's a video.
And she's absolutely right. And I just showed you guys some evidence of what she's speaking on. And yeah, we just never got to get to it. But you know.
I'm going to try to find it right now. I'm going to try to find the video.
Man, I need you to come with evidence. I need you to come with evidence why Deaf Child talk. Just pull up your evidence, ma'am. Go ahead, Deaf Child.
Moni, I got you. Give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Okay, thank you.
And the reason I was saying I got you, give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, is because I knew she was talking about, if not this clip, then maybe something like it. And I knew what she was talking about, and I was like, I am so ready to pull that up, but it just didn't get there. So I'm sorry about that, if you see that, but yeah, I wanted to get there.
Thank you, Deaf Child.
Okay, so KB was saying she has to prove she told you she was 16. He said she only knew her whenever she was 17, to my understanding, that he met her, she was 17 according to her statement, and that he met her in December of last year. So y'all have to figure out that timeline. Now, right here, I was saying, so he was saying that they were blaming him for talking to her, even though he was talking to her. Okay, now, hold on. Now we got to get into Team 2. So, Mono posted this video with the Bitmoji. And I find it relevant because the way that I believe the way that Team 1 claims that she was convinced to lie for Andrew Moreno, aka Mono, is how I believe teenager number 2 was kind of convinced to the way that Teen 1 was. That's what I believe. I believe it's a pattern. And of course I could be wrong, but I thought that's what I believe this evidence showed. And so the first thing that I showed was this video that we've gone over before. And so, yeah, I'm just going to play it muted because you're about to see it. But in this video, it's got both of their Snapchat Bitmojis, Mono and the 19-year-old. And it's got the 19-year-old caressing Mono's face as if she were coming to kiss his cheek or pressing her lips against his face. And so this type of video I found inappropriate. A man in his 40s shouldn't be making this type of aesthetic with a teenager. And in a live stream, I had pulled this up on Mono's profile, so you can see it was posted by him. I can't remember which live stream I did that on, but I had done that in a previous live stream. And so that's one of the first things we pull up here that we're about to look at. Hold up.
Yeah, that's my friend.
Wait a minute, I'm not done, Mono.
No, we're talking about Tiana. Don't go into another.
I don't think that any man around 40 years old should be posting this way with a teenager. I find it inappropriate.
We're talking about Tiana.
That's the Bitmoji of Cyber
We're talking about Tiana. Yeah, that's my homegirl. And she's 19, by the way.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Now, the next message that I pulled up would be here in this message. Isa said to Cyber, and mind you, this is Cyber's Bitmoji up here. So, Isa said to Cyber, Mono has been telling us that you never told us you were in a relationship with him. I've not come forward with screenshots. Cyber said, don't present any screenshots yet. I'm about to call him right now. But he told me today you're upset with him and told me to call him when I had time. So you see in that previous live stream, Mona was claiming they were just friends. So why would you still be friends with someone if they were lying about you? Because he's aware that Cyber Cheese told us he was 27. Mind you, because hold on, let's go back to that real quick. He's aware that you know, we know that I just want that evidence recorded because she's gonna. He knows that we're aware of this. Cyber Cheese told us that Mono told her he was only 27, and Isla said, I don't know. But anyway, I just want to put that out there. We're going to get to other messages. Hold on. So he was lying about his age to Teen 2. Isla messaged her. We'll get to this. That Mona was saying that they were never in a relationship together. And Cyber was saying, after Isla said what game was being played, we're confused. Cyber said he probably said that because this was private info that she only told us. We're the only ones that know. When Isla said, then why is he denying it? Then Cyber Cheese said, because he probably said no because he doesn't know that she told us. So if anyone said no, but he said he was going to say no unless she said it was okay to tell them. And then Cyber Cheese, this is between Cyber Cheese and Isla. Cyber Cheese asked Isla not to say anything else to Mono. So, and then and then Cyber Cheese said, did he lie to you about his age? Cyber said, got to, because I didn't know he was in the 30s, just thought he was nearing. So apparently, I don't know, some people say he's in his 40s. He told me in 2023 he was 35, and I have that in text message. Some people are now claiming that he's past 40. All I know is if he was 35 in 2023, then he has to at least be 38 now, and he has to be like 40 years old, about 40, you know? Or like, you know, I don't know. So I just don't think a man his age should be talking to teenagers in this way. I find it inappropriate. I don't think there should be any room for a teenager to assume these things. And if there is, you shouldn't still be friends with the teenager. If you're not actually engaging with the teenager in a romantic way, why are you still calling that your friend whenever she's saying that y'all are together? You know what I'm saying? And mind you, he was aware because Cyber was saying, I'm going to go talk to him and say and tell him that she never told us he was 27. So therefore, he's now aware that we are having these conversations with her. So why would you still be friends with somebody if they were going around telling everybody that you lied about your age if you didn't lie about your age? You know what I mean? And mind you, at this point, the time of this live stream, this video with this evidence has been out for a minute. So I believe he's fully aware because he had a problem with my video. So didn't he watch it? Okay, let's keep playing and then I'll keep reading the next evidence that comes up.
Let's talk about Tiana here. Come on, man. Let's clear that up. Stop.
And again, I think it's relevant because I believe that if you look at the pattern of how teenager number 2 is treated by Andrew Moreno, aka Mono, I believe it fits how teenager number 1 was treated, in my opinion. And I also believe that if he said what he said about me, thinking I was 19 when I wasn't, that reflects how he would treat a teenager generally, in my opinion.
Fucking jumping around. This is what you guys do.
I find it funny that it says stop jumping around, this is what you guys do. Like, what are you talking about? The most jumping around I've done is because they kept the tracking me. They wouldn't just let me speak. And so then I was pulling up what they were fucking talking about, because you're gonna say something I have evidence for, let me smack that on the table, damn. But don't jump everywhere and then whenever I follow that, say I'm the one jumping. But also, to act like it's not all connected is very interesting to me, because to me, my issue with you is you're talking to teenagers. I don't give a fuck if they're 16, 17, 18, 19. I don't believe a man this age should be speaking the way he's speaking to teenagers, the way he's speaking to teenagers.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you, ma'am. We can't hear you, ma'am.
You can't hear me?
We can hear you now.
I have no idea why they couldn't hear me. My phone was not muted. Nothing had changed. I don't know what the fuck was happening, but I did recently drop my phone and it's been glitching. So I'm just going to assume it maybe had something to do with that, or it could just be TikTok glitching, because sometimes it's TikTok.
Oh, ma'am.
We can. We can.
Okay, so Cyber told me that she was in a relationship with Mono, and she told Isla this as well.
Now, hold on. Who the hell is Cyber?
That's Teen 2. But yeah.
But now, I'm still looking for the 16-year-old.
Right.
This is a 19-year-old.
They're going to something else.
This is a different teenager.
Oh, can we keep, like, can we go one at a time? Like, can we finish?
Hold on. Let me show you guys the screenshots, and then I'll pull up whatever you want to see. Just let me get through this, I promise.
So you gonna?
Like, they sniff feet.
Oh, god damn it. I don't know what happened. I did not mean to do that. That's really unfortunate. I don't know how far down we were. I think we were like 6 feet in. Of you. And so you are the only ones who know. Hold on. Let me get there. Let me show you. Okay, I don't know. I think that's close enough. My bad. I did not mean to do that. Shit. What was I about to say? Oh, yeah. So for me, they asked to see my evidence. So I wanted to get up there and show all my evidence, because for the people that asked us for me to show this evidence, they're aware of the fucked up things he said and did. So to me, I'm over here like, let me just expose the problematic nature of what had happened. And all the things that arose from it. And it started with the allegations of teenager number 1, and it escalated from there, right? Now, for me, because what he said is so atrocious to me and so not in value alignment with me, with my values, I felt like what I was showing was important to see, and that this was evidence that exposes problematic behavior for what he has been called out for by me. So they had asked me to come up to show my evidence, so that's what I'm trying to do. They're so focused on only teenager number 1 that they don't seem to care about anything else that he has done, and I find that problematic as well. They're more focused on discrediting teenager number 1 than looking at all the evidence, looking at the patterns, looking at the witness statements, and looking at how the witness statements show very similar activities with what had happened, and how he was able to, in my opinion, weaponize their lack of awareness of these legal issues in order to convince them to lie. That's just my opinion based on what happened. Because Tiana claimed, based on the video we just watched here, that Mona would get mad at her if she reposted or tried to act her age. And she was saying that he was fully aware she was 16 and making comments about it. So, even if it is his word against the teenagers, whenever you're saying both of the teenage girls are liars, and teenager number 1 and teenager number 1 and teenager number 2 both say that the reason they lied was because he convinced them to, but then you're saying nothing is wrong with him for talking to teenagers, it kind of looks like you're just kind of sweeping his actions under the rug, and you're not holding him accountable. He shouldn't be in any way, shape, or form engaging with teenagers this way. There should be no room for teenagers to interpret anything he said this way. I find it extremely problematic for them to not care, you know, and because they were not letting me speak in general, at that point, I had dealt with so much of that by the time we got here, I just wanted to get through more of my evidence and show them what the fuck I was talking about. But because I'm sitting there thinking, like, if they realize the fucked up things he's saying, maybe they will realize why people are saying this is evidence against him. But instead, they're more caught up with discrediting Team 1, in my opinion. And then they discredited Team 2. They're discrediting anybody that speaks out against Mono. In my opinion, to protect and enable him to continue speaking to teenagers this way, because I believe that is something they have value alignment with. Otherwise, why wouldn't you speak out against it, you know? You guys, okay? Now, oh shit.
See, stick to what we're talking about, man. They're jumping all over the place.
Hold on.
No. Let's talk about what's true.
Order
you know
in
what
the
I'm saying?
court.
All of this is true. And for me, it's relevant because if he convinced teenager number 1 and teenager number 2 to lie, and that's both evidence, then how are we going to sit there and say, oh, we're going to discredit both of them, but we're not holding him accountable for how he influenced them? I find that problematic as hell. But they are not on the same page with me when it comes to that. And they're not on the same page when it comes to value alignment about rapist apologist vernacular as well, because I did end up showing them the messages he sent to Isla. So give me a second. So Isla said, Cyber, Mono told me that you told us that you never told us you were in a relationship with him. I have not come forward with screenshots. Cyber said, don't present any screenshots. I'm about to tell him right now. But he did tell me today you're upset with him and told me to call him when I had time. Isla said, I'm not sure what the game being played here, but I'm very confused. So he said, I mostly said that because, not gonna lie, this was private info that I only trusted you and Losfa with because I didn't want him putting the relationship over TikTok. He did say I could tell anyone I wanted, and if I wanted him to tell anyone, he would. So I only told you and Losfa, so he didn't know that he didn't know that you knew earlier. Today I informed him that I did tell both of you, and so you are the only ones who know. And Isla said, I'm not sure why he's denying it to me.
Is Cyber Cheese underage?
She is 19. It's what he says about teenagers.
Okay.
Hold on. Give me a minute. So he denies being with this teenager, but she says that they are together. Okay?
But she's 19 though. You can't. Teenager, okay. But
that's still problematic. And right there, he's like, oh, but she's 19 though. Like, I feel like he's excusing it. I think it's a huge red flag. And it kind of leans towards predatory vernacular and enablement, in my opinion, at this point. And then it escalates past that in a minute.
Be 18 and
she's 19.
You could be 19
you know what I mean?
Wait a minute now.
They do it all the time with Playboy Banshee.
All right.
So,
you humping the hell out of 18
so right here, he was saying if the 19-year-old. So here I'm trying to make them aware of not only how is he now engaging with a 19-year-old this way, how he has spoken about the concept of 19-year-olds. And I already went through all these messages with you, talked to you guys about how it's fucking wrong, etc. None of this is factual. Like, ugh. I wasn't even fully nude, although I will post myself nude. I posted myself fully nude on my website. I wasn't even technically fully nude on Instagram, though. Everything's covered. But I wasn't 19. I was in my mid-20s. But even if I was 19, that doesn't mean I wasn't sexually assaulted. Like, all of this is so problematic. It's just so fucked up. But they, in my opinion, don't speak out against Mono saying this. In my opinion, they enable Mono saying these things to me, and I find it extremely problematic. Is nude, how can she claim SA victim? This is from Mono. Meanwhile, he's talking to a 19-year-old. Hold on. Let's get that straight. And I wasn't fucking 19. He's talking about me claiming I was 19 when I was in. So, I think it's a huge deal for a man who's late 30s, 40s, early 40s, depending on how you spin it, to be talking to teenagers this way. And to not only be talking to teenagers this way, but be saying the things he said to Isla about me and about the concept of teenagers. They disagree with me on that. They don't think it's relevant. I do find it relevant. I do find it connected. I think that comes down to value alignment entirely.
But you were never said you lied. Your own twin said you lied. Your mom said you lied too.
What the fuck you mean my mom said I lied? My mom never said I lied. What the fuck is he talking about? I literally have a screenshot of my mom admitting I was telling the truth about that. I have a screenshot of that, and that's actually in the video that I've been working on about that whole situation. So what the fuck is he talking about? Where did he get that from? It's my twin. My twin actually continues to say that being fingered without consent is not rape. And she claims that only she was raped. I was never raped, is what my twin says. So that is something my twin says. My twin has gaslit me on my rape ever since it happened. But I believe the reason she did so is because she would rather make money. So she was in the community was what our businesses were built off of, you know? So she would rather have customers. Yeah, that's just all it came down to is she wanted the money. She wanted the, she didn't want to speak out. And, you know, that's my opinion. But, yeah. My mom has always said it happened, though. She just also supported my sister. Like, whenever my sister was saying those things, my mom kept saying, well, we just have to keep supporting her because she has a child. You don't have a child, so you're going to be fine, you know? And that's another thing. People don't value women if you don't have a child. Like, if you don't have a child, you're not worth anything in society. They just don't give a fuck what you have to say, you know what I mean? Which is sad. And then when you do have a child, you're only valued to the point that you're an incubator. They don't really care about you, in my opinion, is how women are socially treated. But anyway, so it wasn't until I started speaking out again about being just against the concept of a man this old speaking to teenagers. And mind you, this all started because I said, just stop talking to teenagers. And he was like, stop taking shots at me. And I wasn't taking a shot at him. I just said, do not talk to teenagers. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. This is just like, for me, it's just wild, the value misalignment, how they act like it's not related to dismiss it, but it is related and they're just dismissing it, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Your mom says you're a liar. You never got essayed. You made up a story.
That's not what happened. And he has no evidence for that. And here's the difference between us. I've been pulling up evidence for every statement that I've been making, but no one ever asked Mono to show his evidence. No one ever holds Mono to the same level that everybody else is held. Everybody else has to show evidence, has to show proof. But then when you show your evidence, you show your proof, everybody says it's not real. At the same time, he makes all of these wild-ass, fucked-up statements about me and my sexual assault, and he has no evidence, no proof for shit, because he just says whatever the fuck he wants, and he's just trying to trigger me, in my opinion. I think he's just trying to antagonize. And you can't gaslight sexual assault victims and then be claiming MMIW. It's really fucked up. And I have those videos earlier from when he was doing that. It's really fucked up. He himself is a cause of MMIW. People like this, who dismiss my sexual assault, are part of the causes of MMIW. Women, Native women getting dismissed about our rape are how we go missing and murdered. But no one wants to fucking listen to that.
Your twin sister said the same thing. You're a liar. You've never been essayed.
My twin sister also doesn't want to admit how she's been hurt and abused. My twin sister's husband broke her wrist, and she doesn't believe she's abused. She keeps saying she was never abused and that I'm lying about her being abused. But I know he broke her wrist. I know she's being abused. I also believe that not only is money and community a reason my sister doesn't want to admit I was raped, I believe my sister can't admit she's been raped. I believe my sister can't admit she's been abused. So to bring all of that up is real fucked up. A lot of women don't process abuse. A lot of women who gaslight other women about abuse, it's because they don't want to admit or process their own abuse. And so, yeah, I just find that to be extremely fucked up and triggering. And he doesn't ever show evidence for anything. He wants to invalidate all of my evidence and say that if I show evidence, that doesn't matter because it's okay for 40-year-old men to talk to teenagers. But then he wants to say all these fucked up things about my sexual assault because I speak out about it generally, which he was not around for. So who is he to speak on for? Everything I spoke on was something that I immediately have the evidence for here. That is a...
Your own mom said, dude, I have you recorded saying that.
He doesn't have me on recording saying shit, or otherwise he would play it. That's not what my mom said. I don't know what the fuck he thinks he's making up or twisting. Now, my mom did support my twin, but that's not specifically what my mom said. And I'll go over the screenshot of what my mom said in a different video because I am working on that.
Your mom says you're a liar, and so does your twin sister.
Show the receipt.
It never happened. I have those receipts.
All right, so
where are they?
So
also, a lot of sexual assault victims are gaslit, especially by our own family members about our own sexual assault. That doesn't mean that we are lying or that we were never raped. And me discussing how my family gaslit me about my rape doesn't mean I wasn't raped. This right here is rhetoric that perpetuates the MMIW crisis. This right here is rape culture rhetoric. This right here is rapist apologist rhetoric. He is by definition being a rapist apologist right here. And so is anybody that supports him saying that, including Josh, in my opinion.
All right, where's the, I'm trying to see, where's the proof of the underage stuff?
Sort of like MMI. And mind you guys, I've already shown proof to them that Mono admitted he was talking to Tiana, and that Tiana discussed she was underage, that she was 16, that Mono knew, and that Mono convinced her to lie. They don't care. I showed him where to go look for that. He did not care. He's saying, where's the receipt? Because he doesn't see Tiana as a credible witness. But why isn't Tiana a credible witness? Because apparently they claim she lied. Well, why did she lie? She admitted she lied. That's how they know she lied, because she admitted it. She was telling the truth. So, duh. And then she said Mono convinced her to. So did... I feel the same thing happened. She got intimidated by Mono with cyber cheese and then decided to lie to protect him. In my opinion, from what I saw. And I don't understand why he's bringing my sexual assault into these conversations. Because I decided to call him out for speaking to teenagers. He decided to invalidate that I was ever sexually assaulted. That is predatory vernacular and behavior, and enabling that, and you're witnessing it, Josh, right here, and you're still enabling it, you're still saying this isn't evidence of him being wrong. It's fucked up. It's extremely fucked up. W person, while you're literally putting out these messages about 19.
Okay, 19-year-old. All right, I mean, it can be a little weird, but they're of age. I'm trying to find out.
That itself shows exactly where Josh is at. This is why I think Josh is just enabling Mono to talk to teenagers and excusing it. Law does not equate to morality. And my claims were whether or not he was speaking to a teenager. And what I said was true. And they're saying there's nothing wrong with that. I disagree. Because they only care if he's a pedophile. They don't care if he's a predator. We have big value misalignment here. I don't know what was said before I joined the comments and then the panel, because I wasn't in the comments for too long before I joined the panel. But when I came in, they were just speaking about wanting evidence generally about what Mono has done recently. I didn't realize they were so harped on whether or not he's a pedophile, whether or not he was speaking to the 16-year-old underage or not. Because for me, it's a red flag no matter what. Speaking to a teenager is off limits. Predatory, off limits. Red flag, no. This is where we have that value misalignment. And I just don't understand why they care more about dismissing Tiana as a witness than and supporting Mono, because Mono lies all the fucking time. There's so much evidence to prove he's lied. But yeah. And what I find funny is 9 times out of 10 when people are claiming that I'm lying, I have the evidence right in front of them and they're just trying to dismiss the evidence.
Underage stuff.
Yeah. No, right here though, he's victim blaming, and he's saying that if, and to me it was a huge deal that he was speaking to a teenager, not only because that alone is morally unethical and fucked up, even if there's nothing legally I could do about it, but for them to not only co-sign that, but to also co-sign the rhetoric he uses against teenagers, huge red flag, extremely problematic. We do not have value alignment.
Okay, yeah.
And sexual online.
Yeah, okay. I understand that. I want to see the underage. I know. I want to see the underage stuff.
Talking to 19-year-olds online.
Okay, they're an adult though. They're an adult, man.
That's extremely problematic. Being a teenager is the cusp of the last of your adolescence, the last of your youth, the last of your childhood. It's the transition into adulthood. And I think that basically arguing, oh, it's okay for men in their 30s and 40s to talk to teenagers if they're 18 or 19 shows what type of person you are, and it makes me feel extremely unsafe and uncomfortable around you when that's how you are.
I want to see the underage.
16.
See the problem with saying that 19-year-olds can't be sexual assault victims if they were new.
That's an issue. That's another issue. We want to see. We're here.
Even if it's another issue, that doesn't mean it's okay to dismiss it. And this is the evidence I have. Y'all asked me up to show my evidence. I'm showing you the evidence that I have. Let me go through all of the evidence I have, because I have so much more evidence of fucked up things he said. But they're more harped on dismissing Tiana than that. Even though I've already shown the evidence where he admitted to talking to her. And she admits that they were talking. But they just want to dismiss it because he wants to change the narrative now. And they're going to let him do that. I find it extremely fucked up.
To see the underage stuff.
Yeah, this is a place I do not have value alignment then, if that is how you guys
I just want to see the underage stuff. I'm not here. I'm here on one issue.
This is because, mind you, at this point, I'd already shown proof of him engaging with someone underage. They just don't care because they don't see Tiana as credible. This is a place we don't
I'm here for one issue only. I'm only here for one issue only.
And so this is Josh.
What did he do?
So it's like, why did they even invite me into that panel or into the stream then if they didn't want to see my evidence? You know what I mean? Because anybody that's been watching my streams knows what I've had in my evidence. So why pull me up if y'all didn't want to see what I have? If y'all want to see something else, then y'all shouldn't have pulled me up to show you what I have. Why pull me up just to dismiss it? Make that make sense. Make that make fucking sense. Because there's so much evidence, there's so much screenshots, and all of my evidence is of Tiana speaking, and they don't validate that. So what's the point then?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, because now you're going to try to do a white girl thing and try to blame me for some shit, right?
I don't understand where he's coming from that. I have, in this commentary, discussed the problems I have with him. There's nothing wrong with discussing if I'm white in terms of if I say or do something that is harmful to people of color in general. However, my father is triracial. All right? My mother is white. My dad is not. Well, he does have white ancestry too, but he doesn't present white. He doesn't move through society perceived as white. He does not. He's not treated as a white man in society. My dad is a trucker. My dad has to worry about what truck stop he's going to get out to use the bathroom because he can't just go fucking use the bathroom somewhere. My dad is Native American. We just found out he's African American descent as well. But my dad, most of my life, we've identified as Native American. Mixed, indigenous. So for me, I take issues of racism very seriously, and I think it is one thing to, because I am aware of how mixed people like me present white, we will try to act like that doesn't mean we don't have white privilege or have the colonial assimilation from that side of us and all of that, right? I understand to a point. People like me, you can't just think you're not treated the same as any other white person as well, just because we do have mixed ancestry. But on another level, me being mixed doesn't make me any less Native American. And my ethnicity is Native American, is Powhatan. My mindset comes from my ethnicity, comes from my cultural upbringing. And when you don't know a mixed Native person to know their upbringing, it is dismissive to indigenous ways to say that, oh, if you're a mixed indigenous person, that means you have a white mind. That perpetuates indigenous erasure and genocide. If I said something that is actually problematic with racism towards this man, I would love to be called out on it. I would love to be addressed on it so I can actually do better. However, me discussing what I have a problem with isn't me blaming him for anything. It's me letting him know these are the social issues I have with what happened. And that is that. I think whenever I'm discussing how this is problematic and I don't believe we have value alignment, for you to then say, you're just a white woman blaming me, after you have supported this man in dismissing my sexual assault, after you're arguing that it is okay for older men to talk to teenagers, yeah, it just feels like you are trying to weaponize the concept of racism to deflect from your actions, and I don't agree with that, particularly when you're being racist against me as a Native person. Like, yeah. Yeah.
I'm only here to listen to the underage stuff. What y'all are saying?
Then they shouldn't have brought me up. Then why did you bring me up? Because I have evidence of Mono speaking on predatory ways and engaging in problematic ways that perpetuate indigenous erasure, that perpetuates genocide and rape culture. That's what I'm speaking out against. And when I pull up this evidence and you dismiss it because you only care about if he's done one thing that you dismiss my evidence for, that I did show evidence for, then it comes off as if you're enabling and supporting this other problematic behavior that you just allowed on your panel, in my opinion.
Did with an underage person. I don't care about the other shit.
And here's the fucking thing. I showed evidence of him engaging with an underage person, but you're claiming because she lied, it's invalid to you. However, you don't seem to give a fuck at all that he lied about his age to the teenager number 2 because he didn't want to hear about teenager number 2. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
I want to know what was done with. Yeah, that's another issue.
You grown.
Tiny was 16. That's the underage girl. Miss
I want to see
So then I showed a picture of my dad and flipped him off because fuck it.
the underage stuff. You up here crying and complaining about.
And so then I dropped because what is the point in me engaging in this conversation with someone who enables and supports problematic behavior and someone who doesn't see the issue with dismissing sexual assault, with someone who doesn't see the issue with saying that if you're a 19-year-old, then you can't be sexual or you weren't sexually assaulted, with someone who doesn't see the issue with that same person dating 19-year-olds, yeah, we do not have value alignment. And then you're trying to act like that I'm crying and complaining about other things when all I'm doing is showing the evidence for what was said. I find it extremely dismissive, and I think it leans towards rapist apologist vernacular and behavior by definition, in my opinion.
Some other shit.
Yeah, we don't care about no 19-year-old showing the titties. No,
see, this right here, they don't care about if he's going after teenagers. That we have we don't have value alignment. And so we're Toxic TikTok, asked, how did he get away with it this long? Again, mind you, it's people like this panel that enable it and support it and allow it.
But, no, but I will say this, that it might not be the evidence we're looking for, but he's still in his, 40s? That's kind of weird.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what y'all saying. That's another issue, but...
Even if it's another issue, if you ask me to come up with my evidence, and this is the issue I have the evidence for, but you're treating me like shit for showing what I have when I'm just told to come in and show what I've got, it doesn't sound like you care about the issue. The way I was treated there is not okay. And how is it that they're gonna treat him?
Hold on.
God damn it.
What?
I don't go. That's crazy.
I was like 20 minutes in.
You're gonna try to do a white girl thing and try to blame.
Yeah,
I just want to see. I want to see the underage discussions. Y'all keep jumping around to different shit.
Okay. Part of when I was jumping around though was me literally directly responding to all of the shit they kept saying though. And then the other part was they don't understand how it's all connected because they don't see the similarities between teenager number 1 and teenager number 2 because they didn't even care to look into teenager number 2 and they were dismissing me when I was showing all of that. They don't see how it's all connected because they don't give a fuck about these social issues, in my opinion. In my opinion, this was just all about supporting Mono.
16-year-old in your group chat, Mono, did you have a 16-year-old being that you a how old year old man?
Never ever. Never
so
ever.
A 16-year-old won't in your group chat.
No such thing. No such thing ever. No. Hell no.
Moni, I think you can go back into that page that you're monitoring on and try to get that live that KB and Savage Baddie and 14 was on.
Yeah, get it. But
never,
not only
ever.
that, Miss Black said that on Jocko's panel. She said she was 16 when she was with you. She did say she lied later on. She told y'all she was older, but she was 16 when y'all were together.
When she came around their group, let me say this. Would you shut up? When she came around to that group,
shut up.
She was, shut the fuck up and let me fucking talk. Can I talk now? God damn it, nobody wants to hear. Yeah, this has nothing to do with you.
Predator.
This has nothing to do with you, bro. Can somebody drop her? This has nothing to do with her at all. She just loves to fucking stick her nose in everything. Look.
Need to come up. Shut up.
Look. When she came around those people, Don Chewy and Manny and Onpo, they had a group called the Matriarch Trusted Family. They brought her in. I had no idea who this person was. And she was 17 at the time. Okay, she was 17. They brought her in. Okay? Then she turned 18. She's 18 years old right now. She turned 18 years old. She was trying to talk to me. Did I entertain it? Maybe I did for a second. You know what I mean? But then I was like, I found no interest. We were not compatible in anything. So I stopped talking to the motherfucker, right? And I believe they used that because I stopped talking to everybody in that group. And they try to use that and try to say, hey, why don't you just say that you knew Mono before you met us?
Look at the comments.
I literally just ran to use the bathroom real quick. So to be honest, whatever happened the last couple minutes here, I missed entirely. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep playing the rest of this stream, and I might chime in just a second.
This is my thing. Hold on, wait. This is my thing, y'all. I just want to see the proof about him talking to an underage girl, knowing that she was underage. No one, you guys still haven't shown that.
Okay, if she'd come over here, she could be the proof because it would be out of her mouth.
Not really.
But also, they are aware of where the video evidence is for her, and they're not taking the time to go watch that. They just don't validate her, in my opinion. It's just really problematic.
You have to still show proof.
Yeah, that's not really. I thought y'all have like text messages.
Everybody, you know what?
And I don't understand why they want everybody else to show all of this proof, which they're then dismissing. But Andrew Moreno says all of these fucked up things, but they don't ever ask him for proof of shit. They're not asking him to prove anything. Got it.
It is what it is.
Because hold on, mind you, Andrew Moreno's never posted his messages between him and the teenagers. I wonder why.
Everybody believes this about him because of his behavior on this app.
Well,
everybody knows he's disgusting.
She just turned 18 this year, which is this year.
Not this year, not this. No, last year.
So she turned 18 last year.
She turned 18 in November, from my understanding.
Oh, okay. Beginning of November. Okay, you're right. I thought it was October, but you're right. I forgot. It's November of last year.
Oh, 2025.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
She turned 18 in 2025.
From what I'm understanding,
but she's been around them for like 2 years.
Right. From what I'm understanding, which could be wrong, Mono is saying that she told him that she was of age. That's what I'm hearing, I think.
Told everybody that she hung out with.
So
everybody.
I'm trying to figure out, do y'all have proof that he knew she wasn't of age and he was messaging her inappropriate stuff?
So she said she lied in the text message or somewhere. She said
she admitted it in the text message. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
she
what.
lied about
So
it.
we know
and then Mono said that.
So she lied before. So how do you assess credibility here if you just have he say, she say?
Right, because
in the text message, if we look at the text message, it said that she was going to move. She wanted to move where Mono was,
and Woken said
Mono
she
was like it was her ideal.
Right, Woken said she lied to Woken too. So I mean,
so basically, she was lying about her age so she can move to out there where Mono was.
Correct.
She was lying the whole time.
So I just want to see.
Did you buy her a cell phone? Because Manny was going in on her about some cell phone. Did you buy her a cell phone?
Not at all. Never bought her
anything. Anyway.
Never gave her no money. Never bought anything.
I just want to see of all the people.
Okay, so that leads me to believe where Manny was going in on her about the cell phone. That was a live stream that we watched where they were all basically blaming Tiana for if she was talking to a man, they were blaming her for it. And so that's the live stream where Manny was going off on her about who paid her phone bill. So if they've seen all of this, in my opinion, that leads me to believe they have seen evidence on this. They're just still dismissing her, in my opinion. They don't see her as credible. But would they see her as credible if they realized that both teenagers, in my opinion, were convinced to lie for Mono? Or are they just going to keep, blaming the teenagers and giving Mono a pass? And do they not see how problematic it is to co-sign the fucked up shit he fucking said to me in this live stream and how they reacted to that? And at the time it occurred, I wondered, am I overreacting? Is this in my head? But as I watched this on playback, I'm angry at them for not standing up against the rhetoric he was using. To me, that shows the value alignment they have. Because if someone spoke to that way on my panel, I would be putting them in their fucking place. Like, it's just, yeah. And I think, to a point, my white privilege does matter in these conversations, because if something does happen to me, I'm more likely to have my story known or shared, because resources for these agencies tend to go towards people that present white more than people who don't. But it's like, to act like white presenting mixed indigenous people don't also experience a lot of these social issues is something that I think is misleading and will lead you to somewhere where you're not taking account into everything everybody faces. I don't believe that anybody who is white presenting experiences racism for being white. I do believe that we can experience racism even if you're white presenting for the other ethnicities you may have. as it relates to those social issues, in my opinion, you know? And Exposure said that my feelings were valid to the fullest, and I appreciate that, because I understand if I came off as agitated or if I wasn't communicating effectively because of my emotions in the moment, but it does make me feel better that you can at least understand how I got there. But yeah, it was a lot for me to be in that live stream. But yeah, this has like about a minute left. Let's finish it.
People in the comments, does anyone have the fucking screenshots and proof? Damn.
Right. That's it. Show it, please.
Where's Don Chewy at? Somebody invite Don Chewy back over here. He's the one that
Mono,
can
you
get
can
her
cut
here.
your camera on and go into that group chat and show us. Because I'm sure you got copies.
I don't know what y'all looking for. If the girl lied and said she was of age, and then she turned around and said she wasn't of age, what kind of shit is you looking for? You already lied and said she was of age.
Hold on. Manny never said that Mono bought her a cell phone. He said, why is she 16 unsupervised with a cell phone?
Right.
Why did her parents let her? Yeah. So don't people trying to switch it around that Mono, and I'm not on Mono's side. I don't know. Like I said, Mono, I don't know the truth because I ain't in y'all's business.
I'm telling you.
What? I don't got
That's crazy. That's crazy work for her to
I
say
think
she
if
don't want
anybody
you.
has a guy, it's going to be Don Chewy.
The Great Wolf.
That's who you got the phone number from. That's who you got the phone number from. I remember that name.
Yep.
He used to be on this side of the tracks. He don't come around no more.
Yep.
Hold up. So Gray Wolf gave you the screenshot. How'd you get it?
Yeah, he gave me the screenshot.
He did.
So he gave Mono in here now. Mono in here now. Shit. Mono, I'm trying to figure out if anybody got proof.
Sorry, I just realized it was replaying. Okay, so we got another clip from the same live stream. I'm going to try not to interject as much because previously I was interjecting a bit more than I normally do because I just, you know, when you're involved in a conversation, you may feel the need to explain your part of it more, maybe. I think it's a normal social thing. But yeah, now I'm just going to watch another clip from this same live stream and we'll see what happens here. Also, mind you guys, I had previously had this like extra screen captioner thing done on that I was trying to do, but I don't know. I think it's like not working or something. I'm gonna try turning it on and off, but whatever, we'll see.
Hold on, because I heard on Don Chewy's live, Manny was asking, and actually he was being really, really rude to her on Don Chewy's live, asking her about the cell phone. So
but Mono didn't buy her a cell phone.
Mono if he was the one who bought the cell phone. No. Because Manny wanted to know who got her the cell phone. And she kept telling Manny, I bought my own phone.
Yeah, exactly. But Mono didn't buy her the cell phone. He was saying under the basis, like, how are you 16? You got your own cell phone. Who supervises your cell phone?
But she's not. Right, but she's not. She's 18.
Yeah, but the whole thing is that there's a whole video and they're looking for it right now where she admits that she told him that she was 16. She lied to everyone else because you were telling her to lie to people because you were talking to her. These are her words. These are her words. These are her.
Okay, I am so glad she's here saying all of this because I didn't get to that point because I got upset and ended up leaving, you know. But yeah, I did show you guys, we went over that, what she's talking about, that was mentioned in this toxic TikTok unveiled video right here that I keep tripping up on. The Mono exposed shocking grooming allegations rock TikTok, how to get away with it this long. That video currently has that.
Where's the receipts? Okay, show me the receipts then.
They're looking for them right now.
Yeah, because
I hope they
it's recorded. It's recorded.
No, I know that.
Everything is recorded.
But that's
everything
her word.
is
I'm
recorded.
talking about receipts. Where are the receipts? Show me physical evidence.
She lied to everyone else, but she said that you knew she was 16. You asked her a few times. Are you sure?
She doesn't have any text messages between them or anything like that. Nothing. No one has anything like that.
We don't know that. We got to ask her if she come over here.
She don't. She said it already.
Nobody believes.
And mind you, one of the things he had also said to me was that he had that their conversation that they had was a phone conversation, so maybe she won't bring it up. So, mind you, a lot of the parts where they're like, oh, does she have evidence for what was said? He had already told me that it was a phone conversation, so who knows? Meaning she would only have evidence if she recorded it, right? So, you know, who knows? But here, this admission to me does seem to imply that something could have happened, in my opinion, where Mono says this. But that's just me. That's just a personal opinion. Yeah.
No, because it's a lie. They told her, they coached her to say this. Don Chewy.
Yeah, where's so Yoda? You were trying to go see her.
Now, where's
she said she couldn't see you because her grandma.
You know what?
I know who got it. Hold on.
And they made her lie that she made a police report, which she never did. There's no police report. There's no fucking case report. No nothing.
Mono.
This is just what they told her to say. Yeah, go ahead.
Mono. Yeah, she did. She did. She made a report.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't.
Mono.
No, I did. I'm telling you, I looked into it with my attorney. There is no ever report against me at all. Zero.
There is a report.
No, there's not. Where's the case number? Show me the case number and I'll believe you. Show me a case number. We'll all follow it up right now. There's not.
No, there's a report.
No, I know.
Okay, and let me ask y'all this question. If there's a report, what is the report?
I'm pausing here because I just saw a chat here from Exposure. He said that Mono had tried to blackmail him at one point, so believes Tiana. And, you know, I obviously haven't seen that evidence besides you telling me this, but I believe you because without needing to see your evidence, because of the evidence that I've seen on how Tiana and how Cyber Cheese were treated, I do believe this speaks to a pattern. And when Cyber Cheese was first talking to me, it did cross my mind, like, isn't it interesting that some of her story really does match teenager number 1. However, there are differences that teenager number 2 told me in her story that teenager number 1 never said. But you know what it matches? The text messages that Mono sent me in 2023. And so that's where I was like, wait a minute, I do believe teenager number 2 as well. So yeah, and what are the chances of teenager number 1, teenager number 2 having such similar stories, but different, with facts that teenager number 1 never made public, that teenager number 2 wouldn't know unless he told her, and these were things that he told me. So that's where I was just like, right? And I wanted to get through my evidence to see if this panel would understand where I was coming from on that. But yeah. Exposure, I think you don't have to post it if it does make you uncomfortable, because I know that you said you were thinking about taking a break. But oh, hey, Midwest. Thank you for being here. Thank you for streaming. I appreciate you. Shout out to Midwest. And Midwest is a big reason a lot of the word has gotten out. So shout out to Midwest. It says the bird instead of the word. That's funny. But Mono, okay. Now it says the message is retracted. Apologies. But I was saying, the exposure, if you did share the evidence, you know, I think that could go a long way in, like, maybe clearing your name, because what if a lot of the reason people don't like you is because of Mono? I don't know. I don't know why people don't like you, to be honest. I'm just speculating here. What if? Thank you for being here, Midwest. Thank you for being here, Exposure. And you know, Exposure, if any allegations are true about you that you know of, then I think there are ways to take accountability to address and do better, because I do feel that you wouldn't be putting yourself out here this way if you didn't want to try to do better, even if you did make a mistake, you know? And so I do believe in your ability to be better, do better. Is, you know, like, I'm not trying, I don't know if I'm using the right words, because I don't want to dismiss you, and I also don't want to negate if anything happened, because I don't know what happened. So I'm just trying to be like, look, but I believe in you. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt unless they give me a reason not to, you know? But yeah. All right, let's keep going. How the fuck do I turn? Oh, here we go.
Port 4.
Exactly. There's not.
For
whatever. No, it's just for whatever she's saying.
Right, you know what I mean? We got to think about this
word.
logically. What did she
it's
report?
Her word against his.
Right. Is she saying that some man gave her a phone call, or like, because I'm trying to figure out what's criminally, you know, prosecutable here that happened. What would the police report be for?
For her, for him talking to her underage.
Okay, so here's the thing. Most of my evidence, there would not be a criminal, like a lot of people keep talking about pressing charges and going to jail for life. Well, that's what KB was saying in some Snapchat messages. None of that. You can call someone out and have ethically and morally different opinions than them and it not be, oh, somebody's going to jail, you know? So most of what has been said about Mono, there would be no criminal charge for. Maybe someone could technically probably get away with a harassment charge on him at this point because of the amount of shit he has said about people, you know? But yeah, like at this point though, I don't think that, but even that would be hard to do because legally, if you're a public figure, people have the right to have commentary about you. So there's like a line there as well. But I feel like, you know, like when it comes to this case, is that what they're after? I disagree with people trying to get involved on the legal aspect of this case, and I've said that before because none of us have anything to do with the outcome of that. None of our public opinion matters on that, none of it. If there was going to be a legal case, if Tiana did file a charge on him, she would have to be able to legally prove that he was speaking to her when she was 16. And if that is legally proven, if what she said in this live stream is legally proven where she was saying that Mono knew she was 16 because he was making comments about her looks and her age and her body, and if it was true that Mona was asking her not to share it, not to share with others her age, then yeah, if that is true, because he was saying that like he would get mad at her if she posted stuff that would imply her real age, and that he would tell her the group wouldn't talk to her anymore if they knew her real age, is what she was saying. If these statements are proven to be true in the court of law, then legally there is a possible charge. I don't know what specific label it would get because that can vary by state, but legally it would be possible for him to get a criminal conviction, potentially, if these statements that Tiana made are true and if evidence was actually submitted to the police. Now, I keep saying she needs an attorney as well because police, their only job is to go investigate. They're not going to protect her. They're not going to try and move the case forward. If she had an attorney, they would be able to not only help her with moving the case forward, but also coach her on if to say anything public, what to say, what not to say to protect the case. And, you know, like, but they would likely advise her not to say anything, and they would be able to connect with the police, ensure that the investigation is being followed through on and things like that. And then, but legally, if this was the case, it would be only the state attorney that actually presses charges. You know, you can't, a regular attorney would only do a civil charge, but you could still get the help from a regular attorney to help your case, protect your case, get advice to not mess your case up and things like that, potentially. So that's what I wish, you know, for her. But yeah, fucking right here though, that is what could happen if that is true. And if that is true, that I also disagree with Don Chewy putting her on his live streams because it messes up her case for her to be speaking publicly about it. I do not believe that anybody making commentary about what is already public is going to change what already happened. So it doesn't matter if we comment on it. It doesn't change what happened. You know, the only thing that will change what happened is the evidence presented in court.
Today, knowing damn well I was really somewhere else. Like,
Oops, I hit the wrong play button. I meant to hit here.
There's no him buying her. She in the report, like I said, everybody's innocent to guilty, right?
So she reported to the police that he called her.
Well, that's why we need her here.
Where's my iPad?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what's the criminal aspect of this. Like,
Right.
what
What's
is
the name of the report?
Right.
Hold on, I'm about to play the video. I'm about to play the video.
16,
Thank you. Put Noni on the big screen,
about
please.
a phone. What? Yeah, let's get Exhibit B. This is Exhibit.
Yeah, that's just her talking. That's just her talking. What they coached her to say. All you're gonna play is what they
shut your mouth.
Coached her to say. No, I'm not gonna shut up. You fucking old lady. Go masturbate somewhere.
Don't say that word. You got the live taking the last time saying that N word.
And this right here, like the way that they allow him to speak to a woman, the way he speaks to women generally, I find extremely problematic and predatory in and of itself. Like, the fuck? He should not be bringing up her masturbating at all, especially in this conversation. What the fuck? What the fuck?
The older lady right next to you, too. Shut up. Have some damn respect.
Give me a minute. Let me pull it up.
Oh, I just saw that Exposure said you uploaded a video. Okay, cool. If we have time, we'll probably get to that tonight, maybe. Fuck it.
For educational purposes.
I'll post
this guy.
Stupid ass crazy.
I would be really curious what a police report is for, because you can't call the police and just say, "Hey, some guy talked to me on the phone." Okay. What happened?
And I kind of want to hear from Tiana. Like, bring her over here with that fucking case number.
Well, where the hell Tiana at? She the main one.
And she need to bring a case number over here so we can look it up.
Where the hell is she at? Woken, go get her, Woken. Call her phone and tell her to get over here, Woken.
She's not going to provide the case number.
Kentucky, you're right. Let's look at it. We need this case number follow up. Let's go.
And a lot of us, have a lot of.
Because I can't.
Yeah, like I said, it's all it is he said, she said bullshit. They've been doing this for over a year on me. You know what I mean? Not with this, but with everything. As soon as they get mad at you, they want to call you a predator.
Oh, I think it's the other way around. Your whole page is full of lies that you've made up on women.
That's really funny coming from someone who calls people a pretendian the moment he doesn't like them.
That's what you want to do. Do you want me to put up that text messages of you talking about masturbating?
Men all the time.
You want me to post that text
stop with the M word, bro.
You know what? I do masturbate. I'm happy to let everybody know I masturbate. I'm a grown ass woman.
Come on, y'all. All right.
We gotta drop you. We gotta drop you.
Let's do some mic testing real quick. Mic testing real quick. All right. Please, nobody request up just yet. We're gonna have folks come up after we're done introducing everything that we are gonna introduce.
Let me go fast forward. Hold on.
There.
Well, what are we listening to? What are we listening to?
It's the girl it's the victim's words. This is the victim's words.
3 people up in a little bit. We're not gonna be long. I promise you.
I'm trying to fast forward it.
When you're ready. Sister
That's her word. It's what they look at the groomer, the real groomer that's coaching her. He coached her. They staged this whole thing. This whole video, they staged it. And y'all can hear it for yourselves.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No worries.
She still hangs out with this group anyway.
Shut up.
She still hangs out with them, by the way.
Let them hear it. Quit running your mouth. You ain't got nothing to hide. Shut up.
Some of the things that we're going to talk about that we're going to reveal, so, I want this to be between me and her, because I did initiate this conversation, and I'll introduce it right now. Give her 1 second. She's making sure, she's in a quiet place and
I'm sure you did.
Her full attention.
Buddy. I'm sure you did.
Let me fast forward it. I'm sorry. It's a minute.
I bet it is. Bunch of hot air and bullshit.
Thank you for being here tonight. It's Thursday. What is it? December 11th, 2025. Thank you for being here with me. I appreciate you being here with me and being brave, speaking up about your experience with a specific individual, right? I wanted to start off by saying this, right? We're here with you. I'm here with you. I know what you're going to reveal to us is tough. The things that you're going to talk about are very testy, right? And just know that, others are here to support you. And if you ever need anything, or if you ever need, to talk to anybody, we're here to talk as well. But part of the reason why I'm bringing you up, and part of the reason why we're here in this live, is to talk a little bit about what I asked you the other day. There's been a lot of conversations in the background where people have been accusing, a specific individual by the name of, Mono, right? Quote unquote Mono. And I asked you the other day.
Hold on, because I heard on Don Chewy's live.
Okay, so that was it. So it looks like they were just replaying this live stream, if I'm not mistaken. That is on Toxic TikTok Unveiled, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, that could be, this was uploaded December 12th. I think it's the same. I could be wrong. But I think that's the same live stream. So yeah, that concludes the rewatching the Mono reaction response to this whole call out. And let's see, let me refresh it, because nobody said he uploaded a video. Is that a new video? Oh, is that this one right here?
This is a confession video, more of a, I don't know how to explain it. It's my last video too. Back when I was hanging with Mono, he asked me to make an AI image of Ohitika Chris, and I did that at my own will. It was my actions.
Okay, so you did do that. Alrighty. Well, I understand he directed you to. You still did do it anyway. I see you taking accountability. Only Chris can really decide, if that's something that she could forgive you for and hold you in her space or not, I don't agree with that action. Am I going to give you a chance to do better going forward? Yes. If I see this continue, will I then call it out? Yes. But yeah, I don't agree with that, but I'm not going to harp over it either, because you've already been held accountable. You're admitting it. So from there, it's just like, I'm not the one that was impacted. So from there, there's not too much more I could hold you accountable for related to it, except for deciding, am I comfortable in your space or not, right? I am not comfortable with enabling those actions, but I will take you as a person looking for accountability and give that a shot. But from there, that does make me, if anything happens in the future, this would be a pattern where I would be like, look, this is, so then I would be probably more closed off in the future, But for now, I'm just going to let it be like, look, if this is all I'm aware of, you're admitting it, you're taking accountability. I understand if people don't like you in their space still. I'm just going to be the type of person that's like, look, if you don't keep acting this way, I won't keep bringing it up. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. Because it's like if someone is trying to fucking change, you know, sometimes I think there could be maybe a relevant reason to a conversation to mention it again, but there's no reason to make someone feel bad for their past when they are trying to change. If it's something where you're like, look, I fell into the wrong crowd, I was acting stupid, and this is what the fuck I did, and I regret it now. I feel like if someone hasn't been there, I don't believe them. I don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah.
My responsibility. And, well, I did the unspeakable. I made an AI nude image of her. But it was censored too, but I still had no right to do it. Lots of people speculate I did. Other people left and right like I'm some kind of horn dog or something. No, I didn't do more than one person.
Okay, so because you agreed to do that, other people are now blaming you for other things that get done that you had nothing to do with. That must really suck. And then no one believes you because you did do that other thing and you admitted it, you know? Yeah, that must really suck. It sucks for Chris that you did that. I feel like I wonder if that's like a karmic cycle in and of itself, like immediate kind of karma. I don't know if that's problematic for me to question though. I'm sorry I said that, but you know, it's kind of like, isn't that interesting? You did do something wrong and then oop. But like, look, life just punished you. That's fucked up though. I'm sorry, but it is fucked up to be like to be discredited, you know, when you are trying to be like, look, I know I fucked up, this is what I did, but then no one's believing you when you're being honest about what you did or didn't do, you know? That must be rough as well.
And the receipts Woken has on me, I do talk in spirals and I don't know how to explain it. I talk in circles where it don't make sense. But y'all weren't being blackmailed, so y'all have no purpose to speak. Now, for me, I have apologized to Ohidika Chris more than once. She can never forgive me.
And to be honest, Chris doesn't have to forgive you, you know? I think it's good that you did try to apologize. I don't think you should keep trying because unless it does seem more natural in the future, you know, like if she were to come around to be more amicable towards you and you felt the need to apologize again after that, then maybe that would be okay. But I don't think you should keep bothering her about that, because it's like this. Look, it's like when it comes to my sexual assault in the community and how they reacted, there are people related to my sexual assault that treated me like shit when it happened, and now they are claiming, oh, they are so sorry, yes they did that, they didn't mean it, they feel so bad, they want to do better now. And that shit hurt me so much that I don't give a fuck if they're trying to be a better person now. I can never have them in my space again because I'm too triggered by them. There's never going to be a way for them to be in my space and me be like, hi. Never. So I understand also sometimes when someone is so triggered by you, when you've done something that really did press that much of a button for them, there's just like you could shit gold for the rest of your life. You could be the most amazing person the rest of your life, but there would be nothing you can do for that person to forgive you again. And that's okay. You're not going to be a good person in everybody's perspective of you or in your interaction with everybody. It's just not going to be the case. So I think it's good to, from here on out going forward, you know, all you can kind of do is try to start with a clean slate with a different community and do better going forward and just keep taking accountability. And I believe in you going forward. It's just like for this past issue, that's pretty fucked up. It's a pretty big deal. So I don't think that you know, Chris has to forgive you. I don't think that, and I feel like if anybody doesn't feel safe around you, you've got to just kind of acknowledge, you know, it's because of not only what you did, well, it is because of a lot of what you did, but it's also because of our own histories as well, where something about what you did also touched on another part of our history to where that's now not going to be something that is going to be comfortable with you around. And so that's just going to be the way it is. But as long as you keep going forward, that's all you got to do. Oh, Kiki said the ops are watching me live. Yippee. Hi, guys. Pose for the camera. Peace. But yeah. What ops are watching, man? I didn't even mention Harley. Did I mention Harley? You know what? She may have come up in passing, but this isn't even about her. What about Mono? Fuck it. Anyway. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. My point being is I'm not trying to sit here and hold anything over anybody's head. I do understand why people don't like JT. I'm going to just, you know, for me, I feel like I just found out that just nobody is JT. Like, I thought it could be, but I didn't know for sure. But I just found that out today, right? So, seeing the work that JT is trying to do on calling out the community on these issues, you know, I do see that he is trying to do something right, make something better, make some sort of amend. And so even though I do heavily disagree with how he treated Chris, I am going to I just want to see what JT does. Like, let's just see, is it possible for people to be better, to do better? Let's give JT a shot on showing us, you know? What about Mono? Could Mono do better in the future, right? Like, I believed in him. That's why I gave him a second chance to begin with. That backfired on me. But am I going to let that then impact my ability to give other people second chances, right? Like, I don't know. So only you can decide who you want in your space and who you're going to give a second chance to. And you can't control if others want you in their space or not, you know?
Okay. It was about 2 years ago when this happened. I've just been trying to improve my behavior. I am trying to undo everything I could have done wrong. Like, not wrong, but I just trying to do better, you know? And with all Woken's receipts, I never once said the words, I am a predator. Never once. And I never will. Because that's...
You know, I think that even if you were questioning the ethics of your actions, you know, like that, someone who actually is unethical doesn't sit there and question, am I ethical? They don't sit there and feel bad about what they did. And I don't think that changes the impact, you know? Just because you feel bad about what you did doesn't change the impact of how fucked up that was for Chris. But I do believe that your mindset about it matters in terms of what type of person will you be going forward. And I do believe that the fact that you do feel bad is like a part of you wants to change and do better, you know, like, because someone who isn't trying to work on themselves isn't going to sit there and feel bad about what they did, you know what I mean? Now, I will also say a lot of people say they do feel bad about what they did, but they never make efforts to change. And so when that's the case, I understand how, you know, just because you feel bad about something you did doesn't negate the impact or mean you don't have to work on it. But I do think that the actions combined are evidence to me that you're at least trying. You're trying.
Just disgusting. I did not start on this app with good intentions, but in time, it became pure good intentions. Most of my content people misjudge for bad intention.
You know, I've had that happen to me too before though, because like one time, you know, I don't want to harp on other things, but like one time I got permission to record a live stream because I had the intention of trying to send it to people who it was about so that they could take action if they wanted to. And it wasn't perceived well by the people I was recording, even though I got permission to record, because when they realized how they looked, then they decided they didn't want to be recorded, and they were mad that I had recorded them at all, you know, even though I did get permission and I could prove that. So I also understand how even when you're trying to do something with the intention to help others, other people may not see what you're trying to do. And I felt something similar as well with that other live stream where I was trying to show like why I thought Mono was problematic with the evidence I had, and they didn't care, you know? So yeah, that can always happen.
I struggle with, I've mentioned this 100 times too. I struggle with autism, BPD, ADHD, OCD, and bipolar disorder.
Do I think this conversation of mental health is relevant to your communication style? Yes, I do. However, what I would suggest going forward when it comes to taking accountability is to separate the two. Because, yes, the explanation of this can give insight into the way your mind works for people to understand how you got from point A to point B. But when you put the two together, people who aren't neurodivergent, who don't understand how neurodivergent people process information, are going to look at that and say, you are using neurodivergence to excuse X, Y, and Z. So I try to keep these conversations separate personally for myself, so that way no one can ever be like, oh, you're lacking accountability because you're trying to blame your mental health. When that's not the case, I want them to understand how my mind processes information so they know why I am the way I am. And I'm self-projecting right now, so I think that's what Just Nobody's trying to do. But together, when you're putting it together, it doesn't, it comes with a problematic issue of then associating the two together instead of taking it as a separate issue, but how you got from point A to point B, if that makes sense. Yeah.
But it doesn't justify my actions. All I can do is better myself. To anybody that believes I've done them wrong, I'm sorry you feel that way about me. And respectfully, I am gonna leave the app, but very much respectfully, please leave my girlfriend out of y'all's stuff and take her away from y'all's phones. That's crazy.
And I do heavily disagree anytime. I agree with what JT's saying here, because a lot of times people will be bringing people into these conversations that have nothing to do with what was happening, and I heavily disagree with that. Like when you're fighting with people and they start bringing up your grandma, your girlfriend, your kids, no. No, let's not do that. You know, like to a point, I can understand. Like if someone says something fucked up about kids, and you know they're a mom, I could then understand being like, wow, how could you be a parent but say this about kids, right? So to a point, sometimes I can understand bringing in something that may be relevant to somebody, but overall, in general, as a rule of thumb, I heavily disagree with how online lately, especially, people keep trying to bring in like outside people into these conversations. It's just no. To me, that's like what people do whenever they don't have an actual argument or evidence to support what the fuck they have to say, you know? Instead, then they start ripping on your social media connections, basically.
Now that Mono's exposed, I suppose I have no reason to stick around.
I would say I understand why some people don't feel comfortable with you in their space based on the Chris situation. I understand completely. But I would also say, you know, there's always going to be, you know, whether, even if you have a fallout with one community, there will always be more communities for you to network with and meet. So just because, you know, you had altercations with certain people doesn't mean you shouldn't stick around for socializing with others. If you do want to socialize, you know, like you should still try, I think. But at the same time, it's like, I go through phases in my life. I don't want to talk to nobody. I don't want to do shit. So if you don't want to socialize right now, then don't just do it. But don't feel ran off the app just because you did fuck up. You know, like, just acknowledge you fucked up. Anytime it comes up, just be like, yes, that is me fucking up. You know, and all you can do is just give people the honesty so they can decide for themselves whether or not they're in a safe space, and let them just make their own decisions. That's all you can really do.
I'm sorry. I'm just not a perfect person. I try to be.
I'm not a perfect person. What's that song? Is that Hooba Stank? Hold on. Yeah, that was Hooba Stank. That was Hooba Stank. There's many things I wish I didn't do. Yeah. But I continue learning. I never meant to do those things to you. And so I have to say before I go that I just want you to know I found the reason for me. Okay, I'm sorry. But let's keep going. My bad.
Goodbye. This is a confession video.
Damn, I'm over here joking and he's like so serious. Goodbye. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm just a little cuckoo. But yeah, I mean, I understand. I think that is, you know, like a good way to, I guess as good as any of a way to kind of get some closure on the situation that has occurred. But yeah, fucking. So that is JT Allen's statement on the He Took a Chris situation. And again, I am heavily against what he did to Chris. If he was denying it, if he was doubling down on it or anything like that, I would probably be going off on him right now. The only reason that I'm like, look, I'm gonna just let you do your thing is because I do appreciate the accountability. Even if I heavily disagree and am against with the action, I'm going to see what he does going forward and just see how he changes and grows, or, you know, go after him. You know, I might call him out if he keeps acting this way in the future. But for now, it's like, you can only call out so many people at a time. So let me just give you the chance to do your thing, right? Is kind of where I'm at now. And I understand if you agree or disagree with that. So next up, I want to look at KB. So yeah, KB. I have 2 live streams here on KB. I'm like, damn, which one did we choose? And then there's this one too. Shit, what do you guys want to see? There's actually a lot to look at here. Okay, let's go with this KB one because I kind of wanted to see it. The KB trash talking Carmen. Let's see. Is this? Oh, this shit is muted. Hold up. Okay, here we go. God damn, that volume is low.
They secretly talk. No, I mean, it's not even a secret. They have an open relationship. They're like open. That's her D. That's her D. She told me. She's like, because she was going to break up with him because I was like, because she complains about him, that he doesn't do anything for her. He's not financially, he does nothing for her. So she complains, right? Emotionally, he does nothing for her. I don't have that problem with men. Okay? If a relationship didn't work, Carmen, it's because I walked away, okay? Because it's probably fucking me, honestly, okay? My men have money. All my men have had money. My ex was an engineer. You look up that salary, okay? I had access to that shit, okay?
And mind you, I find this very telling and very problematic.
Had a house. We have fucking everything. He pays my bills. So I'm not even, like I said, I'm not even fucking him. Before that, I had a boyfriend before him. He was a commercial pilot. They make like $300,000, okay? I don't have a problem getting money with a man with money, Carmen, okay? I get men with money. If I choose to be with a man with no money, it's because I just choose to go that route. Because I'm really not a materialistic person. And I have the resources. Before that, my ex-husband made good money. He was in the medical field. And he also taught at the university online. Okay? I live by the lake. I live in Juneau. You guys love doxing bitches so much. Look it up. I live right next to the lake, Auk Lake.
No offense to anyone from Alaska, especially my Alaskan indigenous people. I love you fucking guys. However, I have wondered, as soon as she made this statement, I was like, damn, she lives in Alaska? Is that why she acts like a cold, frigid ass bitch?
In Juneau, Alaska. A big ass lake house, okay? I don't have a problem getting a man with fucking money. I have dated men with plenty of fucking money. Men with fucking money, athletes have fucking hit on me, okay? Carmen, you're coming in here trying to make me sound like I'm a fucking trash douchebag. Because why? Because I was interested in your man? He has not turned me down for shit. So they do talk. They fuck. Because one time she told me that just
one time in band camp.
The arguments they have, just, I don't even know, because it's not even that important. It was just, I was telling her, you need to just get something better because you're not happy. And then she's like, you see, Carmen is trash. She's like, well, I got to get, she's like, oh, that sucks. Because if I let him go, I got to find another D. See, that's her D. So she's got to find another D to do the deed. So you're the fucking trash, Carmen. You're the one talking about yourself. You're the one who has fucking D. I don't have D. I have fiancés, I have husbands, I have boyfriends, I have suitors, like Manny. At one time he was interested in me, I was interested in him.
Manny, yes.
The end. Thank you. Mirella, thank you, hon. You're so sweet. Mirella is such a sweetheart, guys. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, Carmen, I don't even want to put you down, dude, but you're trash. Manny told me to stay away from you. Manny told me not to talk to you. Manny told me we were nothing alike. You faked the whole friendship just to see where I stood with him, which was nowhere, when it was nothing. Again, if I choose to see somebody or have a potential date or something with someone who has no money, apparently Manny is broke as fuck, that is my choice. Just because of that doesn't mean that I'm fucking trash. It's just that's the choice. That's who I choose. Maybe I like something else about him, which I did. He had other fucking qualities that I did like about him. If you want to know so bad, Carmen, just leave this shit alone, dude. I'm not fucking trash, okay? I respected your relationship. Stop exaggerating over shit, twisting shit. You went to these officials. You're fucking street.
I think it's extremely disrespectful to basically be telling a woman who recently had a baby that the father of their child is someone that she's talking to, and you know, like all of these things about how she can get more men and blah 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 blah. It's just coming off like extremely targeted, related to the fact that it's the mother of his child. And it leads me to believe that perhaps KB feels a way about that. Because it's like, if you have a problem with somebody, then point to what that person said and stick to that. And stick to that evidence and discuss that, you know. Doing all of this, why would you be arguing about this with the mother of a child for somebody? You know, like, it's very problematic in my opinion. And now I can kind of see like the mindset of the type of person that is doubling down on supporting Mono the way she has, and is acting like she wasn't in the group chat when she absolutely was, you know?
As fuck. So yeah, it worked. You twisted shit. I have to stay professional. But listen, your shit is not gonna fucking work for.
I wouldn't call any of this professional, and I wouldn't call the way she acted in the live stream in Midwest live stream professional as well. Like, literally, she was telling everybody, shut up, and going off on everybody. So fuck that. Like, when is she professional? None of this is. If this is professionalism to her, that's a problem.
Long, because you're on TikTok gloating about dumb shit. Stop pushing. You see what I'm saying? Stop pushing shit.
So did she just say that her reason for being upset with Cammy is that Cammy was allegedly gloating about dumb shit? What? That makes no fucking sense, to attack somebody for theoretically gloating. I don't know. This is just weird.
That's her D. She does what she said. She's like, oh, I gotta find another D. She's so fucking ghetto. She had a boyfriend when she was pregnant. She fucked some dude that she was fucking on the side. You want to talk about fucking disrespectful, Carmen? You want to talk about, oh my God, look what KB. Oh my God, she's a predator. She's just out looking for a fucking man. I can get a fucking man. I can get a rich man, Carmen. Stop your fucking dumb shit, okay? Stop. It's like you're even bashing him more, because it's like you're judging me because of what you think of him. Like, you think of him as trash and nobody. So I must be trash and nobody, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, that's what it sounds like. But listen, I'm not fucking trash, okay? I don't beg a man like you. I don't have to buy anybody anything, because they don't let me buy anything. My status of men are not like the status that you.
The way she talks about men does seem to indicate as if she values them more for what they will spend on her and less for the type of relationship she has with them, in my opinion. Like, because why do you keep bringing up how much they spend on you and how much money they have?
You pick up, Carmen. You're so trashy. You had a boyfriend. You have an open relationship.
I have made jokes about open relationships before, because I think there is room to joke about a certain type of open relationship, because sometimes I do feel that, like, when people who are originally closed in their relationship, half the time they open it up, it's when their relationship is dying, right? So I've made those types of jokes before. My experience just in the community. But when it comes to, like, I've also seen people with open relationships and polyamorous who are very loving and they have theoretically just as much of a healthy relationship as any monogamous couple. You know, I think whether or not you're monogamous or polyamorous doesn't have anything to do with if your relationship is toxic, but I do think that polyamorous relationships have more room to go wrong because of the more people involved. But I think that both can be healthy or toxic. It just depends on the people involved, you know? And so, yeah, I don't agree with this narrative of putting someone down just because you're in an open relationship. Like, I kind of can understand to a point some jokes that get made about open relationships because, like, yeah, you know, some of the stereotypes are true. But whenever it comes to just completely judging someone or making someone feel bad because they've been in one, if that is the case, that's just, it shows a lack of maturity and a lack of experience in certain communities, you know, in my opinion. Just putting that out there.
Fuck, you were fucking. I don't even, he probably has been fucking, I don't know. But you were fucking some dude pregnant. That's disgusting.
I've never been pregnant before, but is that disgusting? I don't think so, because, you know, I've heard my pregnant friends have told me that sex feels pretty good when they're knocked up. So, like, I feel like that's kind of misogynistic to judge a woman for wanting to be pregnant, wanting to have sex if she's pregnant, you know? In my opinion. Like, who gives a fuck? It's not your body.
You were pregnant. Baby's already, she's been introduced to the Black D already.
Do you understand how anatomy works? Because it's not specifically like that. But this is problematic. And why are you bringing up the race of this or the color of the person with the dick? Like, this is just, whew. And then you're calling her trashy because she had Black D is what you're saying? That's extremely problematic in my opinion. Is that racism? Could be. I don't know. Like, what the fuck is that?
Because you were fucking pregnant. During your pregnancy, you were fucking.
She just said you were fucking pregnant during your pregnancy. No shit, bitch.
Yeah, exactly. I think she is talking about herself. Yeah, it was a question. So yeah, so the first part is when people do that, yeah, they're talking about themselves. That's how she feels about herself, you know? So she's trying to dump this shit on me. Like, maybe, I don't think everything that fucking Manny picks up is trash. Obviously, I'm not fucking trash. You know, I think if he wanted to be with somebody, he would, right? But she thinks that because that's how low she thinks of herself. She's got to pay for the D. I don't have to pay for the D. She literally is paying. And then it's going to lie about some shit. Like, fuck, dude, it's not that fucking serious. Like, she's just not getting what she wants from him. So she just goes around dumping shit on people. Like, a person can't even be a friend to you, Carmen. Seriously. Yeah, at one time, it was a question like...
You know, right here, in my opinion, she's kind of... KB is doing a very similar thing to Carmen that she did to Isla. Oh, I just realized my pants just ripped. When the fuck did this happen and how did this happen? That's crazy. Okay, apparently I ripped my pants. Fucking... Yeah, anyway, sorry, distracted. So, back when she was on a live stream panel talking shit about Isla, she was basically like, I was such a good friend to Isla, and now Isla is a fucking bitch. This is not word for word what she said. I am heavily paraphrasing with my perception of it. Anyway, but she was basically like that, and now I see her kind of doing a similar thing to Cammy. And I think it's interesting. I think it's, when you look at what she says about Isla and then compare it to how she speaks about Cammy, I think it's quite interesting to me.
He didn't think that the baby, I heard, that he didn't think, one time it was the question, one time she didn't even know. No, wait. She kind of knew, like had a strong feeling that it was his, because she felt that she knew, like when she got pregnant, right? She felt different, like at that time, at that moment, and it was him. So she had a strong feeling that it was him. But yeah, it doesn't mean Carmen was not fucking other people. Yeah, it was a question. It was still like a question. There was still a probability that it was not his. Like even she thought that. She wasn't 100% sure. She was like, maybe 90%. No, he's not. I mean, I would never at least get her a ring. Yeah, that's what she does. That's what she's been doing. That's why he stays with her, because he's gonna get shit from her. He don't love you, Carmen. He don't even like you. And that's fine. And she's like, I don't care because I have my daughter. Okay, fine. Then
imagine calling a man your suitor and then telling the mother of his child that he doesn't even like her or love her. This reminds me a lot of Brene and Tim speaking on Akira. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, please go dive into that rabbit hole. Please, I am begging you. Just look up Brene, Tim, Akira. You will find it. Brenay. Yeah, Timaki. I'm having a hard time speaking and signing at the same time right now, but whatever. Life is hard. But yeah, I just want to make sure I spelled that because the captioner is not always right. Okay. But yeah, no, go look into that because it's wild. Because how are you going to sit there and be like, this is a suitor of mine, and then be like, he doesn't fucking love the mother of his child. And he never did. Like, this doesn't look good for you. This does not look good for you. In conjunction with talking about how you pick people based on how much money they have and if they'll spend money on you. It's very interesting to see, KB.
Fuck, why are you getting on TikTok? Dude, you have your little angel, your blessing and shit. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, just simmer down. Have some fucking tact. But you can't.
She needs to be speaking to herself right now in terms of simmering down and having tact. Because how are you going to treat someone who happens to be a new mother this way? And again, it's like if she has an actual reason to be upset with Cammy, then focus on that. Even if she had a reason to be upset with Cammy, none of this vernacular is appropriate, in my opinion. It's fucked up, it's misogynistic, and it kind of really shows who she is, in my opinion.
You know, you can't make these bitches act right because they're so fucking trashy from the fucking projects. Carmen is definitely fucking trashy as fuck. Like.
And demonizing the concept of the projects is also deeply tied to racism.
That girl. No one called CPS on her. No one's trying to take her kid away. I guess if I wanted to, I would have said something, okay?
So right here, she said if she wanted to, she would have called CPS. There has been another statement where she also said that she would have called CPS. And I don't have that prepped or pulled up, but that has gone around. And so that is what I believe she's responding to. And mind you, she keeps saying she didn't, but she would. So that's why people keep saying, well, did you? They think she did. And CPS was called, and she's the one who threatened to. So She denies she did, but also threatens it, you know? And so that's why people think it was her, you know?
Back in August, like she keeps trying to fucking claim. It's like she feels like she's ahead, so she's gonna do all this stupid shit. All these lies. It's not gonna work, Carmen, because you're no good. Like, get the fuck out of here. Shut the fuck up already. Like, your man fucking talks to everybody. And apparently, according to you, he likes men. I don't date bisexual men. Like, that's a huge turnoff, dude.
Mind you, I'm somebody who's bisexual, pansexual, however you want to label it. I don't care what gender is, you know, that doesn't impact whether or not I'm attracted to somebody. It's more of the mental. And so for me, watching this is extremely queer-phobic, very biphobic. And I'm going to address another point she says. Hold on.
Because they're not going to treat you right. Obviously, look how you're being treated. Because
if somebody is bisexual, it doesn't mean that they wouldn't treat you right or wrong. So whether or not someone's bisexual, straight, or gay has nothing to do with how they're going to treat a partner. In my opinion, it's about the person himself.
they have other options other than women. They don't have to put up with.
That's not how being bi or queer works. Just because you can be sexually attracted to a man or a woman or whatever gender doesn't mean you're attracted to every fucking person. And that doesn't necessarily mean we have more options, okay? It doesn't mean that. Because the type of person we're still attracted to is still going to be just as slim of a chance of finding either way. You know? I don't agree with this rhetoric.
That shit. They have other options. They have men. Like, deep inside, they really want to be with a man. They're not bisexual.
That's not true. And matter of fact, a lot of bisexuals end up in heteronormative relationships, even if they're straight, because that is the easiest way to have a family. And I mean, that's like even if they're straight, even if they're bi or pan, I mean. A lot of people who are bi or pan will be in relationships where people think they're straight, even if they're bi or pan, because they decide they just so happen to settle down with a man or a woman of the opposite gender or something, or they decide they want to have a family in the traditional way, then you end up being, you know, a queer person with a man or a woman. Like, that happens. Like, that doesn't mean, you know, you're not queer. And it doesn't mean you would rather be with a man or a woman. If I'm with a man, it doesn't mean I'd rather be with a woman. If I'm with a woman, it doesn't mean I'd rather be with a man. I feel like that comes from people self-projecting their own insecurities. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't have anything to do with the reality of who we are or what we'd rather be or what we want. And I think that it's actually erasure and to negate bisexual identity as if we don't exist. Like, we've always existed. Bi and pansexual people have always existed, will always continue to exist. And just because you don't understand our sexual attraction doesn't negate what that is.
Sexual, they're really gay. They just, you know, try to cover it up by being with a woman. But I don't date bisexual men. I mean, the first sign that a man likes a man, I'm fucking out the door.
And mind you, one of my favorite sexual partners is someone who's bisexual, pansexual, and yeah. So I really feel like you are missing out, because to me, somebody who has explored themselves sexually in that way, they are somebody who is more open to consent, who has tried different things, who you may have fun trying other things with. I just feel like it's interesting to see this type of queer phobia play out, and it's very telling. Very telling. Now, it's one thing to have your social preferences about who you want to date or not versus the rhetoric or reasoning why. It's one thing to be a straight person and just to be like, I prefer to date straight people. That's it. That's all. Nothing wrong with that statement. Nothing wrong with feeling that way. There is nothing wrong with being straight and only wanting to date a straight person, in my opinion. There's nothing wrong with having your preferences. What is wrong here is the specific rhetoric and vernacular she uses to degrade and dismiss bisexual and pansexual people in relationships. That's what's wrong. The queer phobia, the homophobia. Y'all understand that, right?
I'm not going to entertain that. But obviously you do, Carmen. You don't give a fuck. This man can shit on your face and you still fucking stay there and give him $500 and go around chasing the women that he talks to.
And that's the same man you said was your suitor, right? And you're proud of that? Disturbing. Disturbing to me, KB.
That's disgusting. That's disrespectful. You're disrespectful. I don't even give a fuck. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. I'm glad you do that. I'm not going to fucking give you advice anymore. Because that's the advice I gave you, right? You don't deserve it. You don't deserve shit, Carmen. You don't deserve fucking shit. You ugly ass fucking bitch. There's something wrong with you. You need fucking a psychologist and a...
I think she's self-projecting here about herself and everything. I don't think that has to do more with KB than Cammy.
Psychiatrist. They secretly talk. No, I mean, it's not even
Sorry, I just realized it was done. And then I accidentally muted myself and was trying to click the buttons on the back end. Whatever, fuck it. Anyway, so yeah, I guess that's it for that video here. I'm not logged in right now, so sometimes when I keep hitting the X button, it just, I don't know why, but lately, I used to stay logged in on my devices, but lately TikTok keeps logging me out. Has that been happening to anybody else? Like, I got these notifications that I was logged out, and I was like, the fuck? Anyway, so we watched Monogate. We just watched KB. We watched this new video on JT Allen speaking his piece. This is another KB piece that I want to watch. I just find it extremely telling. So let's watch this one too.
On Mono that turned down the threesome with her and Mono. It would just be like damages. Nobody would do time for this shit. You guys just want to...
So right here it's a screenshot from a message and it says, KB, do you love me? As if she's the one who sent it. And it says under there, Mono and Leonard were planning on abduction an 8-year-old. I don't know who this was sent to, but it was originally posted by Moni, if I'm not mistaken here. Or, wait a minute, no, Moni reposted it and it was originally posted by Fuck Around and Find Out. Apologies, y'all. Processing that wrong here, but y'all see. So it looks like, oh, and this right here is a tag from the hallway clips. So, if I'm not mistaken, now that I process this, it looks like the hallway clips may have posted this first, then Fuck Around and Find Out may have reposted the hallway clips if I'm not mistaken, and then Moni may have reposted Fuck Around and Find Out, and then it looks like just nobody reposted all that if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. But either way, it looks like KB Do You Love Me is speaking about Mono allegedly planning to abduct an 8-year-old, and we all have seen how KB has been defending Mono, in my opinion. And so it's kind of interesting that KB would make that statement but still be taking his side. That's wild, if that's the truth.
I don't know. Is that something negative or what?
Where? Who said that?
It says, KB, what does he have on you for you to be scared to stand up against Mono?
Nothing. He doesn't have shit on me.
It's crazy.
He doesn't have shit on me.
She's in love with him. Look it.
Sue him. You can sue him now. Look.
And then now the message says, I can't tell who's speaking. Actually, it kind of looks like it says, KB, do you love me at the top there, but it's partly blurred off, so it's hard to tell for sure. But it almost looks as if it was saying, KB, do you love me, had said, I'm afraid who else he will put up. And then the person responding said, did you send him more? You sent him nudes? Question mark. Be honest, we're not going to judge you. Says you don't need to be afraid. You need to file a report like as soon as possible. And then it looks like KB said that, like, that's so degrading that, oh, sorry, it went away. That's only for certain exes. He is allowing every man to look at me, is what the message said. So, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like right here, KB is claiming that Mona or Andrew is allowing other men to look at nudes of her potentially, if that's the truth. And if that is the truth, I understand even less now why she's acting the way she has been. But yeah.
The fuck alone. Because you want to see us all locked up or in the motherfucking grave, you piece of shit.
Okay, so when you go into this...
Don't bring him up here.
I'm not. When you go into her stories, there's nothing that says do not screenshot.
No.
Oh my God! How would anybody go to jail for that?
Not at all. Exactly. How am I gonna go to jail?
And Lou said he's offering you $60, so just send whatever you want. The money you want.
So now it says, KB, do you love me, had said, how was the live? Thank you for being so strong. Somebody said, we're still live. Where did he get that pic? KB said, Mono and I talked a small moment. I'm being honest with y'all. And somebody else said, what he say? Wow. So people were previously claiming that KB and Mono were together. I wasn't sure if that was true or not, or if they were just saying that for why she was defending him, but now it looks like here's an admission on her part. Oh shit, now here's another message, but I can't even fucking read this. But it says, so are you a victim or not, KB? And it says, shame on you for justifying his actions and trying to pay a victim off, is what this says. But let's see if I can make it bigger, because I can't see a damn thing. If I zoom in, that didn't work. I tried zooming in, but it's just like not working. Okay. If I put this in full screen.
You really, like, I don't think you really care.
It kept going. Hold on. Let me try to see if I can.
You really, like, I don't think you really care. You don't think you value your life.
Oh, wait. What did you just say? Okay, we're going to replay that in a minute. Hold on. I was so focused on trying to get this bigger, I didn't process that. Wow. Let's see if we can make this bigger. Ooh, this kind of works. Okay, hold on. Does this work? Yeah, this kind of works. Okay, one more time, and then I'm just going to read it. Okay, so it looks like this message had said, I can't tell what the top was, but someone had said something to her. And then it looks like KB is saying they came up with 2 stories to manipulate me. And then it looks like someone said, I'm gonna disconnect now, KB. And then KB said, I know, I DM Talika. And then somebody said, you have a good night. Again, I'm really sorry that happened to you. Good night. And then KB said, nothing has happened to me. What the fuck? Sorry you all lie. Sorry you all behave this way. Sorry those men see you as, does that say elements? Oh, demons. See you as demons, I think. I can't tell what it says. I'm just letting you know what I think it says. And then it says, sorry you all, oh shit, I have to hit play. God damn it, hold on. Sorry, you're all about to get a real taste of their medicine. And then it says as it, I can't tell if it, what, as something, as man. Medicine as man, I can't tell. And then it says KB, how would we, God damn it, hold on. KB, how would we know that he posted a partial naked photo of you if you didn't tell us? And then KB says, because they actually have been holding back and they really treated you how you all behave. You're about to through with you all crazy maid. I can't tell if that AI crazy maid. I can't tell what this says, but yeah. Anyway, so that was certainly something. Now let me resize this back to where it was-ish, and we will keep playing the rest. Apologies for this attempt at a reading of this screenshot here. It was real hard to see. Real hard to tell what the fuck was happening, but I was trying to make the best with what we got and show the evidence anyway. Okay, I think this is about where we were. Maybe it could be a little bigger. Good enough for now. We'll figure that out later. Okay, so that's about how it was. We're gonna keep playing now.
You really, like, I don't think you really care. You don't think you value your life. I really don't think you do. I'll just leave it at that. You think you can take my life? I don't think you value it. Huh? You think you can take my life?
Because he's really making a big fucking deal out of this.
Of course he is. Of course he is. Look, he wants to see indigenous men locked up.
See, this is kind of crazy. And another thing too, anytime Andrew Moreno gets called out for what he's saying, he just says everybody wants to see an indigenous man locked up or something like that. And he doesn't seem to take accountability for what he does wrong. He just kind of like says that. Like, it's weird. And mind you, in my case, I was never arguing for him to be locked up. So I just think it's quite interesting that that's kind of how he deflects.
Or in the grave. That's his end goal, because he's just doing what his ancestors told him to do. He lives a white man's life, the galaxy. Like, I swear.
Anytime Mono doesn't like you, he starts calling you white.
To God, I will send her. Whatever. I was willing to leave it 150, but that might be a little too stretchy. That kind of makes it look guilty. So I'll do 80. You know the cash app, I'll send her 80. And there it is. You know, we don't even go to court. I'll do the 80 bucks. Whatever. Save us time.
What? 80 bucks?
This is funny. This is crazy, bro.
Ew. How much do you want?
Here's part 2 of debunking.
And right here it says, his girl was, I don't know, it's hard for me to see. So it's like a post where KB Do You Love Me posted something, the Hallway Clips posted something, Moni posted something, and it's been reposted here by Just Nobody. And all of these people have these different text overlays. So if you weren't there, it's kind of hard to process who said what or what happened. But the original text over this said, you hear Moni try to spin it. Your girl has an issue with KB. No, she does not. And then above that, it says, his girl is right there. Wow, Moni trying to start a narrative that she has an issue with me. Wow, Moni. And then below that, it says, see how Moni inserts me to pin everyone against me. Y'all see how she did that? Her and Snake's Cammy do that on a daily basis. Their defense is I lie. They have to drop receipts and prove
KB's bullshit.
I was trying to read, oh, and it says, and prove I lie. They lie, you just heard her. I'm gonna go back a minute, not a minute, but a few seconds.
Here's part 2 of debunking KB's bullshit. Here she is making another video on me, on Mono, that turned down the threesome with her and Mono.
It would just be like damages. Nobody would do time for this shit. You guys just want to...
I don't know, is that
Whoops, I accidentally hit the wrong button. So now it's now it's replaying what we just watched. Apologies. So yeah, we've seen it all at this point, I think. But yeah, so that's a lot. I think that gives more context onto the relationship with Mono and KB and kind of explains a lot there. Let's see. Do I have time for this? Let's look at this real quick. Oh, you know what? So this live stream,
They snip.
I believe this is from the same, if I'm not mistaken, I think this could be from the same stream that I already reacted to in the very first live stream that I did on this whole Mono situation. I believe I played 2 clips and this live stream was part of that, if I'm not mistaken. Here they say this is Andrew's group now. I don't know about the rest of this panel. Who's in the middle? I can't even tell who's in the middle. I don't know who's this on the left here or who's in the middle. I don't know who's in the top right. I do believe KB is definitely still supporting Andrew Moreno or Mono based on what we've seen, but I don't believe that Chris or Kim are backing Mono's statements. I think they were unaware of the evidence of everything that has come out. I think they were just in this panel dicking around, and I don't think that they're aware of the seriousness of everything. Both of them, I am aware, have a lot of other things happening right now in their real fucking life, and I believe that both of them were just trying to let off steam and didn't realize the seriousness of what was happening here. But that's my opinion from what I think. I could be wrong. But anyway.
Most of my clientele are both European.
You want to sniff Momo's feet?
No, he sniffed my feet like a good boy.
You sniff his feet. Stop the cat.
Oh no, I suck.
We love Mono's feet. He gets great.
Yes,
he gets great toe.
Yeah, he got a big, like, fat toe.
He's the toe master.
Like that, huh? That's how they look.
You gotta warn somebody.
Okay, who's from Navajo Res? The net
Nobody.
rep.
Absolutely nobody.
So only me?
I guess. You're special. Yay!
That's the biggest one. What you mean? Everybody's from that.
Woo woo. Good for you.
So what res you from?
Cookie, show me your feet.
What res you from?
I don't care. Show me your feet.
You don't have a res or what?
Wait.
She's native. Again, we told you we ain't trying to be serious right now. So of course you're gonna get sarcastic answers. Nobody ain't gonna take you seriously because we ain't that fucking mood.
No one gives a shit tonight.
You guys are like, y'all funny, and like when you guys want to
Thank you, Cookie. Thank you, Cookie. I appreciate you. You know what? Can I have a hug? Can I have a hug, please?
Of course, I'm giving you a visual
We
hug
love
right now.
you, Cookie.
I feel like Cookie's gonna drop. She's so sick of our shit.
Air hug. No, she loves us. She loves us.
Yeah, she loves us. You're so awesome, Cookie.
Yeah,
No,
thank you.
I'm okay. I'm gonna follow the host because like this is one of the most genuine lives that I've been a part of. And I don't think you understand. Like,
so for me, Will Garcia.
No, I understand. You know what? I understand because I've been trying to tell Alpha how much I love her, and this is the only time that she's sweet to me, and so I appreciate you.
You guys are really funny.
I bully you.
Oh, you're so sweet, Cookie. Mwah.
I don't know if you guys are being like. I don't know if at this point now are you guys just like
No, we actually do love you. Like you're so awesome.
We care about you.
Like they sniff feet. Most of my clientele are both European.
Okay, so that didn't really give us too much. It was just really fucking disturbing. But yeah, okay, so that looks like another clip from that other live stream. One of the first live streams I had covered on this situation that kind of came up. Okay, let's see if there's something else here. There's a lot, so I'm not gonna watch every fucking video because there's just too many of them to go through. I might watch more in a different live stream. But tonight I'm short on time, so I'm trying to pick. Well, I guess not technically short on time because we've been here a minute, but I'm short on the time I have left, so I'm trying to pick what that's gonna be. Let me just see how long these 3 videos are.
Investigation.
Oof, that's 8 minutes. Okay. That's 8 minutes. And that's 7 minutes. Ooh, that's kind of close. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to get through all 3 of these videos tonight, but I think I will. Did I get through these 3 already? Are these the ones that we did before? No, they're not. These are new ones. Okay, I think I will do these 3 right here. And then, oh, I kind of want to do this one too. Okay, we're just going to see how much time I have left. I don't have a whole lot more time left, but I'm going to start with these 3 and we'll just pick up where we left off next time. I'm going to finish a reaction to some of these videos and then we'll be moving on from there, but I'll get back to that in a minute. So we're going to start with these 3 real quick.
That investigation so that nothing gets smeared, nothing gets messed up in that investigation. Not like other people trying to protect their ass because they're running scared from an investigation.
I find that quite hypocritical given how KB and Abuela and Mono are all, in my opinion, trying to cover their ass and act like what happened didn't happen, in my opinion.
That's what you do when there's an investigation. You don't talk about it because you're trying to run and
they won't shut up about it, which I think is very telling. If they actually were involved in this investigation, then they should be shutting the fuck up as well, and they shouldn't be on the panels about this, even if other people are talking about it.
change the narrative, okay? In case you don't know, in case people don't want to see what an investigation is. You run your mouth when you're trying to change the narrative.
Is that an admission on their part? Just curious. Just curious if that was an admission on their part, because I've shown the evidence for why I think and feel the way I think and feel, but I haven't seen them do the same.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. And matter of fact, they're the ones that blamed it to me when the walls started caving in on them. You know what I mean? They blamed the shift to me.
You know, big time. I can say this.
So previously, I said Abuela never shuts the fuck up and she never lets other people speak. Exhibit A right here. This is why I say Abuela never shuts the fuck up and never lets anybody else get inverted edgewise. Because, like, fuck Andrew Moreno, fuck Mono, but isn't it hilarious that's his panel and she talks over him?
You know, when the shit came down, it was Tampon that imploded everything, because he went running and exposed everything that we had talked amongst ourselves. Just much like he's doing with the live he was talking about today, trying to throw KB under the bus. Okay? You know, when there's an active investigation, people, you know, they're not going to tell you who did what, where, or how. There's an active investigation, and that's all they're going to tell you. And it's so sad that they're trying to fish for information and they're blaming people for that shit. All the trauma dumping that's going on right now. It's oh my God. I feel like I'm watching.
Abuela's want to speak about trauma dumping because anytime someone asks her about her language, she goes on about how it was beaten out of her. And she's always talking about assault. And she's also talked about other forms of assault of hers. And so she will trauma dump on others. But if you say your issues, she says you're trauma dumping. And I just disagree with the whole way. And I'm using trauma dump right here the way they use it, but I disagree with it. I disagree with the whole concept of acting like just because someone talks about their trauma, that means they're trauma dumping. By definition, trauma dumping is when someone only will speak on their trauma and they won't let you speak about anything else. There's no dialogue, no communication, the conversation never evolves, and things like that. Like if somebody, every single time they speak to you, it's only about assault, there's no room for any other place in the conversation, then that could, by definition, be considered a form of trauma dumping, right? But when just because you have trauma and you speak about it doesn't mean you're trauma dumping. And I disagree with people dismissing trauma in this way by just because someone has spoken about it being like, oh, now you're trauma dumping. And especially when it's someone who does the same fucking thing, if not 10 times worse.
watching some kind of crime show on TV, and the big detectives are going to walk in eventually and cart people away. Seriously. Unbelievable.
Yeah. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to be, and
instead of people being concerned for the concern of a small child, you're victim blaming, and nobody gives a fuck.
That's really rich coming from the woman who was basically, in my opinion, victim blaming kids for if they were groomed, saying that they wanted the attention. And I covered that in a previous live stream. And she's also been defending Andrew Moreno talking to teenagers, and in my opinion, victim blaming the teenagers. So I think this is real hypocritical and real rich coming from Abuela.
About a kid.
This is another.
That's what blows my mind.
Yeah, we're talking about Red Road. This is a whole different case that's going on with that. That's what she's talking about. Yeah, not obviously.
With this over here, I mean, there's so much going on. There's everything. Yeah. There's so much going on, but at the same time, all of it's mixed in together.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right. It's in a way, it's linked up somehow. It's all.
So here they're saying it's all connected, all linked together. But whenever I was speaking on the connection of these events, they're all saying, oh, I'm going from place to place and I'm just trying to bring up things for no reason. But here they're saying it is all connected. So make up your goddamn mind, bitches.
All linked in a weird way. Because these individuals, it's these individuals, they're criminals. That's the only way I could say they're criminals. And they're guilty.
Who's a criminal and who's guilty of what? What the fuck is this? I don't they just make these statements with no proof, no evidence, but then when you do show the evidence you have, they dismiss it. It's wild to me.
And they know they're guilty. And that day of judgment is coming. It is coming.
I walk with the ancestors. We walk with the ancestors. We are the walking ancestors incarnate. Like, where are your beliefs? Where did you lose your beliefs to act like this?
Yeah, my ancestors would not agree with Abuela at all, in my opinion. My ancestors would think that Abuela is a joke, I believe, because how the fuck are you going to say, oh, you walk with your ancestors, but you're doubling down on supporting a 40-year-old man talking to teenagers? Yeah, and whenever I told her what he said about my sexual assault, she said, I knew you would flip out. And she still continues to support him to this day and dismiss me about the severity of that to this day. She's aware of those messages. Your ancestors walk with that? And she was making very degrading comments about not only me, but all Powhatan people and Pocahontas. Your ancestors walk with you, degrading people using a missing and murdered indigenous woman to do so? That's not the reflection I would want to put on my ancestors personally, but you do whatever you think reflects your ancestry.
Oh my goodness, man. You guys are something else. You guys, oh man. Like I said, you've been watching too much Blood In, Blood Out in American Me. Everything y'all have done, everything you guys have done has been so premeditated, it's not even funny. And you got all those people out there believing everything you say because they're so ready to victim blame. But keep believing that. Keep believing that narrative. Such a shame. Keep congratulating people that are doing damage. Wow. You know, if there was a psychologist.
Hold on, because her talking about victim blaming, mind you, let me see, was it this one? I think it was this one. Let's pull up what Abuela said. Let's see, is this in here? Let me check the transcript. Yes, hold on. Here we go.
So
This right here.
Of children's sexuality going back to the 1980s with Nickelodeon, with MTV, with the stuff that we're hearing. So it's not just the women that get indoctrinated, it's also the children that seek approval from older men and think it's okay.
Here, in my opinion, she's victim blaming the kids for seeking approval from older men. I find that extremely disturbing, extremely problematic, the wording here. Regardless of her intent or what she may have meant, I think she needs to recognize the problematic nature of that wording. So yeah, I just find her very hypocritical.
They're just doing a study. I think they would they'd be freaking the F out, probably wondering what the hell happened here? Why are people so dysfunctional? Either that or a screenwriter for Netflix, they would have a wonderful story. Freaking incredible.
I was about to say, this isn't paused. They're just not saying shit. The video's still going. Now it actually isn't playing, and I don't know why. Hold on. Why aren't you playing? It's at 5:49 out of 8:16. I'm gonna refresh it. Sorry.
Investigation.
Okay, we were at 5 minutes and 49
so that
seconds.
Nothing gets.
How do I get this to scroll
smeared?
forward?
Nothing gets messed.
We're at 5 minutes and 49 seconds. Here we go. God damn it, is it not playing? Actually, I think it might be playing and nothing.
We remember a child by the name of Gabriel Fernandez.
Sorry.
A child that was failed by the system. Just remember that name. Look that child up. Google him.
They're not saying shit right now. God damn, this shit is boring. But anyway, yeah, I find them extremely hypocritical. It's quite rich for them to, judge others for victim blaming. In my opinion, that's what they do, in my opinion. Today,
that people are getting paid. I mean, confirm fact. The people get paid to create chaos, to come in and let's say if you're doing something good on an app, you got people together, they're getting paid to actually create the chaos, to break up these groups because they don't want any kind of unity or that organization that's coming out of these groups. So you got to ask yourself, how many of these people that are actually here were actually getting paid to do that? But to your face are calling you brother or sister.
I think he's just watching TV. Is he just watching TV right now? Yeah, I think they're totally watching TV. Is that the rest of this live stream?
Investigation.
Oh yeah,
so
that was it. Okay, let's do the. Oh god damn it! It's not letting me go to the next one. The fuck? Okay, all right, whatever. Let's go to the next one. Marco. Here we go.
Appreciate you, Abuela, you know. And I mean, we're here. It's just, I just never thought in a million years that people would be so quick to judge and not even have a word with you. As soon as they see me, I'm just like attacked.
So no, I did have a lot of words with Mono, and I wasn't judging him at all. I was just telling him, you know, I agree with him talking to teenagers, and then he took that as an attack. That's not me attacking you. That's me letting you know that I find that talking to teenagers as a man in your late 30s, early 40s, however old you are, is extremely problematic and predatory. And so I think that if you're more concerned, you know, with being attacked for talking to teens than you are for the issues of that, then why are you still talking to teens? Like, if that's really such a danger to you, stop doing it, right? Like, the fuck? So don't double down on it then. I don't know. And to me, it's just like, when you're calling someone out for talking to teenagers and their response is, oh, you're too quick to judge, that kind of shows extreme cognitive dissonance to me with the implications of their actions and why it is wrong and the age difference and all of that.
You know what I mean? I'm just attacked.
And they back off because they're getting pressure from everybody, and all of a sudden, like, they get that pressure. Well, if you talk to them, then we're not going to talk to you. And I think it's a shame that people don't have the balls to stand up and say, I'm going to talk to whoever the fuck I want to talk to. That's what, and you know, and they stand, you know, they make videos where they're so tough, but they don't have the balls to tell people they will stand and talk to whoever they want to.
So, here we've got Brandy letting us know that KB is in Midwest Live right now. So, let's see. I am not currently logged in, but let's go here.
They won't talk to us. They're scared. Even Don Chewy. So you said Don Chewy and Manny are both pussies.
They're all pussies. All the ones over there in that group.
Have you told them that? Have you told them that?
I tell them that all the time. Why are you interfering? Stop interfering. I'm having a conversation.
Why you always get mad when I try to talk to you when you're the one
because
over here?
Why do you talk? Because you're always talking shit. Every time I see you on a
Call
panel.
me the N-word again. See what happens.
Oh, yeah, right. Because you don't leave me the fuck alone. See how you keep interjecting?
How am I... I don't
Every time I see you on a panel, you're talking shit about me. I need you to stop,
you never
okay?
want to own up to what
Because yesterday, yes, I talked to Featherboy, and I said, I just heard three wares say this and this and this, and you're wrong on all that shit. And why do you keep talking shit? I have nothing against you. And to a certain extent, I even told Featherboy, to a certain extent, I probably don't blame you, because that's the setup that they had in that group where the women fight each other. So just
no.
To a certain extent, I don't blame you, but I've done nothing to you everywhere. I've done nothing to you.
Why did you text him and tell him he was being an end chaser?
I have done nothing to you. I attacked you because you attacked me. So I'm gonna leave this alone. What did I say to you? Because I came in to talk to Midwest, not to you.
Okay, but why did you call me say that Mona was an end chaser? Why did you say that?
Because You are always interjecting and you're always attacking me.
I'm not attacking you. I'm literally asking you a question.
I just answered your question because you're always interjecting and you're always attacking me. When I was in the chat, you would get on the panel and talk to me like fucking shit when I did nothing to you.
No, you did that. Then I started talking shit. There's a difference.
Did that. No. Okay, stop. Anyway,
and I still got the.
They have you blocked. I know I was in a live and they were inviting
I still got the
me to shit and you never got there.
I still got the videos.
Are you sure that they have you blocked or you guys just don't want to go over there? Because they say it all the time. I hear them all the time say, they can come in. They never go in. They never go in with receipts. Like, you can go in with their receipts and ask them. Like, you guys have to go through other people like me, you know, or like Mono. Just go over there and talk to them and take your receipts with you.
Panel and shit. You're always talking shit in everyone's panel, trying to get other people to go against other people. And then you have the
nerve. I hardly even fucking talk. I hardly. That's not stop.
Many or pussies,
stop.
And then you won't even say.
I hardly even fucking talk. I come in when people are talking about me.
You're in here.
You attack
me. About people who aren't even in
you
here.
know that you had the hots for
You're in here talking shit about people.
You thought
hell no.
You volunteered to call CPS on Helen. Do you remember that?
I didn't. Who's
yes,
Helen?
Yes, you did.
You call her the N-word with the
She did.
Didn't you call her that?
She attacked me, and I went off on her. I don't think that's the last.
She did.
Native Mama, stop. I think I have a dress
though, didn't you?
To every black live creator, to every person, I'm not going to keep talking about it. I attacked her because she attacked me. Okay?
Well, you admit
you guys were not there. I don't go around attacking people.
I didn't see her attacking you. You seem jealous.
Native Mama, stop.
You seem jealous.
Volunteered.
You seem jealous.
Call CPS on Helen. And I think she did it because she was jealous. That
you're jealous
and I was getting like attention because they were like,
jealous of her.
KB works in the medical field. Stop. Be careful how you talk.
Weird because she didn't.
Be careful.
Helen.
You're weird.
She's interested in him.
You're weird.
You still went at her, right?
You're weird. You're weird. She said she worked with family counselors.
Who's Helen?
Tilika.
I don't even know who that is.
Tilika. Back then we didn't know her name.
I don't even talk to her. So how would I
volunteer? Did you not say that you volunteered because you work with family?
When did I say that? When? I never said
I was in the group before Helen
not a family
went through all that legal shit.
I did not say I was a family counselor.
So what, did you not say you work with counselors or something?
No,
you lie a lot anyway. So
I did not say that. I did not say I work with counselors.
I can bring Mono in here and everybody else.
Okay, bring Mono. I did not say I was a counselor.
And Jetski, everybody, I don't know if she remembers, but you volunteered. You volunteered to
when did I volunteer?
You volunteered to call CPS.
Well, look, I'm not like you. I don't go around calling CPS on people.
I'm not like you.
I don't do that.
Shut up. You volunteered, bitch.
You threatened me the same way, though, didn't you?
No, I did
not.
Stop being one-sided. Stop.
You see how she's doing. You'll end up the same way.
Stop.
You want that?
You want that?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Does your husband give you any advice on how to have a brain?
To me the same fucking way.
You go to their panel.
You literally
throw your
threatened me the same
and fight the people that you need to fight.
Ain't nothing gonna happen.
Midwest.
You're not gonna do fuck, really? You have. Okay, then don't do shit.
The ones Midwest.
You're the one that said you're gonna. You threatened me, bitch. You threatened me, bitch. Doesn't matter. You threatened me, bitch. You ain't gonna do shit about it.
Okay, and you took that the wrong way. I was telling you.
Be careful.
I didn't threaten to call CPS on you. You hang out with two people. Hold on, Midwest. Wait, hold on, Midwest. Native Mamas hangs out with two people.
And you said that you were gonna do the exact same thing to me.
That supported and threatened.
Even Mono showed the video. Even Mono went up and showed the video.
Native Mama hangs out with two women that threatened and supported to call CPS on somebody.
Just mute her.
She does that too.
Why are you up here saying I call CPS on somebody and I don't even know who you're talking about?
I said you volunteered to call. I don't know when I volunteered.
When did I volunteer?
I just told you. I just told you when.
You told me when, and then you're saying.
Just admit.
The host is talking.
I never said that. I don't even know who that is.
The host is
talking. You said I'm a counselor. My job is not a counselor.
You said you.
I'm not a.
She's tripping. You were getting jealous about some shit.
Okay. Shit. Do I have no respect on my panel? Refrain from derogative remark and insult. If it happens, y'all will be booted. I can't have that up here because I'm not getting banana. It's been like 4 times this month because of y'all. Y'all gotta learn how to have better grammar that comes out your mouth. It's kind of ugly. We got politicians that are watching, and we got people that listen, and right, not just not just low-minded people. So yeah, refrain.
Oh, I better drop now because I can't. I'll drop now. I don't trust myself.
I've never.
Love you, Neva Mamas.
I didn't even know who that. She's saying Helen. I don't even know who that is. All of you guys had a problem with that specific person, and my thing is I don't go after people I don't know. So for her to come up here and say that, I don't even know who that was, and I don't even think I've ever talked to her. And she's up here using first name basis, and I'm like, I don't know who that is. And
it was the name that we used before was Teleka, and you volunteered because you wanted to do it for them. You were just volunteering because that's what they wanted somebody to do. And they were like, oh, KB does this, and she works in the medical field. And so I was fairly new too, and they were like, and I was fairly new too. And then I think you just got jealous and you just volunteered. You're like, I can do that too. I can do that. I can call because I work with counselors. I work with family counselors. I'm pretty sure you said family counselors.
I do not work with family
counselors. With counselors, you know something. You did not volunteer. Just admit it. Just be. You know what? Everybody in this panel, they will let you in still. Okay? They will have.
God, look at you over here trying to flip the script.
They have sympathy for fucking people. Just admit that you volunteered. Just be honest. Fuck, man, you're lying.
I'm not a counselor.
You volunteered. Shut up.
I am not a counselor. I am not a counselor.
Okay, then I don't know who the hell you were talking about. You were probably
I am not a counselor.
Just to be in with them.
I was crying. I cried,
bro.
I'm waiting for the other
you were probably just volunteering so they would like
probably.
you.
So this is just
it's like you just wanted to do something.
Will
you let me talk?
Theory you're making up in your head, then, right?
No. Just
this is probably
have accountability.
Just making up
no one knows this shit because I don't go around fucking saying shit, talking shit,
supposedly?
and you keep talking shit about me. And just it's time for you to just say they will forgive you. You're still an indigenous person. You're still indigenous.
Midwest just asked you to watch your language.
You were trying to do it for them.
Yeah, watch your language.
I have not just.
Yes, you did. You just said the F and S word like 5 times.
Come up here.
My bad. I didn't realize
it. Here.
Okay,
and
thank you.
Make up these things and say I said those things by probably and just and maybe and if, and using words like that when you don't even have any of that, saying probably you're a counselor, maybe you're a counselor, you said you were, I think you did.
No, because
like
you're a liar. Because you lie.
I never said
I don't even know if you do work with counselors. But that's what you. That's what you. Okay, I'm learning. That's what you said. Three-where?
You literally just
you said that in this group, okay? And I'm thinking you did it because you wanted to get in with them. You wanted to be. Shut up.
You literally
wanted to do something for them, and that's what they wanted. You know, like Ampo just put it out there, Midwest. You know what I'm saying? Like she just put it out there. She's like, somebody should call CPS on her. That's what Ampo said.
When did it? Oh,
and then what's her face? Where was like, well, I can call CPS because I work with so and so and so and so.
So Ampo said
we called her Telika back then because we didn't know her name. I swear on my father's grave that this woman volunteered to call CPS on Helen. So shut the fuck up, Helen. You three-where.
Oh, see,
okay?
You even know my
admit the shit. Okay.
Like she's not even making sense.
That's
come on, KB, you're better than that.
You're not even making sense.
You're better than that, KB. You gotta come on. You're better than that.
She's not making sense.
Should we do show times so nobody's talking over each other?
Yeah, let's do that. She literally just said, you're a counselor, or I think you're a counselor, or I think, or maybe, or what if. Oh, Ampo said it. Like, who the hell? You can't even get your story straight, and you're up here accusing me of something I never even did. And then now you're like, go ask them. And now you're mad at the group. And now it's because of this. And then you cry.
Where's Ampo? Where's Mono?
Yeah,
where's all the rest of them? Like, where? Like, yeah.
Because you literally just said Ampo said it, and then you switched back and said I said it. And then you said I was a counselor. Then you said, I don't even know if you're a
Midwest,
counselor.
can you do showtime, please?
So how are you going to come up here and
agree to
she keeps
showtime?
talking over me.
As long as y'all agree to it.
Can you please do showtime? So I can just give my statement and leave? Because she keeps lying.
She did the same thing to Isla. She kept saying
Go
that.
ahead, laugh.
She did the same thing to Isla.
You're still indigenous, okay? If you made a mistake, you made a mistake. Everybody has.
No,
Everybody has stepped up to their mistake.
Oh, wow.
I don't feel like KB did, but okay.
Brandon, you got anything you want to address? Well, you got the mic.
Oh, I was like, oh my God, why is it on me? I'm just saying, like, yeah, let's try to hash it out. Nobody, like, let's watch the language, because Midwest requested that, especially because TikTok does, we don't want him to get bananaed again. And let's keep it clean, say our piece, and let's be respectful. And I don't know how you skip.
I got you guys. Jay, you got anything you want to say?
Yeah. Aren't you guys tired of all this back and forth bickering? I mean, come on now. We're all adults here, and it is crazy that every week it's the same argument with the same drama and the same bullshit. We need to invest our energies in the more positive things and just get along. You know what? People want us to fight, and they want division. They want to see this. You're buying into it. So what we need to do is let this shit go. It's a new year, and grow the fuck up. I don't care who said what, who started what. Grow the fuck up. It doesn't even matter at this point. You guys, like I said, grown ass women acting like 5-year-olds in a sandbox. Grow the fuck up. Like, I don't have a problem with any of you. You guys are all beautiful ladies. I have never disrespected you guys. I've always talked highly of you guys. I say hi to you guys. This is crazy to be on the panel every day to see you guys fucking fight like 5-year-olds. Now, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I am tired of it. I think we're all tired of it. It's old. Grow up, and let's just be friends and move the fuck on. And I'm done.
All right, bet. Freeware Customs, we are on the way.
All right, so first off, thank you, Jay. Yeah, and I get it, no bickering and stuff. But honestly, every time, like, if you try to talk to her, she raises her voice and she starts saying, shut up, shut up, shut up. And then my thing is, she came in here, accused me of calling CPS on somebody when we literally just saw a video of her saying she was going to call. Literally. And then she had the nerve to say that I'm a counselor. I'm not a counselor. And then she said, I don't know, I think you are a counselor. And then accuse me of being a counselor, and then think that you think I'm a counselor when you don't even know my profession, because I don't give my profession out for security purposes, and that's why. But the thing is that she's saying, Helen, I don't know people on first name basis other than their username here unless they tell me, right? So for you to throw out the name Helen like I'm supposed to know, and then switch it and say Ampo was saying it, and then you said Mono. But, like, you're doing too much. You need to keep your story straight and get your facts straight before you come up here and start yelling and throwing things and making accusations and saying all these things. Saying I volunteered to do something when I'm a counselor, but then take that back and say, you think I'm a counselor. So get your story straight before you try to come at me, calling me the N-word, still never apologize, but still throwing things at me for no reason. And then asking about my man the last time because I never show him. But my thing is, you're 50. You need to go get your cootie cleaned. I don't know, maybe you have some men over there that'll help, but we all know that you're a little foot fetish and that you're divorced and that apparently you're supposed to be taking pills. I don't know about that part. That's just what Mona was saying. But for you to bring other people's name in here and stuff and then be mad and then say, yeah, I called you the N-word, but won't admit, like, to apologize, but then tell somebody that you want to apologize, but don't apologize. So I don't get that part. That's the part I don't get. So my thing is wash your jush, wash your lewa, probably wash your feet too and your face. So other than that, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Say Liz, you got anything you want to say, brother?
No, I ain't got nothing to say. I don't argue or fight with women or get into, women situations or whatever. I just kind of, yeah.
Yes, sir. I totally respect that. Thank you. Thank you. KB, you're on the floor.
Hey, three-wear. Just be a woman. Just say what you need to say. You are indigenous. You are Hopi. Just be honest with the women, so they will forgive you. So you guys can talk about it, okay? Because what I was saying was, yes, at one time, Ample did say, hey, we should call CPS on Helen, which was, we called her Talika back then. We were like, she just put it out there, Ample. Three-wear volunteered to call CPS on Talika, okay? I swear on my dad's grave that this woman volunteered. Now, what she said was that she worked with counselors. She can do that because she has ability to do that because she worked with counselors. What I was saying was, if she was lying about that, well, then she was lying because she's known to lie a lot. So I don't know if she works with counselors. I don't know if she works with family counselors, but that's what she said at that time. Okay? That's what I was saying on that. So, you, three-wear, I don't go around lying, okay? I swear on my dad's grave that you did say that. Get with the women. They talk about it. And dude, just be a woman and just admit to that shit. The fuck you keep pointing fingers? Still, at the end of your showtime, you're still attacking me. Go wash my feet. Go wash my pussy. Dude, I don't put myself out there. I don't put my fucking pussy out there like that, okay? I'm not promiscuous. I never have been, okay? So for you to attack me, to go wash my face, see how you just attack me? I never attack you. I never attack on your looks. I never attack you. I am telling you guys the fucking truth. And she needs to just say, whether she did it or not, she needs to just say, yes, I did say that. Fuck, at least. Jesus. But, yeah, you guys need to, Native Mama is just hanging out with two women that supported and threatened to call CPS on Wilkes, on his girlfriend. They came up with this huge rumor that Wilkes was having some type of an affair with a woman, and then it went from that to literally just threatening him, and they supported. They thought it was cute. But they go around saying, hey, so-and-so is threatening to call CPS. You know the damage that somebody from, like, the fucking police or medical department can do? If they do that, that is like a serious shit, dude. People don't go around doing that shit, okay? That's like fucking extreme. You have to talk to so many fucking people, okay? Like, I think a random person has a better chance of doing something, but they run your fucking name, you know? Either way, yeah, they supported. Native Mama is hanging out with two women that supported to threaten, and they were threatening to call CPS on somebody. So, yeah. And I swear that on my dad's grave. And I'm gonna stop swearing on his grave. He's probably turning on his grave. So three-wear, you need to just be a woman.
Would you put it on your father's grave? Would you put it on your father's grave? You never called CPS?
I have, but not on you, not on anybody here. It's a part of my job. I have, of course.
Okay, so not on Manny, Mono, Don Chewy, anybody?
No, fucking no, dude. No. Yes, I put that on my dad's grave. I have never. No, not in any, but this TikTok weird shit. Come on, seriously? Or the police. Okay, I don't get down like that. I don't get down that I'm gonna call fucking the police on somebody. I don't even call the police on my fucking boyfriend, or I never have. I'm not ghetto like that, you know? That's some serious shit, okay? So, I mean, yeah, so Midwest, yeah, you, deaf child, you guys need to go to their panel and address shit. I mean, from my understanding,
blocked. How come we're not the ones running? They're the ones that have us blocked. They're the ones running. They have everybody that we're friends with blocked.
Okay. So have you guys invited them here?
All the time. My panel's open for everybody.
Yeah, that's
especially when it's these conversations. They're more than welcome to justify themselves. But they're running because they're guilty. Would you like anything to say, Lex Demi? I got you in 2 seconds, KP. Would you like anything to say, Lex Demi? By the way, you guys are free to talk. My stuff's unmuted even though there's a timer. Sorry, y'all.
Okay, to begin with, so can I say something real quickly? So, KB, I don't know you. I've never acquainted with you. But Three Wares, you know, the fact that we're neighbors. To begin with, one, who is Helen? The only Helen I know is a Helen Begay. Like, so, also... And also,
Helen is Talika. We called her Talika before.
I'm Helen.
Okay.
I'm Helen.
Okay.
I'm Helen.
Right.
No, I'm
Helen. All right, I'm gonna drop down so I can let
her neighbor. Listen, and I'm not saying that Maria is a bad person because, like I was telling some people yesterday, that to a certain extent, I don't really blame her because the setup that that group had was to fight the women, you know. To go fight their battles for them, to go against women. So I'm not saying Where is a bad person.
Hold on. I'm talking.
Listen, let me finish because you asked the question.
I was talking.
So I'm not saying because you're gonna say because you're vouching because you're her neighbor.
Names in here before y'all start mentioning names in here. I was talking. Before y'all mention names in here, make sure the person's in the live, please. Before y'all bump your gums, please. So thought I'd throw that out there.
Okay, so Talika, we all know that somebody did this to her. This is why you did. You have noticed that I have not said anybody else's name. So I'm not saying that I'm not saying that Three-Ware is a bad person.
Karen Batorf, you're the one that called CPS on me. You're the one that called CPS on a couple other people as well. There's receipts on that.
Do you have receipts of that?
You're the one that wanted to pay women off. You're the one that wanted to pay women off not to file police reports.
No. You're not gonna fucking put this shit on me.
Threatened to release their nudes.
No. You're gonna show a fucking receipt that I've done that.
Just give her $60. She ain't even worth all that. The receipts are on my page, and the receipts are on fucking toxic TikTok trends and everything else,
CPS,
right?
But here's the thing. I don't even give a shit about you.
You know who Aubrey is from your HR department? I had a very lengthy conversation with Aubrey about following the policy set into place for mandated reporters. What you did, again, is considered a felony. As a mandated reporter, everybody goes through the same damn training, right? And in the same damn training, they tell you, and it's fucking in bold letters, right? You cannot make a false claim to CPS with malicious intent. The fact that you did it on their behalf and you did it multiple times, that right there's an investigation going on for that.
So how come
there's an investigation going on for the harassment that you've done to other people? So if you lose your licensure, right? If you lose your licensure and everything else, then that's on you.
Finger on people. How come I'm not in handcuffs? Why am I not in handcuffs and I'm not fired?
Because investigations take time, but you know what?
I just talked to a detective on Tuesday.
You know what? That's why there's also
why don't you show a
reports
receipt
against the nursing board about you exposing people's PHI, right? Because again, people in the medical field don't understand and know that you are not supposed to have your phone on the floor, right? You're not supposed to take pictures of computers or areas where highly sensitive information is available.
Talika, I am not in handcuffs.
Karen,
I am not fired.
Karen,
okay?
Karen,
I am not fired. I'm not in handcuffs.
Karen, no, you just saw your pussy for money.
With their fucking jobs. Okay.
No, you just saw your pussy
I
for money.
I just talked to a detective on Tuesday.
So how could you be fired?
As a matter of fact, you guys are the big fucking liars. You have lied on authorities. You're the one You're the one who lost your kids, dude. Why? You're the one
because of people like you.
You're the one with legal fees and you lost your freaking kids.
I don't have any legal fees, but because of people like you filing false police reports and everything else,
stable,
you guys are the ones endangering
the law does
indigenous
not
children.
find you stable enough, okay?
The law does not find you
stable.
That's kind of funny. How can you talk to a detective
So
about a
because
case
if
that
you
has
lost
nothing
your
to do
kids
with you?
and you have done nothing, why don't you have custody of
So
your
why are
kids?
you blaming me for something
How
you
can
did?
you
Okay,
talk to a
and my
detective
point to this is
Anchorage,
you
Alaska,
need to throw a receipt
about
for all
something
that
that's
shit. Stop
happening
threatening people
in
because you're
another
already in
state
fucking trouble.
that
Stop
has nothing to do with
Stop
you?
threatening people.
But
You're the
there
one
you
who
go.
lost
That
your
right
kids.
there goes to
It
show you
seems
that
like the
KB
law
is also
does
part of
not
the
believe
problem
you.
involving herself in
The
situations
law
that
does
have
not
nothing
believe
to
you.
do.
Because why did you lose your kids?
I didn't lose my kids. I'm fighting for my
It
kids.
looks like, well,
That's why I
your
have an
husband
attorney.
took them so they
I
wouldn't
was
go to the
never
government.
married.
So why do they
I was
find
never
you?
married. I'm
They
not
don't
you
find
that's
you
delusional
stable.
that
Okay,
thinks
your
that they were
boyfriend.
married and
Don't
they
get
weren't married.
technical.
I'm
Write
not
it
you.
down.
I don't
Okay?
believe I'm 38
Bottom
when
line
you're
is,
actually
they
50.
did not go to the government.
Why is
He
that?
took them, so the government
Why
wouldn't
is
take
that?
them.
Why
Why
is
are
that?
you
What did you
threatening
tell
fucking
talking
people?
out your
Okay,
ass
you
right
can
now.
say
Did
whatever
you even
you
pay
want,
attention?
but detectives,
Did you even
no
pay
one
attention
fucking, the law
when they had
does not
mandated
believe you
reporting
guys.
classes for
The law
fucking
does not
medical
What did you
staff?
say to them? What did you say to them?
So she came in here to blame me for something she did.
Yeah, the video's on my page.
Wow.
The video's on my page, and she even commented that she spoke to the counselor about it.
And then trying to say that I'm a counselor. I'm not even a counselor. And you came in here to blame me for something that you did because you hate
You
them.
talk about it because it looks like the law does not find you stable till they get it. No one believes you. I just talked to a detective on Tuesday.
Occur?
Last Thursday. I talked to a
Are the
detective.
ones that
It looks like the
CPS on her
law
for
does
what
not
reason?
believe you
What
guys.
was your
So
reason?
stop threatening.
What
Be careful.
reason did
Stop
you give them?
threatening.
So the way that law
Threatening my
enforcement
child,
works,
okay?
right?
I
Law
can
enforcement
talk
works
over each other. And I swore on my dad's grave
If
that
you're
you were
filing a
volunteer.
criminal
Not only that,
report,
you guys are
then there's
hanging out with
prosecution
someone.
Hey.
Who threatened?
Can we get some decorum in here? You are one person at a time. One person at a time talking. This talking over shit is annoying.
It's
like
giving
a
me a
bunch of
headache.
birds crowing over some damn crumbs. Shut up, one at a time. Decorum.
Tell her, shut up over
Decorum.
Kalita, you need to throw receipts, okay? If this is what you're gonna, if this is what you're claiming,
Hey,
that I
left child, can you play
where
that
are
receipt?
your receipts?
Play that receipt for her.
What receipt are you asking me to play right now?
Okay, so I don't really have anything to say. Earlier I was saying that we need to have unity and just move the fuck on, but clearly that's not the case here. So you guys can just argue. I'm gonna just eat popcorn and watch. This is some dumb shit, and it's kind of entertaining now. I'm done.
Okay, so she came in here to blame me for something that she did, specifically dropping names. Helen. So Helen, if you're in here, I apologize. I didn't even know who you were, honestly. So my thing is that she came in here to blame me for something she did, and she said she's talking to detectives. She's talking to detectives. And then she's telling and then she's telling you specifically about you and your kids and things like that, but blaming me for something she did. That's wild. That's crazy to me. I can't. Like, I don't get, like, why do people do that?
I would like to see the video that you have.
I sent the video to Death Child. So she has the videos of KB calling CPS, and then there's another video that shows the comments where she said she spoke to the counselor about it too.
Okay.
Now, why is she calling me a counselor? I'm not even
I have no idea. But she did drop your name the last time Midwest had a live, and she was talked about. She said you're the one that volunteered to do that.
Wait, here's the thing. I didn't even know who you were, honestly. So that's why I was like, I don't even know who that is. Because on here, like, for her to know people by first name basis, I don't know, like, majority of you on first name basis. I just know you guys by your usernames. So to come in here and know people on first name basis, like, that's crazy. So she knew exactly what she was doing.
Yeah, she does, because she told Mamas, we'll do the same thing we did to Helen to you.
Yeah, see, and I didn't even know who you were until now.
Yeah, no,
literally,
they
just
got
right
my
now.
whole address. Like, they did a whole bunch of fucked up shit.
This child said she wasn't able to save it before it disappeared.
That's crazy. But how are you gonna come in here and do something to somebody, name drop them, and then take off and then try to put it all on me.
And that is insane. That doesn't make sense.
That's why, and I'm over here like, who? Like, I don't even know who that is. That's crazy. She's literally insane to try to accuse me of doing something like that. That's wild. And then she's like, Ampo, and Ampo's not even here. So Featherboy, apparently, I don't think that 9 o'clock's gonna work out today.
Okay, I missed it, but you guys figured it out already.
She came here accusing me of all this stuff, and I was like, I did what? And she's like, yeah, it was you, because you said you're a counselor. And then she goes, all right, at least I think you're a counselor. And I was like, you don't even know if I'm a counselor or not, but you're saying I'm a counselor? I was like, that don't make no damn sense. And then name drop people, and I was like, who's Helen? She's like, you know who she is. And then she dropped another name, and I was like, okay, I'm familiar with that name, but I said, but I don't know anybody by first name basis.
But I did hear the video, and you did agree to call in CPS. You did, but we know you didn't do it, but you did agree to it.
When was this? I don't remember this.
During one of their stupid lives where they're trying to figure out how they were going to attack us next for outing Mono.
I don't remember that at all.
But we know you didn't. We just know that she did because she admitted to it.
I was probably just talking shit. Because I don't know. I'm not like, I don't do that shit. Like, that's not me. I'm not an asshole. I have my own kids. And then for her to come up here and try to press about, like, my job and where I'm working is because I know that she knows where I work. She wants to know where I work at. She wants to know where I work at. She wants to know, like, where I live. And I told them, I was like, yeah, I live in Phoenix. Like, they try to get, like, these little details about you and things like that. I never said I was a counselor.
I think that, because, obviously this whole beef and stuff with everybody has been going on for a minute. And I think everybody's exhausted. I think what we should do going forward, and I'm speaking about myself too, and everybody I associate with, when we're feeling passionate about people we have beef with, we gotta be careful not to get too excited and say something we actually don't mean. So, because, that could come back on you and stuff. So, stuff like that, in the heat of the moment.
No, I get it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I might have been,
Hey, Nola, Death Shot, if you want to play it, Nola, go ahead. Just let me know when you're ready to drop the receipts. I'm watching you, Nola.
Okay, I'm gonna leave this panel now and then go show what was just sent to me from Snapchat. I'm gonna go show that now on the live stream on YouTube, and then I'll wrap up the YouTube stream and then see what you guys are doing after.
Alright, cool.
I appreciate you, Midwest.
Yep, just give me a thumbs up when you're ready, because I got you on mute.
Okay, I am ready now. I'm gonna hang up on this now and get it going. And I'm gonna do another thumbs up before I start playing it.
Sounds good, thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, so we're gonna give Nola Death Child, y'all, some time to play these receipts.
Okay, so they just asked me to play what was sent to me just now in Snapchat. So I am going to play that now. She was, okay. My phone is glitching. I dropped my phone and it will automatically be pressing buttons for me. So right now I'm not pressing anything, but I'm trying to see the link, but it keeps doing this, you see? So that's what my phone has been doing since I dropped it, but I'm working on getting a new one. Okay, I think it's taking me to the link. Okay, so here is video 1 they would like me to show. Can I pull this up? I'm gonna try to pull this up on my desktop real quick. Let's see if that works for me. Fingers crossed. Okay, that video is private, so I can't view it online for a better visual. Let me try logging in on TikTok. I don't know why it keeps logging me out.
What's new with Google Ads? Google AI powers campaign.
Sorry, a YouTube video started playing because my phone's glitching and it will keep like reading as if I'm pressing buttons I'm not pressing. Okay, so I just sent myself a code to try and log into TikTok so I can show you better on here, because if I just play it on my phone, it's like not as easy to see. Okay, now that I'm logged in, can I see this? Okay, I've got this pulled up. Perfect. Let me see if I can pull up the other video the same way. Okay, I think she sent... Alright, that's the second video pulled up. My phone is glitching out, so I'm pulling these up on my desktop now. Okay, let me pause that. Alrighty, now we are ready. Let's put this on the big screen. So, here is the two evidence. I don't know if Midwest and all of them, if y'all are still watching, this is it pulled up. This is what Fuck Around and Find Out was saying was on her page. And this is the context, what they were asking me to play in the live stream, but I needed to get it pulled up. And sorry about that, because she was messaging me on Snapchat, but the Snapchat messages disappeared before I could actually mark, save, and log these videos and remember. But I've previously liked and reposted them, but you know how hard it is to go through your likes and reposts to find something? Damn. But anyway, so I didn't get the video saved before. But anyway, we're here now. Here we go. Oh wait, I forgot to make sure that Midwest can see this and all of them. Oh, Midwest said he sees. I see the chat now. Okay, great, perfect. Y'all see. All right, now we're actually watching this. My bad.
You're just Native Mamas is puppy. The Native Mamas is puppy. Sit down. You're pregnant. You can get hurt.
Hey girl, put this in your file. I'm retired law enforcement. Okay, bitch? I'm retired law enforcement. Put that in your file.
And this girl just had a baby, okay? And she's practicing.
Why isn't she enjoying her baby? If she just had a baby, enjoy your baby. Why are you on TikTok doing this?
Thank you. Thank you. I hope she fucking
They brought it. They brought it.
Is that the girl that does the witchcraft?
Yeah, the one on top. They all have kids, supposedly.
Yeah, she does the witchcraft and she has a baby in her house.
She just had a baby. She was doing this while she was pregnant, mind you.
Oh, boy.
And mind you, just the other day, she was slapping her baby's back real hard as she was angry, arguing. Yes.
Oh. Yep.
I mean,
maybe
literally,
somebody should be calling the Department of Social Services on her.
Yes.
I would report it. I would.
Yeah, smacking the shit out of her baby's back.
That's crazy.
Like you could just hear the thump.
Boy.
You could hear the thump, like the thumping, boom, 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 just on the baby's back. And this is a newborn.
Oh my God.
This is a newborn. It's a newborn.
Yeah.
Oh my God. She has to go in prison.
That's
She has to go to jail.
That doesn't sound like you're loving on that baby, does it?
No.
That doesn't sound
like no love on no baby.
And all because of an
on
app.
TikTok. She should be spending time with her baby.
Sounds like the baby annoys her.
Oh my god.
The baby annoys her. Yeah.
She has no right to be a mother. None of these women have the right to call themselves a mothers the way they act. You guys are a bunch of sorry ass fucking bitches. And I said it. Me, Monica, and Jose said it.
And I said what I said too. That don't sound like there's love from there.
find all of this extremely problematic and misogynistic. I could see where KB seemed to, have potentially been in agreement with all of this. I'm still looking for where she made these specific statements herself in this video, but we did see in another video on the Just Nobody page earlier in this live stream where KB did admit to saying that she would call CPS. She was still claiming she didn't, but she was also saying, the captioner got that wrong. She was claiming she did not, but she was also saying she would. So, yeah.
Right there. If you're going to be thumping on a baby like that, nope.
Yeah, and I said what I said. You girl, get off TikTok. Go enjoy your baby. Like, be a mom. So, I mean, like, I don't understand what you get out of this. Like, go be a mother to your baby. I know when I had my kids, I embraced it. I loved that, to be a mom and enjoy my newborn. Be a mom. You don't need to be on this and harassing people. Like, come on.
Hey, some people he's been more than they love their biz, okay?
And I have my granddaughter. I haven't been on anything because I have my granddaughter. Yeah, I'm on it now because she's sleeping. But I cherish my time with my granddaughter. She's my fucking world, Like, these women are...
I mean, I do agree that KB was a part of that conversation. I didn't see her make specific claims herself in this particular clip, but we did see that. I believe it was the clip. We had gotten about a minute into this video, but we didn't finish. I might have to come back to this one. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was either this clip, the KB Trash Talking Carmen one, or it was this one that's pinned right here. Where it's got all of the text overlays. I can't remember, but one of these two videos, if I'm not mistaken, is where KB did say that she would do it. She is also saying in this video that she did not do it, but she was saying in this video that she would, if I'm not mistaken. And so we did see that already. Even though she herself didn't make a specific statement about calling, as far as I could tell in this clip that we see here, she does seem to be in agreement with the panel, if I'm not mistaken. So, I'm just putting that out there. I do see why she's being associated with it based on the panel she has associated herself with, as well as based on fucking all of that. And Midwest said that we just played both. And yeah, we did play both in the live stream, yeah. All of the clips. Ooh, I'm getting another Snapchat message here. Let's see. From the person that had sent us these other videos to play. So let's see if they want me to pull up another one. Let's see. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm screenshotting this. I just screenshot the message so I can pull it up. But I just screenshot this, and I'm about to pull it up on the big screen. This was also just sent to us. Let me get that pulled up as well. And while I do that, we can move on to the next video. So here it says, for the people that don't know, this beef started because I told Andrew to cleanse himself. It's on toxic TikTok trends, by the way. I don't know if Fuck Around and Find Out, also known as Chingas, is aware that toxic TikTok trends got removed off YouTube, which is extremely problematic. Oh, apparently, according to Midwest, KB is back. Alrighty, let's go back here and address that, I guess, and then we will come back to these things. Hi, wrong button, my bad. Okay, let's go back here. Oh, apparently, according to Midwest, KB is back. Alrighty, let's go back here and address that, I guess, and then we will come back to these things. Hi, wrong button, my bad. Okay, let's go back here. Good morning.
Hey.
According to Midwest,
Amy, you want to say something in regards to the receipts?
Yeah, I wanted to say that receipt is not a receipt. Everybody's saying that. Everybody's saying, hey, she could be called. Somebody should call child support. Or that's not a receipt saying that I called or anybody else called. They're just saying, look what this happened. And some people are saying, I would call and I'm gonna call. And then, no, didn't they say she should go to prison? She should go to jail. They're all saying that. Everybody on that panel is saying it.
Who's gonna go to prison or jail?
No, they were suggesting that Talika should be thrown in prison for doing this. They should be thrown in jail.
Oh, no.
It's not saying that I did that. I was just saying that's fucked up what she did. If that's what happened, that's messed up. That's not a receipt saying me.
Her child.
As a matter of fact, that's everybody is saying that everybody should do something about it. Everybody on that panel is saying that everybody should do something, that everybody should call, and everybody on that panel is saying that she deserves prison and jail time.
For burping her child.
Everybody on that channel. That's not saying I said that.
You weirdos, man.
Okay, and then what's her name? Not Three-Wear, but Soy is a child beater. She's a felon. She really shouldn't even be talking. I forgot she was up there. Soy is a felon. She shouldn't even be saying anything about, oh my God, these women don't deserve kids. You heard her say that. These women don't deserve kids. Like, I would never do that. She's a child beater. She's a second-degree felon for beating her child, hospitalized her child.
You literally just berated her for not having her children.
You literally just said her kids were taken away. Before you
because she's claiming that I did this to her. Okay?
Why are you over here blaming
this to her, and she's threatening that she called my job and that it's a false testimony, and she keeps saying that I did it. Well, I'm not handcuffed, and I'm not fired.
You sat there and said, "Where are your kids? Where are your kids?" You don't say that to a mother that is fighting for her children because of some fake ass accusations that were brought on her.
Okay, but I didn't make those false accusations. You see how you're accusing me. And so what I'm saying to Talika, the law does not believe you because you don't even have your kids with you.
What's going on?
They don't find you stable.
What did you tell them?
Why are you threatening me?
What did you tell them?
That I called. Why are you threatening that I called?
What did you tell them?
That you called my job, and why are you threatening that I said these false statements?
What did you tell them?
I talked to some detectives, but it had nothing to do with Talika.
Okay, what did it have to do with then? Manny's child?
It had to do with how Carmen gave my name to police, and they came after me. And on January 1st, early morning, Manny's live was being watched by detectives, by 2 detectives. And
not only that, you did threaten me, though. You do remember that, right?
I did not threaten you. You took it the wrong way.
Sure as hell did.
Somebody was there. I have a recording of that. I said, leave me alone because you keep coming after me that I did this.
If I don't,
when everybody, when clearly everybody on this panel had seen that everybody said that. It was just not me. You keep coming after me because you know what? They're doing the right thing. They're ignoring me.
And if I don't,
and I keep putting my fucking face in, and I keep showing up, trying to clear myself. Like, hey, I did not do this, and they're doing the right thing. They're clearly staying away. I said to you, leave me alone. It's harassment. You keep going after me.
If I don't, then what? What did you say?
So what I said is, you're gonna go through harsh shit because you keep harassing me, just like
Tilika.
No, but I didn't mean with your kids.
That's what you said.
Okay, mamas, listen.
That's what you said.
If I really wanted to do that shit, it would be in fucking 5 minutes, okay?
Do it.
I'm not that type of person.
Do it.
Dude. There's no reason to do that. Listen to you.
Midwest asked me to drop another receipt. I'm going to put down the volume. They're still arguing here though, but I turned down the volume and I'm going to put up this receipt real quick. So next receipt we have here is right here we got Fuck Around and Find Out had said, for the people that don't know, this beef started because she had told Andrew to cleanse himself, which is on toxic TikTok trends, and which got taken down. Fuck Around and Find Out told him to leave Native mamas alone. He continued to harass her. Then he posted Fuck Around and Find Out's Ken on his backdrop because she walked away when he told her she'd send bad things my way to affect my then unborn baby. So yeah, this is that as it relates to all of that. It's showing here as if you can click through it, but when I click the button, it's not letting me. Is this one of those slidey posts? Maybe it's a single post. But there's like 4 dots down here, but when I click on the side, whatever, fuck it. Is that a slidey post? I can't tell. Okay, let me know if there's more to that. And the other thing, right here, so KB had said in the comments, right here, it was a caseworker. When it comes to calling the cops on an indigenous person, that is what they are saying. So how would KB know it's a caseworker if KB had no involvement? And what would KB be talking about if not about a CPS case when it comes to the caseworker, right? So when they're admitting to calling CPS on an indigenous person, what do you mean by it was a caseworker? Like, so that's where that allegation could be coming from, if I'm not mistaken. Let's pull back up TikTok and see if KB answers that. But right here, that's where they're saying, look, KB knows something about this. Let's see. When it comes to the caseworker, right? So when they're admitting to calling CPS on an indigenous person, what do you mean by it was a caseworker? Like, so that's where that allegation could be coming from, if I'm not mistaken. Let's pull back up TikTok and see if KB answers that. But right here, that's where they're saying, look, KB knows something about this.
KB, what do you know? Time to talk.
She just admitted to it not too long ago.
How the hell did I admit to shit, dude? What I said was, you need to show or prove that I did this. Everybody, you come up with this.
Question you in regards to it, and you fucking said that you did it.
You guys are really pissing me off. You keep accusing me of this, okay? You keep threatening me.
I don't understand how anybody that's like right and rational in their mind can have videos played on them, and it's their words coming out of their mouth, and you're still in denial.
Baby, you need to let people talk. You need to let people talk instead of over-talking everybody.
And on top of that, what? Okay, if I had said, listen, if I had called and made a false accusation on fucking you guys are weird, man.
Can we let that child show the receipt?
You guys are stupid as fuck.
Can we let that child show the receipt?
While the people over there,
let me ask you something. How would you know what exactly was reported to CPS for Carmen and her baby? How would you know the exact word-for-word detail of what allegation was reported to CPS about Carmen and her baby?
Carmen gave them my name. She said I was so jealous of her relationship that I called the police.
That's not what happened, KB.
I'm
you
telling
do
you
realize when you make these reports, like this stuff is traced back to your ID number.
You know what? You know how the law and the court didn't believe you? The detectives don't believe Carmen.
I'm still going to court, so I'm not sure what you're referring to.
And child services and the law and the judge did not believe you.
But you know, by you doing the things that you're doing, by you doing the things that you're doing, that's parental interference, right?
Midwest,
by you doing the things that you're doing, you're committing another crime.
Try me one more fucking time, okay?
Hey, y'all, let her talk right quick. Let her talk right quick. Oh, see, let her talk quick.
Oh, she just wants to be the loudest one, and I don't understand if it's a comprehension problem. But we asked, watch your language, stop talking over people, and then she runs.
Yeah, it happens. It definitely does happen, yo.
She does that though. Every time she pisses herself off because she can't remember her own damn lies, she makes herself mad. And then she starts yelling and getting all upset, starts cussing. And then plays the victim and then drops. And then says, oh my god, they kept muting me, they kept dropping me. She does it all the fucking time. Sorry. She does it all the time. And, yeah, she does that. But I don't get that.
TikTok, I don't know. TikTok was dropping random people. I don't know. A whole bunch of people just dropped. My bad, y'all. I didn't drop anybody, so y'all know. So feel free to send a request back up. KP, stop running. You gotta give me a chance to pause everybody so we can all have an intermediary zone.
I hope she ain't mad at me because I'm just trying to like let everybody have their voice. The only time I mute her is when she's over talking people.
You know what's crazy, Brandy? What's crazy is I don't understand how she claims that she had nothing to do with CPS, but she knows about the detectives and she knows about the caseworker. So my question is, what does she have or what does she necessarily know exactly in regards to those phone calls and those
I probably would never get that answer though.
KP, come back. Hold on, y'all. KP, come back. She just pulled back in. I literally cut people off for you to come back up.
Yes, I was trying to talk, but they keep talking. Okay. Then now they're putting false. They're talking about false accusations. They're placing false accusations on me. Okay, and let them play their game because they never go out for the right people, and those people are doing the correct thing, just hiding. Now, a detective, I'm not going to talk about this because it's really none of anybody's business. And the person that was in hot water was Manny. And would I put Manny in that position? Never. So they contacted me. I told you. They contacted me. I talked to them last week because this girl, Carmen, gave them my name. Because you guys are all saying that I call all these fucking agencies. She gave them my name, right? And they were following Manny. The detective told me they were following Manny for a week and a half. They were in his live January 1st, early morning, and I was in that live. I interacted and had a conversation where it looked like it was personal. So they looked me up. So I had to give, not a testimony, but like a statement to this detective. Now I called her back. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna. That's it. I think that I answered your question, Midwest. Did I?
What did you mean by Mama's is gonna go through some hard stuff too? Was you referring to you calling CPS on her and she's gonna have to go through the same fight and struggles that I'm going through and suffer for her kids? Was that what you were referring to?
Mama's is not very smart. She didn't even know Egypt was in Africa, so she took it the wrong way.
That's not what you said. I was listening to that live and you said, right? We're going to do the same thing we did to Helen.
You guys follow me and harass me, and I have been telling Mamas, you're going after the wrong person. So what I said to her was, you're going to go through crazy shit. Do you want it? Because you're not going through just that, Helen. You're going through legal fees. You're going through fucking all this crazy shit, unnecessary shit. It's like, if I press charges, she's going to go through shit. It had nothing to do with CPS or her kids. Can you please stop throwing fucking CPS out there like that?
Okay, go ahead and fucking do it. I welcome it because guess what? I know you're insured by that hospital and fuck, I take everybody on a goddamn vacation. Fucking do it.
Well, how do you know so much about her case, though? How do you know so much? How do you know so much about her case?
Great question.
How do you know so much? Like, you know every little detail, you know her financial situation, you know everything about her kids, her classes. Like, that's weird to me. You know everything about her case. That's wild. Is that a question you can answer? How do you know so much about her case? Given her name basis.
Whose case? Whose case?
Oh, there's more than one case?
Whose case?
The person you're talking about. You're talking about... Well, you're not listening. Listen, I'm not going to talk to stupid shit, Midwest. Seriously. If you guys don't have intelligent fucking questions, I'm not going to talk to you. Okay. All you do is...
How do you know so much?
Listen, I'm asking you, and I asked her. I'm going to answer the question, but I'm asking you, whose case?
Helen.
There you go. How do I know so much about Talika's case? Because they go live and they talk about it. Yes, you do. That's where I heard it.
No, I don't.
Native Mamas was on a live.
Mamas can attest to that. Mamas, have I ever talked about my case on TikTok? Or is it always
they go live and they put their business out there. That's how I heard it. Okay. Native mamas. I heard Native mamas say that she had lost her kids. I didn't even know that shit.
I never even put that out
but
there.
They had talked to somebody.
Why? Because
to
I
her
didn't
boyfriend.
even know
You did say that. You would
I didn't even know it.
Listen. You're not a fucking medical professional, okay?
But
so
you
know
are,
what the fuck
right?
you're talking about.
You're in the comments. Have I ever talked about what's going on?
When a medical
What does that
person
matter?
calls CPS, they don't tell us shit
What
afterwards,
I knew
okay?
about this.
We're shouting over each other again. We're shouting over each other again. We're shouting over each other.
Okay, because I'm trying to finish my comment.
So on and so forth. Let her finish her comment, and then we'll go one at a time.
Okay,
we're all adults.
Police and medical professionals, when they call, they don't follow up with what happens to the case. Like their job is done, okay? I don't know shit about that. I heard it from Native mamas. She was on a live, and she said this is the reason her kids got taken away, because of those people over there. I heard her say that. They go on lives, they talk about it. So Talika, you're lying. We don't talk about it. You talk about your business all the freaking time.
How do you know what?
Don't Chewy went up there. Don't Chewy went up there and said, everybody said, stop. Everybody said that they had contacted Talika's baby daddy.
How do you know?
Mother of the kids.
Okay, now I want Native
Don't
Mama.
Chewy also said.
Wait.
Don't Chewy
Now I want
also
Native
said
Mamas to address
that
this.
she was unstable
Why are you
in
shouting
a
over me,
mental
Katie?
hospital, that she had been diagnosed and she had gone through this mental hospital a couple of times. I heard this through lives through them.
Okay, well, let's stick to one thing at a time. So now, let's rewind. You said that you heard this on a live from Native Mamas. Now I want Native Mamas to address this because I feel like she has the right. We're not going to talk over each other. And then we'll address the next thing. I will talk over whoever if I want.
Okay, well, you can't set the
because
rules.
you want to know what?
Examples.
I have been trying to
You cannot set the rules. And who are you? I don't even know you. You cannot set the rules if you're not going to set the examples. You just said we're not going to do that, and then you just said I can do whatever.
Because I'm trying to keep this civil.
Hey, go ahead.
You are older than me, and you're acting younger than me.
Go ahead. Stop.
No, get off. Let Native Mamas.
Attacking me.
I am not attacking you. And quit. Girl, my fingers faster than yours. Now let Native Mamas address.
Y'all want me to do a countdown?
Your point. Your point without a. You do that.
Native Mamas, would you like to
All of
address
you.
your
All
issue?
Yes, if she would not.
Point without attack. Make your point without a.
No one's attacking
let Native
you.
Mamas
Shut up.
talk, and then I'll let you converse back with her. Just give her a chance to make her statement. That's what it's about. We're adults.
One, that wasn't outed on a live at all until after the fact that you were outing yourself for calling CPS and shit. But anyways, no, it wasn't mentioned until you mentioned it. And then I went to Tillicon and I let her know, hey, I think she's the one that called CPS, and she said she is. And she brought me the receipt where you admitted to saying it. And I was like, I knew it because she just threatened me with it too. She threatened me the same way she, obviously did you. So you're a liar. Like, literally, you're a liar. And also, you actually admitted to one of your, I think it was your boyfriend or somebody that's actually a detective that works for the FBI and all this bullshit that could bring up all kinds of blah, blah, blah. I mean, honestly, girl, you were the one letting yourself, all the receipts out on your damn self. You did that. And to sit here and call everybody a liar except for yourself, girl, you just outed your damn self. I don't know how many times before that live. I didn't know nothing about all that until I went to Tillicon and she told me everything.
Okay, y'all, I have to actually end this now because my person just got home and I have been live streaming for hours now. But, so I just minimized that. We leaving that where it is. I'll see if I can record more of this altercation. I might not need to get to tonight because I need to go eat I need to go spend time with people, and then I'll try a live stream again later tonight or tomorrow if I can, but I have to focus on work and stuff. So it might have to be like a tomorrow night thing or maybe the next day. But basically, I'm going to try and end this now because I got to get dinner going. Just to recap today, though, I didn't get to cover everything I wanted to cover today. But basically, where we had started at was first, we did the updates on the whole Andrew Moreno situation as has happened so far. The biggest update would be that my initial TikTok post where I was showing the evidence of what was said, that was taken off of TikTok. It's still on my YouTube. And yeah, what they said was violating the guidelines, and because I was trying to show that evidence, it flagged me because I believe they were reporting me. After that, we spent a lot of this stream looking at nobody posts, and I thought that was going to be the majority of this stream, but now I'm not really sure if I spent more time in this stream looking at nobody post on the whole situation, or if I was spending more time with this whole KB update, because KB showed up in the panel in the live streams today, so that's a whole nother thing. But we started off going into the nobody stream. My original intention was to go over the streams where I was in Josh's panel as well as other things. We did go over that. We started going over additional live streams that nobody had recorded about Mono and Abuela and all of them as well. But while we were doing that, KB showed up in Midwest stream, so then we went to Midwest stream and we've been here ever since. But yeah, I also had mentioned that I want to discuss plans for upcoming streams and videos tonight as well. I'm not going to really have time to get into all of that like I thought I would, but basically in a nutshell, what you can expect is I am going to put out some more marketing and sales content related coming up. I haven't been able to cover some of that recently because of getting distracted with all of these other things, but you can understand why that's also important to me. That will also be getting covered and coming up. I will be covering any updates on this situation as it arises. Even though I do want to move away from it into my other things, I still feel called to discuss it, and we'll discuss that later as well. Yeah, I want to keep going over some of those nobody videos because I think they're extremely important to share. We spent a lot of time on the KB situation today. Additional things had come out of the situation. And so, yeah, that's where we're at right now. Basically, I will cover what I can when I can. If I can get anything else recorded, if anything else does happen and I'm able to record it when I'm not making dinner or something tonight, then perhaps I can also include any other updates with the KB situation as well. I will have to process all of that another time, but I do find the way KB treated Three-Wear, the way KB is treating Native Mamas, the way KB is treating like everybody she's been talking about in the panel, you know, it comes off very similar to how she treated Isla. And the way she treated Isla and I was so bad, where we had the evidence she was in the group. She was denying she was in the Snapchat group, even though we had the evidence for it. And because that was so bad, I feel like that kind of messes with KB's credibility and is a big part of why people are not taking her seriously as well now. And I also feel there's a lot of parallels, because the same way she kept trying to deny she was in the Snapchat group with me and Isla, and then she was also trying to act like Isla had feelings for Mona, which is not true at all. I feel like all of that kind of together is very similar to what she was doing with these other ladies in this other situation. Whenever, you know, people are pointing out the evidence there is for her doing something, she then turns around the allegations and accuses other people of those things without proof, which I find quite interesting that she did do that again today. But yeah, so that is where we were at. I haven't fully processed everything that was being said, so I don't feel like I can give you a better recap of everything, but maybe I'll try that next time. So yeah, thank you for joining me today. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much, Midwest, for streaming the stream. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Kiki. Thank you, Exposure, for being here. Exposure, now that I know you're JT Allen for sure, you know, because that did come out today, all I'm going to say is I do understand why people don't like you. I understand wanting to be liked and wanting to do better. I think you should just keep trying to do better. You can't control what you did in the past. You can't control how people see you now, but you can keep doing better in the future. If I was Chris, I don't know if I'd be able to forgive you or not. But I will say, I understand why Chris wouldn't. So that's fine. We're here now. It's okay. We'll be all right. Just keep going. Everything will be fine. Okay. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you for being here. I hope y'all have a good night. And yeah, bye. Thanks for watching. Join the loyalty program at noladeafchild.com/loyalty and check in during live streams to get points for rewards.